and
Yeah.
that's making it giving the illusion that everything's lifted up higher.
So what's the maximum
And
like so what like they just say that for every single time you can point out something 50 miles away or whatever, 100 miles, say technology gets that great, and they're just going to claim refraction every single time?
yeah, that's they just learn how to say the word refraction, and they think that explains it
At
because
which
that's what they got told to say. They
at
don't
which
know how it works. They don't have any evidence that it's able to do what they're claiming. In fact, they don't really understand it properly at all for the
well,
most part,
in
right?
their
They're just saying refraction. They just learn how to make that noise with their mouth.
yeah, that guy was a clear example of that because I've heard Scott Mackey use it before, and he's just more confident. So it's hard to like if you're a layman like me, it's hard to really, you know, sift
Yeah,
through
he
the
doesn't
bullshit.
Scott Mackey doesn't know shit about refraction, but he does know more than the average person,
Right.
right? He
So
knows the basics, but he doesn't have any evidence that it can do what he's claiming in the real world.
exactly. And so, but I remember you guys tripped him up one time where, and I think this is something that yeah, I think you guys asked him like, at which point does like what's the maximum refraction distance where like I should never like at this point you should never see anything because refraction's out of the question, and he said I can't give you that answer because in he can't give that answer, I guess, because if he gives an answer, then technology evolves to where you could zoom in on something really far away, and then he's just gonna be like you can't hold him to a maximum distance. It's convenient for them, but
Yeah. So look, if they want to make a very specific claim like that, that it's able to do that, then they should be able to back it up with some kind of evidence, real world evidence. So what they would have to do is actually measure the refractive index all the way along the line of sight for an observation, and then they would be able to use particular equations to calculate exactly what the light's doing, right? And then they could use that to say, okay, well, it matches up with the globe after we've accounted for for the refraction. But they don't have a single circumstance throughout all of history where anyone's ever done that. They're just basically like that last guy, right? They'll get a slider and we'll put in the variables and they'll just slide it up so it works on a globe. They'll say, "Oh, okay, we're just going to slide it until it works on a globe," and they'll say, "Oh, it had this amount of refraction."
so
So it's like reverse engineering.
let me ask this: this is a calculator obviously created by someone who's trying to disprove the flat Earth, but so why would they create such a calculator that disproves? Like, was this created before we could see something at 11 point like 2 miles, and so it didn't? And then
Well,
like
no, not necessarily. I mean, these people just, you know, they haven't checked, they haven't done these tests. They haven't researched it properly, but they have researched if they're gonna make an Earth curvature calculator, they've probably researched that, yeah, like 120% refraction, which is the maximum on that slider, that's an unrealistic amount, right? So they
yeah.
probably thought that, oh, okay, well, I'll let it go up to 120% because standard refraction's 15%.
You
Heavy
know what I should
refractions.
hear? Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. I wanted to cut in real quick about that refraction calculator, though. Right? It might be important to understand what the calculator is doing. The calculator's not simulating ray paths through an environment. The calculator is mathematically inflating the size of the Earth. That's all. That's all this calculator and many others are doing. They're extremely complex atmospheric models. None of them work very well. These calculators aren't doing that. They're not modeling or simulating the air. All they're doing is they are inflating the size of the Earth to reconfigure the geometry.
Yeah, this
It,
is
it's that bad.
well, let me ask you this. So, what
Sorry,
would
TJ. Thanks.
well, what would Scott
You're
Mackey
right.
say? Because like I saw the point with this last guy at the moment he broke when he says, "Well, you put this stuff in," like when he just lost. Like you put the things in wrong, right? And I'm not going to do your homework. Well, uh, what would Scott Mackey say at this point when you say when you when you got to that point where you did 120 and you showed him that? What would his response be?
I'm
Nuh-uh.
not sure. I've had those exact conversations with Scott Mackey. He doesn't have anything good to say about it. I mean, he'll just say, "Oh, you didn't, you know, it is possible. How do you know it's not possible?" or something like that. I mean, he'll just deflect and deflect and deflect. He won't ever present any measurements of it being possible. He doesn't really understand how the refraction coefficient works or how those sliders work on the calculators. Um,
Oh, yeah, it's
yeah,
so
he's
funny. Because he invokes refraction too, but he it just seems odd that he would you guys would pull up a calculator and then he would just say nah like
pretty much, pretty much. He'll like try to use little tactics to try to not actually say nah, but to weasel out of it in different ways.
yeah, damn man.
So that's like Yoda was just saying. All they do is it just increases the radius. So for the so if you want this Dr. John D windmills one to work on a globe, you have to increase the radius by 2,300%. Right. So think about this. Standard refraction is 15%. So the horizon should be at 2.3 miles with no refraction. Okay. Then with standard refraction, which is what surveyors use, right, it would just be 15% further away because you've increased the radius value by 15%, right? So 3959 plus 15%. Now all of a sudden the horizon will be 15% further away.
So how
So now the horizon will be at like 2.7 miles now or something like that. Right? It's probably not exactly right, but approximately like 2.7 miles or something like that. Now, heavy refraction, what they consider heavy refraction is like 30%. So now the horizon will be at say 3.5 miles or something, or 4 miles. Not probably not even that much. But we don't see the horizon at all until way past 14 miles. So now we're up into the thousands of percent in refraction, and they don't have any evidence that you can have such beautiful, clean footage and have this crazy level of refraction. The meteorological conditions to create that aren't proven to exist in the real world. And Dr. John D went back and he did the same test on different days. So,
oh so refraction can only be measured up to 120%, but
well, that
it,
on that calculator, it only accounts up to 120%, right? So this one requires 2,300%. So that refraction slider only goes up to 120%. But 120% is considered some extreme refraction.
yeah, but you can't they
That's
don't
why,
it doesn't go up to 2300 because that's not something that's measurable or
whoa, yeah, exactly. I mean, once you have that much refraction, the world would just appear completely flat, right? The radius would be so big that in every observation, it would just appear flat. So they're basically saying there's so much refraction that the Earth looks flat, and they don't have evidence that that's possible. So what they're saying is really the curvature's there, but it's just refraction is a liar. Like refraction is just making it look like it's flat every single time we go out and make observations. It's just refraction's their worst nightmare, dude. That's what I keep saying. Globers bring up refraction, they just shoot themselves in the foot as soon as they say that word
but it's funny
because
because
they don't know.
they bring it up
Yeah,
all the
they bring it up. Yeah,
as oh man.
they bring it up, but it's their worst nightmare because they don't have any other. There is no other excuse for why we can see these distances. That because they say that we have gravity on the globe and that it's drawing everything towards the center of mass. So that means the water over that distance has to be curving at a specific rate. It's impossible for it not to be. If it wasn't, that would debunk the entire heliocentric model from start to finish without question. That curvature has to be there. It can't not be there. You can't have just some random place on the Earth over a body of water where you don't have approximately that amount of curvature over that distance. So if it's not there, then they have to come up with an excuse. So what are the possible excuses? There's only one, right? And that's that the refraction is acting in such a way that makes it look like it's flat. So they say refraction, and then they generally don't really know what they're talking about. And if you ask them, even if they do know what they're talking about, they still aren't able to back it up with any measurements.
Well,
So
it's
we would
like
say, okay,
it feels like this is similar to Van Allen thing I was talking about earlier, where it's like they create a narrative at the point where science like this is the thing though, is the Van Allen radiation belt even real? So why would they create something that's gonna disprove uh one of their greatest feats in their, it's I just don't get it. Like,
yeah, I don't know, man. There's a lot of holes in the globe model.
but
It's
then
nothing but holes. All of the things they claim are just like they're all everything's like a explanation. And when you ask them to show you empirical evidence to back up their explanation, they can't do it.
yeah, it's just mind bending.
Yeah, it's crazy. The more you look into it, the less sense the globe makes, and the more sense the flat Earth arguments make, because everything that we're talking about can just be backed up with empirical evidence, and anyone can go and test it. It doesn't require faith, right? You don't have to give these excuses that people can't check. But yeah, in my opinion, the long distance observations, uh, the laser tests, these kinds of things, right? These are the best globe killers. So other people might have their own, go to arguments, but I think the refraction, the long distance observations, that's like something that anyone can go and test out themselves, and it's something that the globe earthers don't have any good evidence for. Even if they've gone out and made an accurate measurement with a theodolite or something like that, they they didn't account for refraction, and they're the ones making the claim, right? We're just testing their claim, right? They're making a very specific claim that the Earth is a shape. Right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. They're claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and they're also claiming the exact size of the Earth.
Right.
So that means that it would have to have these certain characteristics. What we're claiming, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the size of the Earth. What we're claiming is that we all experience a flat Earth. Even the globe earthers admit that. They say, oh, yeah, we're too small to see the curvature of the Earth. And then we say, oh, so you experience the Earth as flat, and they start having a meltdown, right? They'll tell us we're too small and we see it flat from our local level. Then you say, oh, so you experience a flat Earth, and they have a meltdown. No, well, no, that's not what I mean. So you don't
Well,
experience the Earth flat, so you saw the curvature. Oh no, we're too small to see the curvature, so you experience it as flat, and then they can't handle it.
they
So
shift
look,
they shift the goalpost too, because I've it's been a while since I've been in here this long, and last time I was it's like last time I was here, they unless this guy is not reflective of the rest of them, but when we brought up the fact of like when I brought up the fact that is the globe truly what they purported it to be with the images, and he goes, no, it can't be. But in the past, Globers didn't say that. They actually thought that those pictures were like legitimate images, like one image taken, from outer space. But now they kind of like they don't fight it anymore, and they've kind of conceded to us, but they haven't conceded anything because they say, oh, it doesn't disprove anything. Like it's just a constant shifting of the goalpost because I don't know.
Yeah, I don't try to debunk their space stuff anymore. That's almost like uh accepting a burden of proof reversal fallacy because they're the ones claiming that it's real. And all you need to do is point out that it's just faith based and that they can't verify it. And that if NASA wanted to, they could fake that footage. And then the globe earther doesn't really have much to say at that point because they have to agree, because they can't go to space. They can't check any of the imagery. And then you can show them certain examples and prove that they can't tell the difference between CGI or what NASA claims is the real thing.
Yeah, yeah. I just like the reason I went at the space angle is just because I feel like that's the angle where it's like, because I've been here long enough where I've heard them constantly like they're all different but they're all the same. Like they operate the same, but some of them are a little different. Where I've hear over and over they go, well, what, you don't trust the astronauts? Well, what, you think all of the space agencies are lying? And so it's like it starts really there of space and the moon and all that. So it's like if you can prove to them that the one thing they revert back to is that agency and the astronauts, that's bullshit, then it's like they're fucked at that point, right? Like, what?
They are, but they have an excuse for every single thing that you say about it being faked. They have an excuse for that, and they think that their excuse is valid. So anything that you can throw at them about the fakery of the moon landings, about the fakery of this and that, they have an excuse to go to. And they'll
Right.
just blurt out the excuse. And then at the end, look, I like to just keep it super simple with the space thing and bring it back to the topic of the Earth, right? The curvature of the Earth. And you can easily just prove to them that they can't tell the difference. Like they can't validate any of that space stuff. Like for example, if they talk about Artemis, I'll bring up this image straight away in the side chat, right? And I'll say, look, one of these is from NASA, and all the rest were just made in ChatGPT. Which one's the one from NASA? And they can't tell the difference. They don't know which one it is. So you can prove to them that they can't tell the difference between CGI and the real thing. And they'll say, "Oh, what
And then
about
they say,
the
"Well,
internet?"
why would NASA, like, obviously people could create fake stuff, but why would NASA create a fake one?" I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So you can say, well, they were competing in the space race, right? And it doesn't mean they're lying about the shape of the Earth. It just means they're lying about going to space. But that doesn't really matter because you can't tell the difference whether it's CGI or not. It just requires faith, and we're not here to talk about people's faiths, right? Because they can't prove it. They have to admit at this point that they could be tricked if it was faked footage. NASA could just fake the footage easily and trick them, and they have faith and trust in NASA. So if you can get them to admit that it's just faith based, then they've already lost that. It's not a solid argument.
Right.
I mean, look
Because
look at this next one. Look at this next one, right? You can ask the globe earther which one of these is real, and which one of these were created in a free space software called Terragen, where you can generate realistic looking space imagery.
yeah, it's unknowable. But let me ask this one. This one seems like a slam dunk for like proving is what about the okay. Remember there's that one famous photo of Earth from space that show, and it's like different years, right? But it has, and I get it, like the size of America, that's one thing. But okay, if they're taking a bunch of images in its different years and they're compiling it and putting it together and then creating something, right? And that's a whole new thing from the previous years, a whole new image set, clouds, all that. Then why is it that in one year it's using the same exact clouds from another year, the same exact ones? That's not that's not them compiling images, right? That's them replicating the same thing from a previous year. So how do they argue against that?
Um, well, AI will actually tell you that they're not the same clouds. It's just a coincidence,
That's crazy.
which is kind of,
That's nuts. They're the same clouds.
yeah, they look like the same clouds. I know the one you're talking about. I've got it.
But
I'll just
because
bring it
like
up.
that just tears down their whole argument of, oh well, yeah, it's a bunch of images taken and stitched together. Okay, well the clouds are never like not like it was multiple sets in multiple areas. Same exact.
Yeah. Is this the one you're talking about that I put in the side chat there?
No, it was more like there's it was like certain areas circled on the.
Like this,
Yes, that's the one.
right? Yeah. So that's the 2001 blue marble.
Oh, so it's not a
Um,
different Earth. It's just the same Earth, but it's the same.
it's the
Uh,
same Earth, but it's copy pasted clouds.
yeah.
Now, s- they admit that they added the clouds in later. So this is so basically what they did is they took um the images or the data from the radio telescope, right, which took 3 months worth of scans of the Earth, and then they sent that data to Robert Simon, and then he took that and he translated the data into images, and then he stitched them together into like a big flat map, and then he wrapped them around a ball, and then they took cloud data from a different satellite, and then they made that data into clouds, and then they they wrapped the flat map around a globe, and then they added the clouds in afterward.
So wait, the data. I thought so. You said the guy was given data and then created an image. How do you create?
From Yeah, so they get like a bunch of pixels. I mean, not pixels. They get a bunch of ones and zeros basically from the radio telescope, and then they'll take that and they'll convert that into an image.
That sounds like how do you? I don't get that.
Well, it is photoshopped because it has to be, like Robert Simmons said.
I just don't understand. Like that's like it's like I've never heard that you could. It's almost like you know doing braille with your hand, and it's like, but now you're supposed to create something like it doesn't make sense that you can pull that from data. What's the data gathering, and how does it gather
Well,
it,
it's
and how do you translate that
if
into a
you look up
picture?
how a radio telescope works, it takes like scans of the Earth apparently.
Uh,
I don't know the technical details, right? The intricate workings of a radio telescope, but it
well, I
basically
think
takes
that's
different
by
types of
design.
scans of the Earth. Each time it spins around, it'll scan a different section, and then they'll take that data and they'll sort of get like a rough idea of what is showing in the scan, and then they'll give it to an artist like Robert Simon, and then he'll turn it into an image to, like he says, right? I'll try to turn it into an image to meet people's expectations of what they think the Earth should look like from space. It's very difficult, he says, to do that.
So that's such a weird answer that he gives because and that draws my question. I want to narrow in on this because if the data is giving him the information to create the photo, then how is it that that same and it's how is that data gives him two different sized uh, um, uh Americas or North Americas? Um,
Well, their excuse is that the focal length of the radio telescope is different on different uh, for different blue marbles, right? So if you're zoomed in closer, right, if you have a different focal length, then it can make things look like they're bigger. Um, I actually have an example of this, right? Like, so if you get a desktop globe and you take a picture of it, like a photo of it from further away, um, let's say we're looking at a continent, right, like America. And if you take it from far away, it'll look like America's small and there's lots and lots of water. But if you go closer and you take a photograph of that same desktop globe, now it'll look like America's really big and you can't see much water.
wait, desktop globe. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like let's say you get like a desktop globe, right? Like a globe. like a
Oh,
model
like
globe.
the one that you spin around?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. So let's say you get that and you take a photo of it and you're standing away from it a little bit. Yeah, I'm trying to find any. I've got an example of it um, here somewhere. Just a second. Oh yeah, this isn't the best example. I'll find a better one in a second, but this will give you a rough idea. It's uploading.
Yeah. It's just like I
Right. See how it looks bigger in the left picture and smaller in the right picture. I have a better example somewhere of this. Like if you change the focal length, right? If you zoom in on it, it makes it look like the continent's really big, and if you zoom out, it
oh,
looks like the continent's smaller. It's like a
yeah.
focal length thing. That's
Okay,
their excuse. That's their excuse for why it looks different.
gotcha.
And it's a valid excuse, I
Yeah.
guess.
The problem is it seems like they get too many cop outs that it's like how
So if
many
they were
can you
taking a
afford?
picture of it from a different distance, then it would look different, basically. Here's a better example. Yeah, check this one out. Right, this is the best example. So they'll say that the one on the left there, right? So this matches with the image above it, right? So the one on the left's taken from further away. That's why the continent looks smaller. And then the one on the right's taken from much closer. And that's why it looks bigger. That's a
So
valid argument.
let me ask this. This is the confusing part. We wrapped the flat map around a ball. So what's the data giving them if they're just using a flat, or is the flat map created from the data?
Yeah, the flat. So they get these little square. I don't have it on this computer at the moment, but I had check.
Oh, now I see why
Right.
you guys harp
So
on
they
that
have all of
schema.
these little squares, right? They have all of these little squares that just shows a little section of the Earth, right? It doesn't show any curvature. It'll just show a little section of the Earth from high
Mhm.
altitude, and then they stitch all of those together into a big giant flat map, and then they'll wrap it around a ball in Photoshop, and then they'll color it in and add all the clouds and add the specular reflection, and then just keep tweaking it until it looks like what they people
See,
think the globe should look like.
this is my biggest thing too. Is like if I'm always skeptical of like when you say that the thing, not of you, but like what they claim when they say the what's the device called they use to take the photos or gather the data, and what's it called again?
Radio telescope.
Yeah, radio telescope. So this is obviously something that is not a commercial in the sense that everyone has one, right? Uh, so let me ask you this: has anyone ever used this telescope, radio telescope, and confirmed the way it translates data and like how it's you know, or is it just something that they say they have and they made and it's theirs and so we just have to believe it? Like how they say they could see like um planets that are way further away than we used we couldn't see in the past with their new telescopes. Is this one of those types of things, or because
Um, I can only explain it very basically, and I don't want to butcher it. So you can probably look up, just like if you look it up, like look up how does a radio telescope work. Look for the raw images of radio telescopes, and you'll see that it's like scans in different wavelengths or something like that, and it doesn't really show anything until the artist gets their hands on it and sort of turns it into an image. It doesn't look like a photograph in any way.
yeah, that's just where I get skeptical immediately. Because like, do you believe that when they say, obviously you guys don't, I would assume, but like when they say, oh, like look at this image we took of Gliese 1351b, that's however far away, and it's a CGI image, but they claim they took it with a certain telescope or something. Well, how do we know that telescope is, well, we know it's not taking a picture or it's not doing anything.
Yeah, exactly. So they're claiming there's a little metal thing floating around in a space vacuum that's taking scans of the Earth, right?
Right.
And they can't validate any of that. It's just faith that they have. They could easily be tricked and just told that this is scans from something up in space. But in reality, they aren't able to empirically validate that you can actually do that, right? And that the telescope's there. And the flat Earth long distance observations and laser tests and that kind of thing completely debunk that notion because all of this requires the Earth to be a globe. And we've already sort of cut the snake's head off, right, with the long distance observations.
Yeah.
So whatever's happening up in the sky is happening above a flat surface. So they can have all of the wonder and belief and mystery of the sky that they want, but it's all just faith based. It's none of it can be validated. It's all just based on trust and faith in people that present the most shittiest footage that you could ever see.
Yeah. It's just like, I don't, because I know you guys like to stick. I don't want to get too off topic, but it's like we know there's so much deception, with what's going on. Like it's the greatest deception, one of them, that they pulled off with the moon, and then with what the Earth's shape is. So if we know that they're doing this great deception, what do you have credence at all to the people who say, well, they keep you distracted looking up so you don't look down? And when they say down, they mean like the ocean. And there's some weird stuff that happens in the ocean. Y- Do you think I mean, I don't know. I think they're purposefully having people look up at the sky, which you can't go. There's a dome you can't go past, right? But it keeps your attention away from something else, which is beneath us. I don't
Well,
know.
we don't know how the sky works. So when you say dome, we don't have evidence that there's a dome.
Well, but you guys have said that it's a vacuum, right? Like there
Well,
has
no,
to
it's
be.
they say it's a vacuum, right? So they say that there's a vacuum up there and that we have all of this gas pressure, and we're floating on a ball that's covered in water inside this big giant vacuum. I say that I don't know exactly how the sky works, and I don't know how far away, like what kind of container could it be? How far away is it? How does it all work? Or is it just something way beyond our comprehension and our current understanding? Probably, we don't know. We don't know how the sky works. But what we do know is that on a smaller scale, what we can test here on the Earth, there's no demonstrations of being able to have, like obviously like gas pressure without a container or a
Right.
ball of gas that's covered in water inside a vacuum chamber. So on
So
a
what is
smaller scale, it doesn't work. So they'll say that they'll agree with us. They'll say, yeah, on a smaller scale, right? You guys are right on a smaller scale, but on a huge scale, therefore it's a globe, right? Because the Earth has to be so big, and they say, oh, we can't test it because we can't create something big enough to be able to test the claim of gravity holding all of the gas and water and everything to the globe. So it's another one of those things that's just faith based. Outer
right?
space is faith based.
But it's the same concept as we've never seen water conform to the shape of a ball, which is, so we revert back to water being flat and level as we know it. Well, so then why aren't you making a claim then about if we know that you can't have this situation unless it's in an enclosed space, and there has to be like some physical separation, that keeps it separated, then if that's what we know, then why do
That's
you have
what
a
we
hard
know on
time?
a smaller scale. That's what we know on a smaller scale, right? There's always things that we don't know. Okay. The sky's crazy. Like up in the sky, we see crazy, crazy shit going on. I don't know if you've seen some of the footage, but there's times where it looks like there's giant purple octopus tentacles coming out of the sky.
Well,
Like there's ball lightning, there's crazy shit going. It's like a big giant electromagnetic soup up there. And who knows what mediums are up there? Who knows? Like there's there could be stuff that's way beyond our current comprehension. So for us to make a definitive claim that up in the sky it works exactly the same as it works down on the earth, I don't think that that's a fair claim because there are probably all of these other possibilities that we can't even comprehend, we don't know about. So I think the fairest thing that we can say is that we don't 100% know exactly how the whole system works, right? But on a smaller scale, this is what we can validate.
right.
And what we can validate on a smaller scale goes against what they're claiming is happening on a larger scale, which they can't validate. So
Well,
they're not saying that they don't know how the sky works. They're saying they know exactly how it works, but they can't prove it. So while there may be a dome, right? There could be, right?
Well, I think
But
like it's
they
like
get
I think my theory, and I'll make it as simple as I can, where it's like it always reverts back to what do we see with our at a smaller scale and with our with our own two eyes that's provable, and we know how water works, we know how we know how enclosed gases work, and
right.
right.
Yeah, like
So
we can make enclosed ecosystems.
right, so I could look at something and just know without if I didn't hear any of the propaganda or the indoctrination, which is what conditioned people to believe what they typically believe because they wouldn't get there without hearing that, right? But I could look at the sky and I could look up and I look at the stars or whatever, and you see them like kind of like flat, like almost as if like you had water above a small light, and then the light gets distorted, right? And it's like kind of like it's like water's distorting the light. And if you look up at the sky, it kind of looks like that. So there's a theory of like, the dome or whatever separates the waters, and the waters
Right.
above from the waters below. I don't know. It looks like that, but who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Things aren't always what they seem. And
Because
you can take footage of stars with a Nikon P1000 and they look like these like flashing colorful orbs which are amazing. And
yeah,
then you look at them through a telescope, right, that has a sensor way big like or you look at them through much higher powered optics, right? Much more expensive optics. It doesn't look like that at all. So
it's
there's all sorts
weird.
of things to take into account. Um, I used to zoom in on stars through my Panasonic camcorder. I could zoom right in on them, and they would turn into diamonds, like these big, like glowing diamonds. And obviously, that was just a byproduct of the camera,
Yeah,
right? The camera doing that.
it's
So
like
the
now.
Nikons do a different thing. They turn things into these like round, like orb-looking things. And then some flat earthers will say, "Oh, this is what Mars really looks like." No, dude, that's just your shitty camera that's not designed to look at the sky.
Yeah, and it's filling
Warping
it in, and
warping it.
it's yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's so we need to be careful when we make claims about the sky because if you're talking to a globe earther, they're gonna like they're desperate to find any weakness in your argument and pin you down on it and stick to it. So if you say that there's a dome or if you say that there's a particular container, they're gonna just focus on that. They're gonna like hone in on that and start getting you to prove it.
Oh yeah, which is why I never discuss that with them because I know their intentions. I only discuss it with other people who are already on this same like I I have a rule for myself in real life and just in general where I won't go beyond a certain point in the argument if they don't concede something that's just totally obvious. So because yeah, I know how they operate. They will hold you accountable to the smallest little slip up when you start theorizing or whatever. And I don't claim to know anything, but um, you know, there's certain things we can only theorize about. So, but they want to use that as
Exactly.
an attack. So, and I get why that's why you guys try to stick to the science and stuff, but it, it's just tough because there's so many mysteries with Earth, that it because of how they act, you guys don't want to engage in other topics, which I think are really interesting, and just allow people to kind of just you know express their
Well, like what,
opinions.
for example? Give me an example.
Well, okay, so I mean, I've talked to other guys in here many times, but I've come to flat Earth from a different way from most people or some people here, where it was, basically the Admiral Byrd stuff, and and I have every reason to believe that that account and that story is accurate. So
Which
based on
story? Which story?
the diary, and then how his son was on the fleet, and his son, and then he died when the diary was released, but his family didn't deny that the authenticity of the diary, as a fraud, and so it's like a tacit approval of it, and the son was alive and he was on the fleet and he didn't deny it. So there's like those little
Deny what
things,
though? Deny
the
what?
diary and the contents within the diary.
Right, but it says some crazy stuff in the diary, doesn't it?
It most definitely does, which is why wouldn't the son who was there on the fleet deny it, because it was gaining traction, and then the son
Yeah,
mysteriously
we
dies.
don't know though. At the end of the day, we can't. You could say that you believe the stuff in the diary to be true, but we at the end of the day we can't check any of that. It's just some stuff written down, and I would speculate that that could be faked. That could be faked to discredit some of the other things he actually said when he was alive about Antarctica.
Wouldn't his son quickly do that though,
Um,
or his family, to like say, no, whoever, this isn't his diary, this is a fraud, and his son dies when he's about to go speak to an event in a really odd circumstance, like, I don't know, like, you're right, it doesn't prove anything, but we can look at things and say, mm, this guy, was on a fleet. What we do know is this guy that has been declassified, that you don't have to speculate. This guy was on a fleet, or he led the fleet. It did go to Antarctica, and they left and came back early, and they were attacked, or they're missing some ships, and they come, or planes, and they came up with a story as to why. Um, and so there's just already some fishy stuff, and then
Yeah, look, there's a lot of fishy stuff. At the end of the day, Admiral Byrd's like a 33rd degree Freemason that worked for the government. So, I mean,
mm,
we should be very cautious about
well,
what we believe from someone from like Admiral Byrd.
that's true, but they
And
also
we
did weird rituals when on there's video of that mission, and they're on the ships. They were doing really weird pagan rituals. So yeah, there's not.
yeah.
I get it, but
Yeah,
then
yeah.
again, why are they doing pagan rituals before they go out to Antarctica if it's just an exploration mission? So nothing really is as it
Well, because it's a
seems.
giant satanic. It's like, okay, I don't know this for sure, but what it seems like is like a giant satanic sun worship cult. It's crazy, man.
See,
That's what it seems like it is.
it's just like you don't even have to go to the crazy diary to even just like look at those videos and just be like, what the fuck? What, like, I've never seen, like, what are they doing? Like, it's odd, and something's not adding up already. So I don't know. And their whole
Yeah,
reason
look,
for going out there, why would you send a whole fleet to Antarctica? What, for an exploration? That doesn't make
yeah,
sense.
because it's well, it kind of does, because it's a very dangerous, barren landscape. That's a giant wall of ice.
Yeah, but they're saying no, they're
Operation High
saying
Jump, and
destroyers. Like, certain ships have certain capabilities. You don't, if it's just an exploration, you don't need certain ships. There's no reason for them to go out there. It's it doesn't make sense.
well, I don't know. I mean, if they wanted to go explore Antarctica, they could send a big giant fleet of their most powerful ships and that kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're never gonna know these things. So,
Yeah. Well, I just,
um,
like I said, that's the reason I got to flat Earth, and whether he was a Freemason or not, which he might have been, or whatever, sure. Uh, the fact still remains that there's something fishy going on with Antarctica, and that's
yeah, yeah,
another
we can all
that's
agree on that. There's
they're
something
hiding
fishy
something.
about, well, maybe, yeah, maybe who's they, and all it gets into that kind of question. Yeah, there's a lot of mystery and a lot of restrictions and a lot of speculations when it comes to Antarctica. What even is Antarctica? Is it a
Yeah, like,
continent?
is it really a
Is it
barren wasteland, or is that just something to distract
well?
people from going out there? And but why would you
Well, the
need to
part of
track
it that
it?
we can check, the part of it we can check is a big giant chunk of ice, that's huge, like really high above the sea level. 8,200 foot apparently on average is the average height of the land in Antarctica, and that's higher than what most people can fathom in their heads, right? Like we got a giant mountain, a giant snow-capped mountain in Australia called Mount Kosciuszko is the largest mountain in Australia. That's only 7,200 foot high, the top of the mountain. So the average height of
Jeez.
Antarctica is higher than the tallest mountain in Australia.
And that's just of what we've seen and what's been reported, but, like, that's the problem is, like, how can you restrict people from going somewhere to explore it further, which we know little about apparently, and say it's for their own safety. That's the guise that they put it under. It's for your own safety. It's dangerous. Um, and so you can't go explore it and confirm or deny what they claim. That right there, it's like when the government redacts a lot of files under the guise of national security, and it's like, okay, I know the government lies, so is it really all national security or is it covering my ass or protecting something that's but they're using something else to 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 justify what they do, which is clear what they're doing with Antarctica. And it's like, okay, so what are you hiding out there? Like, we don't know what, but obviously it's something that they're hiding. And why?
Yeah, yeah. Look, there's old maps. There's old maps that show Antarctica without any ice, and they
Yeah.
show the coastline of Antarctica. And
Well, they said nothing could ever live there,
they
and
they
they
weren't
drilled
supposed.
down and
Yeah,
found.
they weren't supposed to know what the coastline of Antarctica looked like. And it was like the mid 1900s, I think, that they actually drilled down and started checking what the coastline was like under the ice, and it matches up precisely from what I hear with this old map. No, I
Well,
haven't cross-checked it all, right? But from what I hear, it matches up pretty well,
I.
and that wouldn't have been possible. In fact, a lot of the old maps show no ice at all over the entire
Mhm.
Earth.
Which why it correlates with his diary, but then you don't even need to look at the diary again. Like it's just these things happen to coincide, but then the even we were all told nothing in certain parts of Antarctica. It's claimed there is no life ever could be in that portion because it's so cold and there's no way. But then they drilled down, scientists drilled down beneath the ice and they found a whole ecosystem under where they said there's nothing, there's no chance of life or life out there. It's so there's lies upon lies. So we know they're lying about it. And so if they're lying
Hmm.
about it, then it's I think there's something big there. I don't claim to know what it is, but if they're going to this extent to downplay its significance. Oh, it's just a barren wasteland. You don't want to go there. By the way, you can't go there. And if you do, you can get arrested and whatever. Something's fish. I think that that area is going to answer a lot of questions about what's going on this earth.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll never know, maybe. But
All right, man. Oh, I got to go for a bit, so I appreciate the
yeah,
chat. I'll talk to you again soon.
you too. Talk to you later, man. the last thing on, because I don't want to take over the room on this Antarctica, but the last thing I want to say on this is like, yeah, that diary does claim a lot of crazy shit. Like, for example, they pulled Bird in and said and warned him, saying, "Hey, as they're developing nukes, go back and tell your 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 country or your president to not develop this. It's you guys don't know what you're dealing with." And they had an aversion to us creating nuclear weapons, and they knew what was gonna, like, the long term effect of it. And then now we know that UFOs, which Admiral Byrd said brought him over there, they UFOs have showed up at our nuclear installations. This is recorded, and the capabilities of have been shut down. Like, they deactivated the whole uh, nuclear facility or warheads. So it's just, I don't know.
Hello. Fuck. Look at this flat, bro. Nigga. New Zealand.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey guys, any Glovers today? I check.
Okay, Gloria.
Thank you, thank you.
Yo, if any of y'all in here could prove to me that the Earth is flat, then I'll turn into a flat earther.
First of all, we need to prove it because it's the default position that you have if you forget about what you've been taught.
Uh, no, what I was taught, like when I went to school, like the globe was in the shape of a globe. It was in the shape of a sphere. It wasn't like the shape of a flat Earth. Why?
I know we've all been taught that, but what I'm saying is, if you for a second forget what you were taught, you will recognize that your default position from your own experience is that the Earth is flat. So
Why
now
would I forget
you,
that? Why would
the
I
burden
forget?
of proof is on you to show that the thing that contradicts our experience is correct. That's why you need to prove the globe. And when you prove the globe, we will all become glowers. Again, because we used to be glowers. So it's easy. Just show us a globe proof, preferably direct measurement of curvature, and there you go. We shut this place down.
Oh, wait, so you want me to send you a picture?
I
I
want
could
you
just
to show me a proof. Like I can send you a picture of anything, right?
I mean, well, if you send me a picture of a flat Earth, it's gonna probably be an AI picture or something that's like CGI. But if I send you a picture of the actual Earth, like how they take in NASA or with the Hubble bubble or with any of the telescopes, it will be the actual picture of the Earth, which is the shape of a sphere. Why?
Well, I think Hubble Bubble generates computer-generated images, right?
Where's the proof?
Well, I mean, do they have film down there, and they send a guy on a scooter to pick up a roll of film, and then they develop it on Earth? How does that work?
No. So pretty much it's like a satellite, and it just takes pictures of everything that's far away.
Yeah, but it has a computer in it that generates the image, right? It's not a
Uh,
photograph.
no, it's not a computer that generates the image. It's just a telescope. Have you ever saw a planet with I mean, I hope you know that you can see planets and galaxies on
I
from
know,
planet
but
Earth.
let's go back to the previous topic. Like, does it have a film camera in it, the Hubble Bubble?
Well, it doesn't have a CGI type camera. They use it's called the camera. I mean, it's called the candle method to count light years. They use a candle method to
No, no.
count
Why
light
you
years.
why you telling me about this? We're talking about these images that it takes.
Well, the
Don't
images,
worry
the
about the
images, the
Earth.
images can't be fake because we've been getting plenty. We've been actually studying the universe till since about like 1940s,
I
and there's
understand,
plenty
but
of.
like, let's talk about the images. Why you keep telling me all this other lore? Let's focus. Can you focus on one thing at a time?
Oh, the images.
Yeah, so
Yes,
Hubble
yes.
Bubble has a chip in it, right? That generates digital images, correct?
Where? Well, like, what's it called? Like, where is No, I don't believe in that. No,
I mean, this is not controversial. Like, I have a digital camera. That's what it has. It has a chip. It generates images.
that's not how it is, friend.
That's how it is. Like, there's no
That's
film
not
in
how.
it.
Okay, wait. So I have a question. Yo, bro, like, let's use our
I
brain
mean,
here. Okay, so
JPEGs
here,
come out,
if you
right?
take a hold on,
JPEGs
listen,
come out.
listen, 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 listen. If you take a picture, right? If you take a picture with your phone, are you gonna see a completely different thing, or is it just gonna be
That's
what you
not
see
what
with
I'm
your naked
saying. I'm
eye?
trying to agree with you on the basics first. Why are you so like eager to debate? I'm not debating you, agreeing on the basics.
No, I'm not debating you.
When you take a picture with a phone or a digital camera, a JPEG comes out or a raw file, right? So that is a computer generated image. That's not a photograph. It's not on a piece of plastic, right? Film. It's a computer generated image. It doesn't mean it's fake necessarily, it's just computer generated.
Wait, so just because we don't use a plastic film because it's not the 1950s anymore, it means that it's fake?
No, it doesn't. I just said it doesn't automatically mean that. It's just that we can all agree these are computer generated images.
No, they're not computer generated images. Obviously, it helps clear up a lot of things. The Hubble bubble helps clear up a lot of things, and it helps you can see things way more accurately than actually
Do you have
from
any
another telescope.
pictures of the Earth from the
Yes,
Hubble bubble?
yes, I
Okay,
do.
show
Here,
me. Okay, show us.
it's actually beautiful.
Just make sure it's
Um,
from Hubble bubble.
how do I what's it called? Yes, it is. How do I It won't let me send in chat. Here, I'll just send it to you in DMs, all right?
All right, all right.
because it doesn't let me send it in chat.
Well, you're a baby Glurf. You need to work your way up the pyramid.
Mm,
This is your first day on Discord?
nah, I'm just sorry. Sorry. Here you go. Obviously, the first one that I showed you. I mean, obviously, if you believe the Earth is flat, then that also mean every other planet is flat. So I sent you a picture of what's it called?
Don't worry about that. One thing at a time.
Well, I sent you a picture of the Earth, the second one. I mean, the second one.
One of them that looks to be Jupiter, right?
Yes, yes,
Oh,
it's Jupiter.
there.
The second one is Earth.
And that's from Hubble Bubble.
Yes, yes.
Can you
The
send a
satellites.
link to the source that no,
Yes,
it specifically said Hubble Bubble. So send a link to the source that
yes, I will. Okay,
talks
I
about it.
got you.
Okay, thank you.
NASA Science. Here, hold on. Right here. Uh, Images. Oh, yes. Here you go. Do you believe in the NASA site, or do you think that that source is invalid?
We think it's invalid for, I think it's invalid for the
How do you?
pictures of the Earth.
Yeah, yeah,
Now, where's the
exactly.
link, bro?
So even if I do send her, I'm gonna send you the source. But even if I do send you the source, you're gonna think it's invalid because you never
That
believe
doesn't
space is
matter.
flat.
Right now, I'm just curious if what you shared with me is truly from Hubble Bubble.
Oh yes, yes. I'm trying to find the exact
I just don't
picture
trust you
that
because
this
you
one.
sound like a baby Glurf, so I don't even know you can represent your own claims correctly. So I just want to double check.
Hmm? No, I can represent my own claims correctly.
But
I'm
that's
just
for
trying
me
to
to
find a
judge.
picture of the
Let's send the link. Send the link.
Yeah, I'm going to do that once I can find the picture of the Earth. I mean, there's plenty of pictures. There's galaxies. They collect different pictures all the time.
Dude, can you? How much other roll did you take today?
Hold on. Where the fuck is the link? Oh, here you go. This is a good one.
Well, send me a
Uh,
link to the photo that you shared with me.
I'm
That's
going
the
to
stuff.
send you the link, dude. I am, bro. Holy moly, macaroni. Here you go, buddy. There you go. You happy? You just had to give me a second, bro.
You know what I worry about?
What? What's up?
That when I get really old and sick, people like you will be looking after me.
Huh? No, I won't be looking after old people. I'll be looking after myself.
I said people like you. I didn't mean you specifically.
People like me? What do you mean people like me? Anyways, can you click on the
Yeah,
link so yeah,
you know
you
what
can
I mean.
stream?
Okay, so there's a whole bunch of photographs here on this page. Some guy looking at a laptop, a guy inside of the International Space Station.
I mean,
I
you can
asked you
obviously
for
see
something that says, okay, so this photo is not from Hubble Bubble. It's a photo from somewhere else showing Hubble
it's
Bubble and
yes,
supposedly Earth in the background.
yes, which is another satellite. But here I'm
So
gonna
the photo was not taken by Hubble Bubble. It was
Hubble Bubble shuttle missions here. This one right here is the
right.
Hubble
So
Bubble
the
shuttle
claim
mission.
is it's taken from a shuttle that's deploying in the process of deploying the Hubble Bubble.
What is that supposed to mean?
Just think about the
Does that
wording.
mean that that source is invalid? No, it doesn't.
No,
It
no,
means that
that your
it's
claim was imprecise. You were promising us a picture of Earth taken by Hubble
by the
Bubble.
Hubble Bubble.
That's
Oh yes, 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 yes. So if it wasn't taken by the Hubble Bubble and the Earth is, still not flat as you can see, and if it was taken by a different telescope, does that mean that those pictures are fake? By any chance?
no. It just means
Circles?
that your claim is different. Why do you go to the fake thing so much?
Huh? Well, no, no, no. Well, I'm asking about the fake thing because obviously you think. Hold on. Here you go.
Guys, check out one of the photos that he gave that I just
There you go.
posted a link to, which shows pretty much the entire profile of the spherical Earth.
Yes, 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 yes. Send them all the ones here. I'm
And here's
gonna send you
another
this
photo
also.
that shows a completely different curvature of the Earth.
It doesn't show. I mean, because I hope you know. I mean, when you're on certain, spots, when you're on certain spots, if where you're at, then it tends to show a different curvature. It's not going to show the exact same
But it's
curvature when
taken
you're in the
from
same
the
spot.
same orbit, roughly, right? I mean, the Hubble bubble is in a fixed orbit, so like, how can I see the entire profile of a sphere in one photo and a bit of a curvature in the other one.
Hold on, I'm gonna send you another thing. The curvature
And how
isn't.
come
It's not
Africa?
exactly. It's
How
not
come
exact.
Africa is the entire Earth?
What do you mean? How come Africa
I
is the
mean, in
entire
this
Earth?
photo, this is like Kathos said. This is like the western, appears to be the western coast of Africa, and it's taking up the entire Earth, the entire profile, half of the Earth. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, but bro, I mean, this picture was taken in 1993. So
So what? Planet Africa? In 1993, we lived on planet Africa, and since
no,
then, it
no, no,
has
no,
shrunk.
no, no, no. But if you don't,
Maybe that's why some cities in Africa are so crowded, like Laos in Nigeria, because Africa has been shrinking since 1993. So people had to move into these urban centers.
yeah, but does that? Yeah, but I still like that. Still doesn't mean that the picture is fake. That just doesn't mean that the picture is fake at
No, it
all.
just means it's funny.
Yeah, that just doesn't mean that the picture is fake though.
I could make a better picture of globular Earth.
Can you do it right now?
Probably, but don't want to burn too many tokens.
Nah, you can't do that, bro. It's not fake. Why would they fake? Why would they fake the Earth being round? Can you please tell me?
Why would they lie? A classic. You're just like a classic baby glurf. Like we've seen probably 10,000 of people like you so far
No,
in this channel
the
alone.
people that believe that the Earth is flat are people that used to live like 10,000 years ago. You're like you have like caveman mentality type shit, you know?
That's not true. The Chinese worked with the flat Earth model into the 1800s, I believe.
Wait, so like why don't they do it in 2026?
Because the Westerners kicked their ass, and then they went
No,
like,
it's
"Well,
because the Earth isn't flat.
maybe we should adopt the Western style of thinking to see if we
No,
can
it's
get
because
back
the
at
Earth
them."
isn't flat, bro. China is literally fearless, bro. They have just as much nuclear bombs as anybody. So I
No, they
really
don't.
think
China has as many nukes as
they
the UK and France together.
yes, and UK, I mean, it's still a nuke, bro. I mean, a nuclear bomb is still a nuclear bomb. Even though they're
I
not going
know.
to drop
Just be
it, China is
precise
still a
with your claims. Be
it's still a
precise with
fierce,
your claims.
it's still a fierce military. China is one of
China
the
has
most
like
fiercest militaries.
400 nuclear warheads or 500. That's
It's one of the
UK and
most,
France combined.
yeah, but I'm saying it's one of the most fiercest militaries, bro. That's the only thing about it.
Name
So you can't
one major war that China won in its history.
one major war that China won.
Yeah, other than against its own, internal kingdom fights. But like,
I
name
mean,
one conquest of
what
China
about
that's meaningful.
so obviously you said Chinese Civil War doesn't work, right? That's not allowed.
That's
What
right.
about okay, uh
Maybe the time they got conquered by Mongols, maybe the time they got conquered by Manchus, and all these other foreign tribes that ruled China. Those times,
I mean, I hope you know, like back then, like China,
the time
obviously
they
they
got
weren't.
conquered by all of the European
Back then, China wasn't
countries
as
and
in,
Japan.
back then China wasn't as advanced in technology. China still
Okay,
has
so
is not as
since
advanced in
then,
technology. Yeah.
are there any military accomplishments?
Um, I don't know. I mean, we are. I mean, they are making footsteps into electricity, so I feel like that's an accomplishment.
Footsteps in electricity?
Yes, I
In
believe that that's.
2026, they are
I believe that that's
discovering
an accomplishment.
electricity?
Yes. Can you think of something better?
Then electricity?
Think of something better that can help your economy.
I guess abandoning communism helps, typically.
Abandoning communism. Well, how about abandoning
Helps
your
with the economy, in my experience at least.
Are you from America by any chance?
Yes, sir.
You were born and raised, right?
No.
Okay. So, are you an immigrant?
Yes,
Oh, from where?
from communism.
No, from where, bro?
Yes. It's gonna. You need to earn some respect here to be able to ask questions like that, my friend. At this moment, you're at rung number one.
Well, I can't be wrong because I mean, like how I told you, a globe. It's, I mean, anywhere in school. They always told you the Earth is a circle, and the globe is obviously a circle, and the pictures of the Earth are a circle. I've never saw a
They
flat Earth
taught you that
before.
the Earth was a circle? What kind of school did you go to?
Yes, they told me. Yes, they taught that the Earth was a sphere. Yes, they did.
Is a
What
sphere
kind
a
of wait?
circle?
What kind of school did you go to?
It's the crappy school. It was an ugly building and very crowded.
Hmm. Well, no, a sphere. I mean, obviously, a sphere isn't a circle. I mean, a sphere isn't a circle, but they kind of look like the same shape. I mean, it's
If
not
I said
3D,
at that
obviously, bro.
school, if I said that at that school that the Earth was a circle, they would slap some sense into me and then send me to Gulag.
Well, it's three. I mean, it's not 3D. I mean, it's 3D equivalent. Obviously, a circle is just 2D, bro. I know, bro. But that's literally not what I'm trying to say. It's still the same exact shape, is it not?
Why is it so difficult for you to say the things you're trying to say properly without just introducing so many nonsensical statements?
Huh? No, I'm just asking. Is it not the same thing? Is a sphere and a circle not the same exact shape?
No.
It's not.
Well, how can you compare a 3D object to a 2D object and say it's the same shape?
What do you? Oh, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Well, when you look at the pictures, they look like a 2D object. A sphere looks like a 2D object. Here, as a matter of fact, I'll send you a picture.
Any 3D object, when photographed, is a 2D object because it's a projection onto a
Ex-
two-dimensional plane.
yes, yes, exactly. So what I'm trying to explain is the what's it called? So the plan. I mean, the pictures
Are
from
you
the
trying to
Hubble
say
bubble.
that a profile
The,
or
the picture,
cross-section of a sphere is a circle? Yes, that's
the pic.
true.
Yes, but I no no no. Okay, yes, but that's besides the point. The picture of the Hubble bubble. Hold on. The pictures that the Hubble bubble are taking. Obviously, they take pictures of different planets. But like, there's obviously pictures of the planet that I'll show you. Hold on. There's way more that I have in
I have
here.
to ask you at this point because I've been
There's way
entertaining this.
more.
Are you saying Hubble bubble on purpose to be funny, or do you actually think it's called Hubble bubble?
Huh?
When you say Hubble bubble, are you just saying that to be funny, or you actually think that's the name of the telescope?
Well, but obviously it's just called the Hubble spaceship, bro. But I just call it the Hubble bubble. Why not, bro?
I like that. I like that about you. I
It's
was
tough.
hoping you were memeing, but I
Hubble
just
Hubble
needed to double check at this point.
Hubble bubble, bro. It's tough.
Yeah, Hubble
Like,
bubble takes images of
ouch.
many celestial bodies. I personally, some people have a problem with that, and they question those. I get that. I don't. So I'm all in on Hubble bubble. They never pointed at the Earth, so they don't. I've never seen photographs, images of the Earth from Hubble bubble. What you presented is something else. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Hubble bubble.
So wait,
Isn't
okay, so
James Webb like the newer one, the James Webb telescope?
yeah, the James Webb Hubble spaceship. Yes, but I'm just like,
No,
what's it
that's not
called?
the Hubble. That's a different one. That's an upgrade.
Huh? What, the James Webb spaceship? The Blue Marble.
I don't think it's called the James Webb Space, but it's called the James Webb Telescope, Space Telescope.
Hold on. All right, here, look. This is from 1950. Hold on. I'm gonna send you another picture, and I'll give you the source. I'll give you the source. Oh yeah, even when the shooting, bro, literally, bro. Wait, can you explain a shooting star? Why does it look like it's like why does a shooting star look like it's like going around instead of straight?
Maybe it's traveling at an arc.
Huh?
Dude, I don't know. I don't think much about shooting stars, but maybe it's traveling at an arc. I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense.
What doesn't? That's what we observe, right? It traces an arc through the sky. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and what we observe is when a shooting star actually shoots across the sky, it doesn't go straight. It looks like it's,
Okay.
doing a curvature. It doesn't look like it's going
Sure.
straight.
When we shoot an artillery shell, it doesn't go straight.
That's not how it that's not the same. You're talking about
I'm not
something
saying
from
it's
the
the same. I'm just
cosmos.
saying you have an observation and you're like confused about it. I'm like, I'm not
Well, I have a
confused
question.
about
Do
it.
you
I
think it's
cannot explain it, but I'm not confused.
you're comparing something from the cosmos to a gun on Earth. So I have a question. Do
That's
you
your
believe
assumption that it's from the cosmos. I don't necessarily know where the shooting stars originate from. I agree we see them and they're
Oh
well
my
documented.
goodness, yo, wait, hold on. Do you are you like one of those guys like do you not believe in like what you don't see with your own naked eye?
No, I just said I agree that shooting stars exist. Meteorites exist. There was one recently here in America, right? That dropped. So what?
Yeah, well, if you can you look up a picture of a shooting star and what does it look like it's doing? Does it look like it's curving?
It's traveling through the sky.
Does it look like it's curving?
Yeah, I already told you this. Uh, So
What?
what? So
What do
what
you
did?
mean? What do you mean? So what?
I
That's
mean, we
no.
all agree it's curving.
Hold on. Here. I'm gonna show you something really fast. Hold on. Look.
Do you think we're some
It's
kind of group of crazy people who disagree with like basic observations that humans have made?
yes.
Okay, that's
Well,
on
you
your
believe the
part.
Earth is flat. Yes. I
We know
believe that
that
you
it's
don't. But
flat, but that's we could explain this to you. But that's on you. What you think about us?
if the Earth, so is planet Earth the only flat thing in the entire universe?
The Earth is not a planet.
So then, what's the Earth,
It's the Earth. It's the realm that we inhabit, from which we observe things that we call planets.
bro? Oh,
I mean,
okay.
think
So
about it. Like, why would you put the Earth automatically into the same category
that's a
as the
planet.
things you see in the sky? Yeah,
Oh, because well, that's what they call it. It's
yeah, they
called
do
planet Earth.
call it that, but we question the logic behind that categorization.
Yes, but you guys are going based off of theories and no actual, scientific or logical proof. No mathematics, nothing you guys can do can actually prove that the Earth is flat. But plenty of people actually prove that the Earth is round. So plenty of
We
scientists.
don't think they have because we've been here for like 10 years and nobody has ever shown us such proof.
Okay, hold on.
We keep asking for it. Actually, that's the only question we ask,
Do
and
you believe?
we're never satisfied with the
Do
answer.
you believe in smart people,
Yeah.
bro? That's crazy, bro. Because even the fucking what's it called? That's actually wild, bro. Even the people from 500 BC thought that the Earth was round, bro. And there's niggas that still think the Earth is flat. There's no way.
There's
There's
no way
actually
what.
nothing, bro. All right, so here I'm gonna send you I'm gonna send you a few sources really fast. I want you to read this. Do you know any scholars that can like prove that the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Who?
Professor Heffron, Indio 007,
What does he have degrees in?
many. What?
What does he have degrees in?
Professor Heffron?
Yeah, handsome.
Um, I don't remember. I think it was in computer science, something with physics
Oh,
too.
computer science. Well, I don't think computer science has anything to do with.
Indio 007, I'm not sure. I think he has quite a few because he knows a lot of crap about
You
everything,
think
pretty much.
you think the first guy you named is just going based off of theories? He's standing from a
No,
theoretical
dude.
stance, or
No,
do you think he
dude.
has
He's going through observations and measurements.
observations and measurements actually prove that the Earth is round, though? As I sent you the source. So here you go. Wait. Christopher Columbus tried to prove that the Earth is what shape?
You're not even representing your own claim correctly.
No,
Christopher
Christopher
Columbus
Columbus.
was not trying to prove anything. Who told you that?
Wait, are you? Christopher Columbus wasn't trying to prove anything.
Not related to the shape of the Earth. At that time, everybody he worked with, all the Spaniards, Italians, Portuguese, all the early explorers, they worked with the spherical model already.
Yes. Okay.
The church, the Catholic Church, had embraced the spherical model.
Huh.
Columbus worked based on some data from some
What
French
about the
guy
ancient?
who.
What about the ancient Greeks though?
Can you shut up for a second? With some French guy who had miscalculated the radius of that Earth, and I say miscalculated compared to what the current stated value of the radius is. And that's why Columbus thought he could get to India in that many days around the globe. Whereas in reality, had there not been America, he would have starved to death in the middle of the ocean. Right? So
What?
that's the only thing he was
Yeah.
trying to prove, was maybe that the globe was smaller than claimed.
Yeah, but okay, but what about like the Greeks and the Phoenician sailors and everything, who literally, they literally,
Yeah, they are the
experimentally explained it with
originators.
math.
They are the originators of the globe model, the
Mhm.
Greeks.
Yes. Okay, and how can you disprove that the Earth is round? Can you
Well,
please like?
I can turn this around. I can say the Chinese are the originators of flat Earth, and how can you disprove that it's flat? Like the fact that a group of people, a civilization, believed in a particular shape of the Earth doesn't mean it's true, because then the Earth is undefined,
I'm
right?
pretty
The
sure
Greeks
scientists
thought it
go
was
based
a,
off. I'm pretty sure
a
scientists go
sphere.
based off of evidence. If I'm not wrong, that's why they don't
Yeah,
believe in
that's
God.
what we do. That's what we do.
That's why they don't believe in God. I'm pretty sure they go based off of evidence. So why
Yeah,
would
the
they
real
say that?
science goes of evidence, observations, and measurements, and that's what we do. And what you think of scientists actually don't do that when it comes to the shape of the Earth, and you should look into that.
The people you
Wait, so you
imagine when
wait,
you say scientists don't
wait,
go
so
on
wait, so I have a
location evidence.
question. Wait, so I have a question. Wait, so I have a question. Like, you weren't taught in school, you weren't taught in the math classes how ancient Greeks actually, calculated the size of the Earth. Were you not taught that in math
Yeah,
class?
I was, but that doesn't prove anything. That's like history.
Uh,
Calculation is a measurement.
a calculation is a measurement. Yes, the calculation is a measurement. But
Calculation is not measuring something.
they use sticks and their shadows.
Calculation is not measuring
Huh?
something.
No, but I'm saying I did. What's it called? They taught me this in math class that ancient Greeks calculated the size of the Earth using sticks and shadows.
Telling you calculation is not measuring something. Sitting down and doing math in your head is
Yeah,
not
but you're
measuring
still
an actual
you're
material
still yeah,
substance.
I understand that, but you're still on that one topic when I completely, am not talking about that anymore. So here what I was saying was, yes, I was taught
So
in
you're
math
just talking
class,
about doing math in
uh
your head.
math
Listen,
in my
Baby
wait,
Glev,
so
I'm gonna hand you off to this guy Gregory. You're in for a ride. Okay,
well,
so ask him
Greg,
all
I'm
the
pretty
questions
sure
you were asking me.
Gregory believes in God. So his opinion is completely invalid.
Don't worry about that. Just talk to him about the shape of the Earth.
That's
Huh?
obviously not a fact.
He believes that the shape of the Earth is flat because he's a Christian. He believes
Don't
there's
worry
also
about
a
the
firmament.
Christian. Just ask him the same questions you were
He doesn't
asking me.
go based off of scientific logic or actual evidence. He goes based off
So
Gregory
of faith.
instead
invented logic.
projecting his
He's the master
imaginations
of
about
logic.
me rather than actually engaging
You
me
go
and
based
proving that
off
he
of
knows
faith.
better than me.
Faith. I have a faith in the Sky Daddy. Who is the Sky
And so
Daddy?
you're mockingly projecting your imaginations about me rather than actually having a
It's not
conversation with me
imagination.
normally.
Your imagination is faith. Faith is an imagination tactic. It's an imagine. No, wait,
Okay,
are
so
you
you're
scared
just
of death?
using the word faith as a pejorative, which
Are
is
you are
not
you?
the sense that I use the word
Hey,
faith in.
are you scared of death?
So you're not using the word faith in the sense that
Are
it's
you
been
are
used
you
for the
sc-
past
like
several
I
thousand
feel like
years. You're
religion is
using it
for
as
people
a
that are just I
pejorative.
feel like religion is people
So
that
now
are
you're
just scared of the
continuing
dark.
to just be noisy and petulant and churlish.
Yo, isn't religion for people that are just scared of the dark?
So now you're continuing to just yap past
There's no
what my
scientific
replies to you.
evidence that the body lives
No, you're
on after
continuing
death.
to do the very semantic that I'm describing right now in real time as you're doing it.
You're black.
Yeah, hottie. Yo, hottie. Shape up or you're out, all right?
Huh?
Shape up or you're out.
Huh, okay. Yes. Okay. Anyways, Gregory, so what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about how the Earth is
I was
flat?
talking about what you were talking about until you erratically just threw a tantrum.
like how God separated the darkness from the light, and then the firmament, and then how the earth is flat on
The
the
channel is
firmament.
not designated for cosmogony like that. It's not
My
designated for
stomach
exegesis
hurts,
of the text. Yeah, because
dude.
you're
I'm
full of
dead.
shit.
I'm full of shit. What do you mean I'm full of shit? The earth is round.
That's why
And
your
how can you
stomach hurts.
disprove it? How can you disprove it? How can you
Can you
disprove that the
prove
earth
it?
is round? Oh, yes,
How
yes,
can you
yes, yes,
prove
yes.
it?
Yes, I'll send you more sources. I can't prove anything, but scholars and other people can prove it. I'm not that
So
smart.
you can't prove anything, so you don't know anything.
Wait, can you
You
prove
just
that
put
the
your
earth is flat?
faith in a bunch of
Wait,
other
can
people that you
can
never
you
met.
prove wait, can you prove that the earth is flat, please?
Yeah, so every time someone replies to you, you just yapped past the reply.
No, I'm not yapping past anything. I literally, quite literally said that
How
I
about you
can't prove
engage
it.
the reply I just said to you 10 seconds ago?
Yo, did you guys not hear how I literally said that I can't prove it because I'm not that smart?
Right, and then what did
But
I say right after that?
yeah, exactly. But you must be that smart because you must be able to prove that the
Exactly as
earth
though
is
that's
flat.
your point when you can't
Okay,
repeat
yes,
the
yes,
point
yes,
that I just said to you
yes,
after you
yes. So
said
can
that
you please
10
prove that
seconds
the earth
later.
is flat because you must be that
Right,
smart
you're still
person?
doing the thing that I just described, yapping past my reply. After you said,
Yapping.
I can't prove anything, what did I say after that?
You literally said that I have no knowledge and I'm stupid or something. You
No,
said that
I
I'm
said,
stupid, bro.
you don't know.
Well,
So you
I
just
don't
have
know, and I'm
faith in
going
a bunch
based
of
off
other
of
people
another
you never
man's
met.
faith. I'm going based off another man's faith. Well, I'd rather go based off another man's faith that's living instead of another man's faith that's dead. You know? Bro, like I feel like, religion is kind of, like how I was saying, it's for people that are scared of the dark. And yes, I do have faith in people that are living on this planet because
Again,
they're
always
alive.
going out of your way to disparage my worldview when you have no idea how to actually debate the issues. How about you stop being a scatterbrain, yapping about everything whatsoever? And how about you focus like an adult?
Listen, when you die, everything goes black, all right? It's just like how before you were born, all right?
Listen, you don't have to push your nihilistic worldview on me. It's how about you stop yapping and act like an adult?
Oh, my stomach hurts.
Because you're full of
Holy shit.
shit.
No, I'm just having cramps, bro.
Because you're full of shit.
Yo. Okay, so okay, so obviously nobody has discovered that the earth, I mean, like people like they have pictures that the earth is round, bro. But like there's no one ever believed that the earth is
Just now,
flat
let
in
me
school,
teach you
bro.
something. From
They
the very
never told us
beginning
in
of the
school that the
so-called
earth
SE
is flat.
doctrine, from the very
They never
beginning
told
of the
us.
globe doctrine, it was contrived by a stupid Grecian who was yapping about a bunch of metaphysical conjecture, Pythagoras, in the 6th century BC. He did not observe anything that indicated the earth to be a ball, let alone a ball flying around in a black void. He just had a bunch of metaphysical conjecture and aesthetic opinions. The sphere is the most perfect shape. The world is essentially divine. Number 10 is the perfect number. And the
Wait,
divine essence
isn't that
would have and should
isn't
have and only could have made the earth the
this
most
wait, the
important thing in
sky
the
daddy you
world
believe
be
in,
a
isn't
sphere.
that the sky daddy you believe in isn't like there's no logical reasoning behind what he does either. Like there's no proof,
Again,
there's no miracles
a two
happen
quoque
today.
fallacy, always digressing to my worldview.
I
I'm
haven't
not
saw a
talking
miracle
about
happen
that
in the
right now.
past like 200
Again,
years.
another two
Okay.
quoque fallacy when I'm not talking about that
Bro,
right now.
when
Stop
how can
yapping
people
about
heal
everything
paralyzed people
else.
just by putting their
Stop
hand on
yapping about everything else.
yo,
Shut
let me
up.
spit on some
Shut up.
dirt and then rub it
Stop
on your
yapping about
eyeballs.
everything else. Every time
I'm
I
pretty sure
say
that just
Hadi,
a
make you more.
refutation to your stupid
hey,
worldview,
Hadi, last warning. All right, focus.
Okay. I'm just saying, bro.
you're about to do the
Is
Like
very
there
thing we just
anybody
told you to stop
else? I
doing. Just
mean,
be
I think
quiet.
this
okay,
guy's
okay, okay, okay. All right, okay. So
run out of fuel.
here, hold on. I'm gonna
Right.
I'm
So
gonna
as
show
I
you.
was saying, the globe doctrine began. You believe a worldview, including a doctrine that began from the asinine Grecian cult leader whose name was Pythagoras. And like I just explained to you,
That's
that's
not the
what the
only
globe
man.
Earth doctrine. That's exactly where it began. You could read any source about it, any academic source, any professional institution. That is exactly what they will tell you.
What about the
This is
like the
beyond question. This is
the
beyond doubt.
Eratosthenes? The Eratosthenes, bro.
The what? Say it again.
The Eratosthenes.
This is the first time he
Eratosthenes.
just looked it up. He just looked it up like
Exactly.
2 minutes.
Eratosthenes. And Eratosthenes is not a people, it's a man. And
Yes,
Eratosthenes,
yes, yeah. That's what I was saying.
and
Yes, the
yes, and
man,
yes,
the
and
man,
yes, and yes, and yes, and yes, and Eratosthenes
the man proved the Earth was round with
presupposed,
sticks in the sun.
And Eratosthenes presupposed the earth as a ball. He didn't measure the earth being a ball. The Chinese did the same operation with sticks and shadows, with the presupposition that the Earth is flat and the sun is a local light source with divergent, not parallel light rays. They got the same
Wait,
results. They got the
wait. So
same results.
are you going based off of Chinese mythology?
It's a refutation. You think that Eratosthenes did some sort of rock solid empirical proof when he didn't. He did a measurement of angles of shadows and sticks, between shadows and sticks. That does not prove the Earth is a freaking ball. The Chinese did the exact same operation without the same presuppositions that he didn't verify, that he just presupposed and interpreted the data through.
Oh my goodness. So oh my goodness, bro. Okay, I have a question, bro. How the fuck did this flat Earth theory even become a thing, bro?
Dude, flat Earth was just the default for the entirety of human history until an
No,
idiot
of
in
ancient
Greece in the 6th
civilizations,
century
bro.
BCE contrived the doctrine that the Earth's a ball. Everyone knew better. Every nation for millennia knew better until a Grecian opened his mouth, and for some reason, the stupid idea caught on.
Wait, so why would I throw? Wait, so hold on. Do you believe in gravity?
Do I believe in that there's weight in heaviness, which is what the Latin word means? Yeah, obviously.
Okay, so if you believe in gravity, would that disprove that the Earth is flat or no?
Of course not. The fact that things have weight doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. What kind of dumbass comment is that?
What do you mean? Well, hold on. I can throw a piece of paper up in the air, and it's like how much pounds? Like no pounds
That
at
doesn't
all.
entail the shape of the Earth or the shape of anything.
Well, you're
That's a
talking about
dumbass
weight.
comment.
Well, you just said weight, bro. Like I can like spit in the air, bro, and like it'll just come down.
That doesn't entail the shape of anything. That's a dumbass
Yeah,
comment.
but like you said something about weight, bro. Like I could throw like a piece of hair up in the sky, like a doggy
Because
hair,
you asked me about gravity, which is what the word denotes.
like a piece of doggy hair that weighs nothing, right? I throw it up in the air and it
So
comes
just
down.
ignore the replies I'm saying to you in the past 15 seconds. You asked me about gravity. The word denotes weight, heaviness. That has nothing fuck all to do with the shape of anything, let alone the Earth.
Uh, bro, what the fuck? Oh my goodness, bro. It was a bro. It's
Yeah, I know
literally
it's
just a.
painful. I know it's
It's
very
a.
emotionally
It,
painful to get your fallacies exposed.
bro, it's literally a myth, bro. It's oh
All
my
right, dude,
goodness.
can you stop for a second? I
Stop
just want to
whining. Act like a
acknowledge
man.
that a good friend of ours has joined after a long hiatus, I believe. Get, what's up, brother?
Holy shit, bro.
Stop whining. Act like a
Oh wait,
man.
okay. So hold on, I'm looking at this article really fast, and according to Stephen J. Gold, there was never
Stephen
a
J. Gould.
period. There was never a period of flat Earth darkness among scholars, regardless of how public at large may have
Stephen J.
our
Gould
friend
does not know what he's
Jeffrey
talking about. He's the
This guy
same
can't
guy who
even read, bro.
historian
Like,
Jeffrey
even
Burton also
his
says
name
the
is
flat Earth.
Stephen J. Gould, not Stephen J. Gould. And the guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Though he is a
Bro,
doctor,
it says
he is
Stephen, bro.
not
It
smart.
says S
He
T
the
E
he
P. It says
That's
STEPHEN, bro.
Stephen. His name is Stephen.
he cannot read
Well, it's
Steven. This
pronounced
guy
Stephen.
cannot
Nigga,
read.
Steven is STEVEN, bro. Are you
His name is pronounced Stephen. God damn it! That's how he
wait?
It's in
So
pronounced it.
English. There are two alternative spellings in English, dude. And one
yeah,
of them is
Shit.
what you just spelled, and it's pronounced Steven.
Every scholar that I've
When
ever
you
heard
born?
talk about
When
it,
were you
every
born,
doctor I've
bro?
ever heard talk about
nigga,
it, his name is called him Stephen because that's how he pronounced his name. God damn.
wait. So
No,
This
when you're
guy
Stephen
talking,
just
J. Gould is the
discovered the
same
name Steven.
doctor.
wait,
Right.
so when you're
So the
talking,
point is, Stephen J. Gould is the same doctor, so-called doctor, who contrived the punctuated equilibrium theory, and that was only contrived in light of the complete absence of any intermediary forms to prove a notion of gradual essential mutation, so-called evolutionism. He's the one that coined the doctrine. He is not a brilliant
uh,
person who's so smart about the history of science.
wait, so then who proved that the Earth is flat?
It's been known for millennia by nations around the world. It wasn't
No,
just
but who
one
proved it?
particular person at one particular point.
Wait, who can prove it? Like
It
which
wasn't
one of
just
those?
one particular
Yeah,
person.
which one of those
It
ancient
wasn't just one
civilizations?
particular person. It's not like, oh, it's this guy. It was known by the nations, by all humans for millennia. Then some dumbass in the 6th century BCE, Pythagoras, contrived a stupid ass doctrine that had no empirical credentials at all, and then caught up for the next several centuries up to the present time.
Oh my goodness, you're actually brain. Wait, so just because I'm walking straight, right? That means that the Earth is flat. So if I keep on my nigga, if I keep on walking around, am I gonna fall off the side of the Earth?
Not if there's something preventing you from doing that.
What
Not a
would be
necessary
preventing?
entailment.
What would be preventing me from doing that, bro?
The
Anything that can
container,
prevent
bro.
someone from walking forward.
Nigga, what? Bro, I'm
How about you think?
if
What
you believe
the
that the
fuck
Earth is
prevents people from walking forward?
if you believe that the Earth is
What the
flat,
fuck
nigga,
prevents people from moving at all?
if
Anything
you
that
believe,
prevents people from moving any further.
yo, bro, I'm asking you a question. If you believe that the Earth is flat, right?
I'm answering your question. You just
Can
keep
I fall?
talking to the
Can I
answers.
fall, bro? You're literally not answering my question though. Can
I
I fall
literally
off
just
this?
answered it.
Can I answer off? I mean, can I fall off the side of the Earth?
It's logically possible.
It's logically possible. So then why has it never happened,
It's a truism. Why are you asking this?
bro? Why has it never
It's not
happened?
a necessary entailment that someone would have or should have fallen off. That's a stupid ass comment.
Surface of the Earth just keeps extending and extending. Nothing is
Have people
dropping over
died?
distance. Nothing
Have
is
people
curving.
died? Can people
Thank you.
die?
Okay, that's an
Can people
actual
die?
thank you, bro. You gave
Can
me an
humans
actual
die? Answer
logical
my question.
justification behind
Can
what you're
humans die?
actually
Answer my
saying.
question. Answer
Gregory
my
is just going
question.
based off of emotions.
Answer
You hear
my
this guy?
question. Stop yapping. Answer my question. Can humans die?
Of course. And they don't
Then why
there's
aren't you
no
dead?
afterlife. So
Then why aren't you dead?
well, because my body didn't shut down yet, bro.
Right. See how obvious the fucking answer was? It's exactly how what you just asked me about the Earth being flat, people falling off of it. It's so fucking obvious. You're not doing
Yeah, but
anything.
but then I'm saying there's nothing preventing somebody from dying except, the body shutting down. So, I have a question. What would be preventing you, hypothetically speaking? It wouldn't be your body dying from you, going off the side
Everything
of the
you've
earth.
experienced that prevents you from walking forward.
Wait,
Ever
so if the
walk into
earth,
a wall?
wait, so the
Ever
earth just
walk
keeps
into a barrier? Ever been unable to walk? Ever been
no,
sleeping? Et cetera, et
no.
cetera, et cetera.
I've never been unable to walk before, bro. I'm not like, I'm not paralyzed. I can walk,
Oh, so
bro.
you can walk even when you don't exist?
Well,
What are you talking about? There's, oh,
You can walk even when you're
what?
sleeping? You sleepwalk? You
What are
can
you
walk even when
talking
you were
about?
anesthetized?
fucking
Yes,
Phoenix.
people do sleepwalk. People do sleepwalk. Actually,
Do you walk when you're sleeping?
it doesn't necessarily have to be me, but people do
Do you
sleepwalk.
walk when you're sleeping?
Actually, I have before.
Yeah, the point being, there's a
I
number
talk in
of
my
things that
sleep
can prevent
too.
people from fucking moving. It's not that fucking hard. You're not doing
What
anything
what do
by that
you
question.
that's literally not logical at all, bro. I want the logical justification
What's
behind
illogical about
what
stating the
is
obvious
stopping me?
fact
What
of
is stopping me?
experience that
What
there's
is
several
stopping
things that
me?
can prevent people from
What is
moving?
You're not
Why we?
giving, bro. What is stopping me from going
It's
off the
not a
side of the
goddamn
earth?
entailment that you would have to fall off the fucking earth if it was
What
flat.
what is
That's
stopping
stupid
me
as
from
fuck.
what is stopping me from falling off the side of the earth?
I already told you. And you just keep
The earth
repeating the
can't
fucking
wait.
question.
So
You're just being annoying.
is the earth as big as the
You're
universe?
just being annoying. Stop blurting the question back at me. I've already
Is the
answered it.
Bro? You're literally not. You're just saying, "What? Can you walk in your
I've
sleep?
already
What?
answered
What?
your question. Yes, I
What? Can you
have.
what? Can you walk in your sleep?" Like, nigga, that's not a fucking
Yeah,
answer.
I can ask stupid ass questions too.
That's not a stupid ass. The
Fucking
surface of the
ridiculous.
earth
You just
just
keep
keeps on
harping on
expanding
the
and
earth's
expanding
flat, people
until you
fall
get
off. The
to
earth's
the
flat, people fall
60th
off. That's not a
parallel.
necessary entailment.
Uh,
Stop wasting
which you
people's
can't
time yapping about
go any
this. It's
further
not an interesting
because of
subject. It is not a
authorities will
necessary
stop you.
entailment that if the earth is flat, the people would fall
Thank,
off.
okay,
The Earth is
thank
They
you,
just
flat.
bro.
would automatically
You see,
fall off. That's not a
you're
thing.
actually giving me a reason. This guy's just yelling and shit, bro. Like, holy moly.
If the Earth is flat, how can it be
It's
at
stupid.
one point daylight and other point night?
No, he's not wrong about that.
Because the light source doesn't stretch across the entire fucking surface, just like a
Why?
flashlight over your table.
Well, they said that
But
it's keep like
but
it's
do
still
you know
expanding
that?
and expanding. So
You
does that
know
mean
that
that the
it
Earth
is
is as
like
big as
that?
the universe?
You know that? Did you measure that? No, of course not.
Everyone knows this. That's what you've experienced your entire life.
Yeah. What is the light source even? Is it a star or a big
You
light
don't
bulb?
recognize the sun? That's new
What?
to you? Yeah, how
You
about
see
you
what I
stop
mean,
and think about your
ma'am Donnie,
replies?
bro. That's what I'm saying. He gives
What?
no logical
Where,
justification, bro. He just sounds stupid, bro.
where does the
Like,
light
yo,
come from, bro? Does the
How
light
about
come
you
from
pause
out
the
of your
video and
ass or
listen
what?
to your own
he just
Or
replies
the
sounds
light?
and
dumb.
consider the replies in
The fuck
context
are
of
you
what you just
talking
passed?
about, man?
He just
If you
sounds
think the
dumb.
Earth is
Look, shut up
You
with
think
impulsively talking back at me.
Isn't
Listen
that
to
you
the
think the Earth
replies
is
to your
flat,
questions.
Bro,
right?
hold
If
this
you
mute,
think the
bro.
Earth is flat,
Stop
you
impulsively
think the
talking back at
You
me.
did
Hold
not
this
help.
mute,
Listen
bro.
to the replies to your
Hold this mute,
questions.
bro. Nobody wants to hear your
Have a
black ass no
goddamn
more. Hold
conversation
this
like an
mute.
adult. You just
That's what
asked
you're not
about the day
doing.
and night
Like,
cycle. Why isn't it nighttime all over the place? Or why isn't it daytime all over the place? Obviously, because the light just simply is not fucking stretching over the
what
entire Earth.
do you mean with
For the
obviously?
same
Can you
reason that
measure
your
that?
flashlight doesn't
Can you show me?
illuminate
Can
your
you
entire room,
show me
evacuating
how
all
big the
shadows.
circumference of the
And here you
light
are still
bulb is?
talking through me when you asked a question. Stop.
Just doing. You're
Stop doing
just
that dumb shit.
suggesting something, bro. You're
Stop
not
doing
proving
that dumb
anything.
shit.
You're doing the same
He's about to cry. He's about to cry.
like
He's about to
calm the
The
cry.
mods are letting me handle all of you simultaneously, but
He's
they're
about
tolerating
to
it
cry.
now.
He's about to cry. Don't talk about how the
Fucking
Earth is round.
ridiculous.
He's gonna cry.
Just being noisy over and over and over again.
what you're doing.
You say a fucking question and then you
Yapoop
yap for the
said
answers when
the
someone
Earth is
answers you.
round.
Stop doing that dumb shit.
Yo, don't talk about how the Earth is round. He's gonna crash out. I don't know. Wait, how are you Christian but you're cussing,
Hold
bro?
Oh
on.
my god, this
Hadi,
dumbass is just mocking and taunting at
yeah.
this rate.
So
Just
That's
trying
not
to
saying,
very
teach white
religious.
boys
Hey,
the globe Earth
Hadi, give
round.
me
The
a
white
fucking
boys.
ridiculous.
Hadi,
You're
give me a second.
Christian but you're
Obnoxious.
cussing, bro. That's not very religious of you.
Shut
Hadi,
the fuck up.
yeah, Hadi, yeah, the chant. Okay, Gregory, who would you like to speak to?
I'll talk to this other guy, this Mom
Which one,
Donnie, if he
Claw
knows how to act like an
or
adult.
Mamdani? All right, so
So
I'll
do you
just mute
consider
So you
yourself
Claw.
asked about
stupid
the
or
day
not?
and night cycle, Mom Donnie. It's that simple. For the same reason your flashlight doesn't evacuate every shadow in your room, because it simply does not have the nature where it just stretches its light everywhere. Light does not stretch everywhere infinitely. That's not a thing.
Physically, it is actually.
No, it isn't.
Is light?
You have never seen a light source that stretches everywhere.
What is
You have never
light?
seen
What is
that.
light? That was one of the biggest questions 100 years ago. What is light? Actually,
You
is
have
it the
never
wave or is it the
seen.
particle?
Stop talking and yapping through the reply. You
No,
have
can you
never
do an
seen. You have
experiment?
never
Just
seen.
talking,
You have
Gregory.
stop. You
You're
have
just
never
talking. You're
seen
not
a
doing
single light
anything.
source. You have never seen
You're not
a
doing
single
science,
light
bro.
source that stretches everywhere. You've never seen that. So why are you yapping about an imaginary light source
Of
you've never
course, you
seen?
measure that, of course.
Fucking ridiculous. The greatest light source you and anyone has ever experienced is the sun. No one has ever seen the sunlight
Get a
stretch everywhere. No
hypersensitive
one's ever
solar
seen the light
panel
from any
and
light source
place it
stretch
like
everywhere. So why are you yapping about an
meters away
imaginary light
from your
source?
light source without pointing towards the
Look, he's doing the
hypersensitive
same dumb
solar
shit.
panel.
He hears me
That
talking. He's
panel
just
will
deciding to
still
talk
get
when he
some
hears me
photon.
talking.
You know what
He's doing
quantum
the same dumb
entanglement
shit.
is? No, of course not. Mhm.
Like he's literally just murmuring and mumbling when he hears me
And that is
talking.
why, I'm working at NASA and you are working at the gas.
That made his behavior even fucking worse. You're a NASA employee, well, who probably just cleans the floors, pretending that he's one of the top scientists there, top technicians there, actually doing some sort of quote unquote important work. It's fucking ridiculous. These people.
He said he works for NASA. I muted him, and he left.
People need to finally understand about me. No one's gonna enrage me. I have too much self control for that. I say what I want to say. I chastise what I want to chastise. I rebuke who I want to rebuke. I'm not a bomb. I'm not some time bomb or fuse bomb that anyone can just toy with. Dumbass, obnoxious clowns pretending like they know so much, saying nothing.
Well, I mean, I think the idea is for him to get his ideas out and you guys to have like a decent back and forth, but he was just cutting you off the entire time. That's not fun.
Amazing. But that's what happens when you're stringent and rigorous when scrutinizing someone when doing a discourse. But primarily the usual suspects on Discord, they decide they're just going to strain themselves to annoy. That's what they're doing. They decide to strain themselves to annoy. That's their method of retaliation.
What's the scripture verse, Brother Greg? Straining to swallow a camel while squeezing out a gnat, I think it is.
Yeah. You strain a gnat and swallow a camel. You concentrate so much on the smallest details, but then just whistle past the very patently obvious majors, majoring in the minors and ignoring the majors, making mountains out of molehills, ignoring the elephant in the room. Is Claw of the Conciliator a usual suspect? Is that why he has a red mic?
No, I muted him because he was interrupting earlier while you guys were talking. While you were talking to the other guys.
Yeah,
So,
they eventually try to dogpile me. Yeah,
so his time has come. Go ahead, my dude.
do you have a substantive reply to say on the subject, Claw?
I'm not talking to you.
Of course you're not.
Oh wow, that was standoffish. I'm not
He
talking.
said
Not
to
really.
me,
It's just I have no desire to do that. Like, I'm not playing that
yeah,
game.
he said to me, ironic, can't help but contradict themselves.
Oh my god.
Your cries to God are noted.
Excellent.
There's nothing excellent about it.
I love how you just can't disengage.
It's ironic how you try to project the same description about me when you're doing the same
What
thing.
did I say?
What you just said.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh no.
You're
Come
toxic.
on, put some evidence. Claw, put some evidence down. Be the bigger man, right? Put some evidence down. Let's talk about it, Claw.
What do you want to talk about?
Whatever you want, dude. You have the floor, right?
No,
Cups unmuted you, right? So present your evidence. So let's talk about it.
this is zesty.
You wanted to talk so much earlier when you thought it was an opportunity to dogpile me with
Oh,
the rest of
sorry,
your clown
Dad.
shows.
Lecture me harder. Like, give me a fucking break.
Yeah, so you don't have any substantive reply to say in the
No,
conversation.
I'm just really bad, and you're good. You're
Stop
insufferable.
being
At least
passive
you admit that
aggressive, Claw.
sarcastically.
Can you
It's not
just
passive
give us
aggressive.
the
It's just
boy.
assertive. Big difference.
So we're asking you for the evidence, right? Instead of you being wishy washy, give us the evidence. Let's talk about it.
Right there. He's
Well,
over
he
there.
just said he doesn't have any substantive reply to say.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. He's answering
okay.
for me. I love it. Yeah,
Oh,
that's good.
Oh, do you
Oh,
actually have a substantive reply now?
1 second. Hold on.
One.
Hello? Yeah, hold on.
He spoke up earlier thinking it was an opportunity to dogpile me. Now he's given the floor to actually say whatever he thinks he wanted to say earlier. Now he just wants to stomp his foot like a petulant adolescent child.
he got a phone call. How convenient.
Exactly when the mic was handed to him and the spotlight was shining on him. So when you give them the floor to actually to talk, they have nothing substantial to say. And when it's not their time to talk, they don't want to say everything in the fucking world. Goddamn stupid and reprehensible.
Maybe it was NASA calling with a job offer.
Really, with the
Well,
comment out
guys,
of nowhere. Well done.
I'm gonna defend those bros a little bit. Most people come in here hoping for a light troll. They don't expect, nobody expects Spanish Inquisition. They don't expect Gregory, one of the top logicians, I would say, in our community, to unload on them all the raw logic. Like, that's not why they come in here. I'd like to suggest something. Gregory is awesome. He's a fast talker, though. For a change of pace, if we could get Be Get to tell us something interesting, because he is the slowest speaker that I know. So it'd be like a nice transition from fast talking, flow of logic, to calm, collected, precise. You there, Be Get? He must be busy. I just miss him, so I'm looking for any opportunity to bring him up.
When did this begin? When did people start using the term meta all the time?
Dude, I would
And
say
not even by its
around
denotation.
2010s.
It's amazing. How many people use the term, especially in Discord land, and they don't even know what the word denoted in the first place. And it's usually said when someone's accurately describing what's happening, and usually accurately describing the reprehensible behavior and chastising those behaving reprehensibly. It's just a dismissive pejorative for accurately describing reprehensible behavior and chastising it. I mean, the floor has been open for anyone to say, to tell anyone, to tell us any facts that have yet to be mentioned or explained. But evidently, either no one knows that or no one's available to say that right now. So we talk about whatever right now, talk about whatever someone decides to mention. Like when I suggested the entire room to abandon one subject and to refocus onto something else, or to begin focusing on something else, I at least have one suggestion to actually accomplish that, or at least make progress to achieving that, not just blanketly demand or insist the room just talk about something else.
Did Gregory just rage quit? That man needs to learn how to relax a little bit. Jeez.
Transgender Tarzan activate. Transgender Tarzan activate. Transgender Tarzan, transgender Tarzan, transgender.
Here I am Cinnamon. Is anybody here who wants to have a conversation? I'm back, boys. Is everyone on the other server?
Hey, what's up? Hello? Is anyone here? Space, no, you're getting a nice view of the Earth, and I don't even know if you're going to see the curvature. I did some calculations, and I'm thinking they're not. If you're 2 millimeters above this surface of this globe, you're not getting the whole this perspective. Space, no, you're getting a nice view of the Earth, and I don't even know if you're going to see the curvature. I did some calculations, and I'm thinking they're not. If you're 2 millimeters above this surface of this globe, you're not getting the whole this perspective.
All right, Dylan. Have a look in the side chat. This is a screenshot from the Blue Origin video. Now, think about this, right? If this observer was to turn to the right, do you think that horizon would keep curving downward like it should on a globe? Right? If you turn to the right again, is it going to continue to keep turning downward? And if he
You
keeps
see
turning to the right,
a circle of your vision. I understand. As you turn around, you see a giant circle,
no,
right?
follow my logic. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about flat Earth. Right? Just think about this. If this person keeps turning, if this person looks further to the right, do you think that that line on the right-hand side, the horizon line, will keep going down? Right? Because if it's a globe, that's what would happen, right? You could draw out the rest of that circle and it would make a globe, right? So if this is what curvature from a globe that we're seeing, that's what would happen. You would look to the right and it would keep going down. But if he turns to the right and then he keeps turning to the right, he's still going to see that hump in the center. And if he keeps turning 360 degrees, it's going to meet up with exactly where it started. Right? So obviously there's something else going on here.
I understand what you're saying. That's a circle, the circle of his vision, and he's not far enough away to be able to see the globe, if it is a globe, right? But the difference that you would get if the Earth is flat, then that horizon line, like the edge in the image that you're looking at, if you measure the angle not around to the right but straight down, and you just keep going down until you get to the opposite side, that should be 180 degrees on a flat Earth. But on a globe, you
Well,
should see that angle will change.
Well, this
Does
is
that
just
make
a
sense?
wide angle lens effect. Yeah, but that's not what we're seeing here, right? This is just a wide angle lens effect. The horizon's just a circle around the observer.
Right, but that horizon, from what I was looking up, is still like it's still 10 degrees down from what you would expect on the surface. If it were flat, then you would expect it to stay that circle should stay at 180 degrees, basically half of your observable sphere of vision. It should still occlude half of that. Whereas if it's a globe and you get farther and farther away, you're gonna occlude less than 180 degrees from one end of the horizon to the other.
Well, you're
So
just seeing the
from
same
what I looked
distance
up,
in all directions. You're seeing the same distance in all directions, and then you've got a lens effect taking place as well. Right? So what you're seeing is extremely distorted because of the lens that's being used. And then we're seeing the same distance in all directions. The light can only, travel so far. So you can see the
but I'm
same
saying
distance
though
in all
about the
directions. So we already debunked that this could be a globe curvature, because if you did a 360-degree turn, everywhere you look, that same hump's going to be in the center of the frame, and then it's going to meet
I
back up
grant you that.
exactly with where it started.
I grant you that. I'm saying like there should still be a difference in what you see based on a flat Earth or a globe Earth, though. Do you understand what I'm saying about it being less than 180 degrees if it's a globe?
What we see when we send up a high-altitude balloon with a rectilinear lens, that's exactly what you'd expect to see if the Earth was flat. When you send it up with a wide-angle lens like this is exactly what you would expect to see if the Earth was flat. Now, if the Earth was a globe, right, it wouldn't look like this either.
You should be able to tell based on the angle that it occludes. Like if you look down, straight down, and you hold your arms out to the side, your horizon is 180 degrees, right? But if it's a globe and you get far away, that is no longer going to be 180 degrees. That circle of vision is going to be less than 180 degrees across.
You're only like 0.1. I mean, it's like 0.7 or something like that. That's what percentage of the surface of the Earth you would see, right? The tiniest little bit of Earth. You wouldn't see curve anything like what we're seeing in this image if the Earth was a globe. So obviously, what we're seeing in this imagery is not conclusive of anything.
I'll grant you that.
That's all I'm saying, right? Like, there's other things to take into account. I mean, if we use a wide angle lens, we're kind of screwed, right? Obviously, because we got all the lens distortion. And then if we use a rectilinear lens, we're still kind of screwed because if the horizon's a circle, a big giant circle underneath the observer, then the way that the rectilinear lens processes that circular horizon, it processes it onto like a flat rectangular sensor, and that would cause it to look convex anyway. So that's also kind of inconclusive. So I just don't think that high altitude footage to like the height that we can get up to is very good evidence of either globe or flat or anything like that. Because there's so many things to take into consideration. And but to claim that, like, because flat earthers generally, I mean, I think it's a bad argument if a flat earther says, oh, if we put a rectilinear lens on, we won't see any curvature from that height. I don't think that that's true. I think we would expect to see a convex horizon just because of the way that the rectilinear lens processes the circular horizon onto the sensor. And then we also see in a circle as well, right? The horizon's not like a flat straight line; it's a big circle. So yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of inconclusive in my opinion.
I'll grant you that it's not as though the circle that you're observing is the globe. I mean, it's not conclusive, as you say. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
At least, but there should still be a difference. I feel like you didn't really acknowledge what I was saying about being a less than 180 degrees across.
I think you would see pretty much the same thing, whether it was a globe or flat, because that height that you're getting up above the surface is not very high, right? You would only see a very, very small percentage of the surface of the globe from that height. And if it was flat or a globe, it would look very similar from that height.
Yeah,
I mean, when you look at that image from the Blue Origin that I posted in the side chat, do you think that the center point of that horizon is higher or further away than the left and the right sides?
They're all the same distance away, it seems.
But do you think that the center is higher? Like as if like the Earth was a globe and that center of the horizon there is actually higher? Or just further away?
I think it's a
Sorry, it's just
radius
kind of a
of
confusing
vision. I think
confusing
it's a
question.
radius of vision. Yeah, it's not higher in the sense of like elevation. It's all
Right. So that would mean it's not
that's
curvature
not
of
a
the Earth.
reasonable way of looking at it.
See, if I get a picture
You
of
understand
a
what I'm saying
spotlight,
about
if I get
looking?
if I
If
find a
you take
picture of a
one point on that
stage,
horizon and
yeah,
you measured the angle directly down and below your field of vision all the way to the other side of the horizon, on the surface of the flat earth you would get 180 degrees, right? Just like if you measured upwards, you measured the horizon all the way up 90 degrees to the zenith, and then down on the other side to the other horizon, that's 180 degrees, right? It's half of a circle of your vision. But if it's a globe, as you get farther away, then it should be less than 180 degrees that the horizon is across.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, you would have to hold your arms out like straight, right? In point away from, point them away from each other. Okay, and then you'd have to look to the left and then pan your head all the way to the right, and that would be 180 degrees. It's not going to be 180 degrees just in that frame of looking forward. You would have to pan your head to see 180 degrees.
Right, the field of vision of the camera is not 180 degrees, but
right, or your eyes.
It's still something that would be observable, and a difference in whether it was a globe or whether it's flat, which is important.
I just
Because
don't think it's
the
very
question was
conclusive of
like,
anything, that's all.
If we measured that to be like 160 degrees or 150 degrees, would you think that that's evidence of a globe?
No, I would. Sorry, say that again.
If you could measure that distance from horizon directly below to the other horizon and get something less than 180 degrees, do you think that that would be evidence for a globe? Or the other way around, measuring upwards and getting greater than 180 degrees from horizon to horizon.
I don't understand. I don't understand what you mean. Sorry.
You were following me that the horizon from one side of you to the other is 180 degrees apart, directly overhead or directly below you. Does that make
You're gonna
sense?
have the horizon. You're gonna have the horizon. You're gonna see the horizon throughout the 180 degrees, whether it's a globe or whether it's flat. I mean, it's just 180 degrees worth of horizon that you're seeing.
No, I'm
based
not
on
talking
your
about turning left
perspective.
or right. I'm talking about measuring it upwards or downwards.
It's 360.
I don't know if you're understanding me. If you sight the horizon on the surface of the Earth and then you measure up to the zenith, you're going to get 90 degrees. Right?
He's talking about the horizon drop from horizontal.
Yeah, the
Right,
horizon
so
should drop from horizontal as
oh,
you
you're
get
talking
further
about
away.
horizon drop. Yeah, this is the problem, right? That horizon that you can see as you go up in altitude, it's not necessarily where the actual horizon is, right? I mean, you could call the horizon's just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meets. So as you start to go up higher, that horizon distance becomes much further away. There's a lot of medium, right? A lot of air between you and that horizon. So as you go up higher, you're going to start to see a haze horizon. But because you're looking at it from such a distance, it could look like a semi-clean looking horizon, right? But if all of that haze wasn't there, then the horizon would actually be much further away than where you can see it. So I think globe earthers mistake that haze horizon as the horizon dip. Because what happens if we look out of a plane, for example, we can see what looks like a horizon, and sometimes it can look like a semi sort of clean looking horizon. But then we can pull out an infrared camera, and all of a sudden we can see way further and see that initial horizon that looked like a horizon was just a haze horizon. This is super common. As you go up higher, the horizon gets further away. You're looking through so much more air, and you get haze horizons. It blocks your vision of where the actual horizon is. And I think that's a very flawed argument for the globe side when they say that the horizon dips, because the horizon can be all sorts of different things, right? Like we have false horizons. Like quite often when we're looking out at the horizon at the beach, it's actually there's a mirage taking place. There's a mirroring layer at the horizon, and if there's not an object there, you would never even know that there's a false horizon there. But sometimes, and then all of a sudden there'll be a boat there, and you can see, oh, it looks like the boat's floating in the air. And then if you change the contrast, you can actually see the horizon behind the boat. And that horizon that you thought you could see is actually, right? It's actually just kind of like a byproduct of the mirage. And yeah, there's all sorts of things to take into account when we're looking at a horizon. It's not as simple as just there's the horizon, therefore the Earth's a globe. There's all of these things to take into account. And then quite often when we're looking at a horizon, it's actually a local horizon. And a local horizon, if you look at the definition from the American Meteorological Society, it's when there's something blocking your view of the apparent horizon. Elevated land, big ocean swells, landscapes, that kind of thing, right? And it looks like from a large distance, it just looks like a normal horizon. But that land might be elevated 7,000 feet, right, at that point. And if that land wasn't blocking the view of the apparent horizon, you would see the horizon much further away. So there's all of these different things to take into account. But I think as you go up higher, you're looking through more air because you're looking at a downward angle, right, towards the Earth. So not only are you looking through all of that air, but you're looking through a gradient that changes quite a lot in density, just from the natural decrease in the amount of air that there is at the ground, right, to less air being up higher. Then you've got all of the temperature changes. Oh, nice
Sorry.
song.
That was my friend. My bad.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So yeah, horizon, apparent location where the sky and the ground meets. Lots of variables to consider.
All right.
So
Well,
if you wanted to claim her,
I'm not sure you acknowledge my. I think I'm acknowledging what you're saying about this haze. But or can you confirm to me that on a globe you would see the angle change of the horizon drop? I think you called it.
yeah, if the Earth was a globe, the horizon would drop away from you, and it would drop away exponentially as you get higher.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so we're on the same page. So that is something that they could potentially observe from the
Yeah,
height
you would
that
have
they
to
are.
take all of the variables if you wanted to make. The globe side makes very specific claims because you're claiming to know the size of the Earth and you're claiming that a horizon's a geometric location. So if you wanted to make a very specific claim like that, then you would have to be very specific to take into account all of the variables, right? Like what's the visibility from that height on that particular day? You know,
But you can still see the edge. Are you saying that this haze would negate the
so
horizon drop?
well, look, let's say you're at 120,000 feet. What distance would that make the horizon away on a globe?
Let me look
I'll
that up.
check. Yeah, I'll check.
Well, it's not about how far. Well, maybe related to how far
It
away.
is because if you look at the visibility, right, the maximum visibility, for example, from the height of a plane, usually the maximum visibility from your eyes to where the ground is less than the distance that the geometric horizon should be at. I've researched it before, and most of the sources that I looked up said, yeah, like the visibility looking down towards the ground from that altitude would be X amount of miles, right? But the geometric horizon would be X amount of miles as well. And usually the geometric horizon locations further than the maximum visibility from that height in standard conditions. So these are just things that you would have to take into account if you wanted to claim that that horizon that you're seeing is something to do with the globe Earth. That's why I like short range, very crispy, clear. I hate that word, crispy. Very clear, clean images for over like 10 miles, 15 miles in like really nice conditions. So we don't have all of these crazy variables to take into account. We've still got some, obviously, but when you're doing these really, really long distance observations, you know, there could be so much happening between you and the maximum distance that you can see. And to account for all of that is literally impossible. The only way you could get a general idea is if maybe if you repeated it, you know, a ton of times. But I mean,
I got cut off there for a little bit, but I just looked up the horizon drop, and what I'm getting is 160 degrees. So basically, the horizon should drop like 10 degrees down from your straight ahead line of sight, down 10 degrees on either side.
Yeah,
based
but
on what?
like DJ was saying, it's going to be in a, if you repeat that on different days, it's going to be in a different position, right?
And
No,
what
I think
focal
it's
length is that
a
based
function
off? Like what field of view is that based
60,
off of?
65 miles up.
Right, but based off what field of view? Are you using a wide angle field of view? Are you using the human eye? Are you using a 100 millimeter lens? Like
Human
that
eye.
would complete the human eye. Where are you getting this information from?
Gemini.
Hmm. Gemini, you know, I mean, these things butcher basic things all the time. So, I mean, quite often I'll be looking something up and then I'll question it and then it'll be like, "Oh, you're right to call me out about that one," right? It butchers things all the time.
It does
So,
hallucinate things. I think this is a pretty straightforward. Okay, so it gives me the formula. Dip angle is the arc cosine of the radius over the radius plus your height.
where does it say? Did you ask it specifically from the field of view that you would get looking straight forward with the human eye? And then what, you know,
Yeah, so it's saying you're going to drop 10.3 degrees at 65 miles up from the
and
straight
it
line of
says,
sight.
all right, so are you sure you wrote that in your prompt? Looking straight forward with the standard field of view from the human eye? Or did you
Yeah,
say,
it's given me
how do you,
a pretty lengthy response, and it's pretty clear as to that it's talking about your eyes.
from what
So
height?
65 miles up.
Okay. Well, I mean, William
You can
Shatner went up on
confirm
that.
that.
He said he didn't see any evidence of the Earth being a globe from that height. Wally Funk said she didn't see the curvature from that height, and she was disappointed. She thought she was going to get to see the curvature. Apparently, they didn't go high enough. She
I
went up
don't
on
think
the
that
Blue
they
Origin as
were.
well. So.
I don't think they were looking for the dip angle.
Dip angle.
160 degrees is still like greater than your field of view.
Oh, if you're talking about dip angle, then right, so then you're going to have to take all of the other things into account that I mentioned. If I thought you were talking about curvature drop left to right of the center of the frame of the horizon line. If you're talking about dip angle, right, then you need to
What
work out
horizon are
what's the
you
max.
picking up?
Yeah, exactly. You're just picking up an apparent horizon. It's based
You
on the
can't
weather
see the
conditions.
horizon from that height. Like it's it just turns
Yeah,
into
that's
like a haze.
exactly.
You're seeing a pretty clear edge of
No,
blackness to Earth. Like you see a
dude, it's
pretty.
a
At
huge
65
distance.
miles.
Yeah, it's a huge distance away, right? So if you were to zoom right in on that, it's not going to be at all clean looking. It's going to be just a haze horizon. The only time you'll see what looks like a sort of like a sharp-looking horizon from high altitude is when you have a local horizon and there's some distinct land blocking your view of the actual horizon. Something much closer, like mountain ranges or something like that.
So you
And quite
guys are
often when
saying
we
can't
quite often,
observe.
even if well, the horizons are, it's not such a simple thing. Like quite often, if we're at the beach and we're looking out and it looks like a nice sharp horizon, you can take a zoom camera, like a really good zoom camera, and zoom in on the horizon, and all of a sudden it'll look like there's dolphins jumping out of the water above the horizon. And that shows you that actually there's a mirage taking place that you weren't able to detect at all, and it just looked like a normal horizon. But when you zoom right in on it, it's completely different situation. So, I mean, there's just all of these different things that you need to take into consideration if you wanted to make dip angle claims.
All right. Well, I have to get back to
So,
work, but I just thought I'd
yeah,
check
you're
in
right.
on you.
If you got a second, I can show you just one quick example. If it comes up. All right, yeah, it came up. All right, so let's say a globe earther went out to the beach on this day with this image here. It looks just like a normal horizon, just looking out into the ocean. And if they took out their theodolite and they leveled their theodolite, and then they aimed the crosshair of their theodolite right at where the ground and the sky appears to meet, they would say that this is dipping down. And I'll show you why they would say it's dipping down, right? Because this is a mirage byproduct, this horizon. There was a boat there, and I just removed the boat just so I could illustrate this point, right? But this is a real photograph where there's actually a boat visible. And if you look closely, you can actually see a water horizon behind the boat. You can see it more clearly on the right-hand side. So that horizon that you can see lower, that's actually the leading edge of where the mirroring effect starts, right? Like the total internal reflection effect. So, I mean, there's things to take into account when you're talking about horizon dip that quite often a lot of globe earthers don't take into consideration.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that boat is floating in the air. Appears to be.
Well, so you can see a horizon. You can actually see the horizon behind the boat,
Probably
right
seeing it
above the
based on
boat.
what he said then.
Yeah, there's a mirroring effect taking place. And if there were clouds there, if there were clouds, you would notice it, right? Like in this next image I posted, there are clouds, so it's easier to see the mirroring effect. So the horizon isn't where that distinct looking horizon is. The horizon is actually very indistinct and it's behind the boat. There's much better examples of this as well, where the horizons like the actual horizon's much clearer. It's much easier to see. Here's a
Yeah,
few more examples in the side chat.
that's a pretty wild observation. I'm not
Yeah, it's an
familiar with that.
extreme.
I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, it's not a common effect, but there's hundreds and hundreds of pictures of this similar thing happening on the internet.
So yeah, there's more things to consider for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you wanted to make a hyper-specific claim, then just account for all of the variables and then we're good to go.
Alrighty, guys.
All right, have a good day, man. Good chat. Talk to you next time.
Nice to see it happen, the penny drop. Good job, bro.
Cheers, Roots. At least at least a few of the things he thought were good globe proofs, at least he realizes now they're kind of inconclusive.
Yeah, exactly. That was the whole point of that was everything we were trying to say, right? So at least he got it.
Yeah. I like this quote. I made it into like a, well, I got AI to make it into a quote. This one here. This was. Do you remember a guy called Catty? He was a globe earther from 24/7 back in the day.
Not really, no.
Spell
Can
it.
you see the quote in the side chat?
What was his name?
Catty, Cattey.
No.
Yeah, it might have been just before you came in.
Me?
Yeah, when did you join 24/7?
I know my tag says, but I was 2019.
You joined 24/7 in 2019. Oh
Yeah.
shit! Yeah, all right. Maybe you. Caddy was more of a chat skank. Maybe you didn't notice Caddy skanking in the chat. He didn't go in VC. He was always making jokes.
2020. Sorry, I was.
Same with me. Anyway, this is his profile picture. This is the screenshot from his quote. But it's a good one. It says the horizon cannot curve on a globe. Well, it can't. Look at the horizon. Now turn to the right. Did it drop? Now turn more to the right. Now did it drop? Continue turning to the right. After turning 360 degrees, what happens? It meets up with where it started. How could it have curved down? Anybody who thinks the horizon on a globe can curve is nuts.
I love it. Very good. You'll have to save that one, mate. Very good.
Yeah, it's definitely.
He's a globo, right?
Yeah, he was a glober. Yep, but he wasn't like an anti-flat earther. He was more like a 24/7 fan that just enjoyed the company in there.
Like Tristan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, mate.
Sup, Tristan?
That's funny. He's got at least got a sense of humor, right?
Right.
I remember bringing that argument up early days, and it's an afternoon session, right? And I think it was maybe a flat earth dude. And, there was a few other guys in there, just some kind of maybe drop-ins that hang around for like a couple of months and stuff like that. I brought that argument up, and they all went, of course, if the Earth was a ball, of course you'd see the horizon curve. I said, no, it doesn't make sense. It'd be a straight line around you.
Yeah, like a circle of vision.
Anyway.
Even if.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because every distance to the horizon is the eye limit, is your limit. So if you can see 20 miles in one direction, draw a 20-mile circle around you, and there's a straight line around you. It's well, that 20 miles doesn't work on a globe. That's the difference. But that horizon line will always be straight, even on a globe.
Yep.
Hey DJ, do you know the context in which the guy said it? Because you said he was a global, right?
Yeah, he would call out, globers, sometimes he was one that would point out things that weren't logical about the globe earthers' arguments. And I think
because we know it is.
I think there's a very bad flat Earth argument that needs to be updated and binned.
Ooh,
right?
Let's do it. What is it?
Well, when people show that high altitude balloon footage and say, "Look, you wouldn't see the horizon curving from 120,000 feet," and then they'll say, "Look at this balloon footage, and it looks like a flat horizon from a weather balloon from say 120,000 feet."
Yeah.
And they'll use the argument, they'll say, oh, if you put up a non-fisheye lens, it'll look completely flat from that height. And I think that isn't the case. That's not what we see when we put a rectilinear lens on a camera and send it up to 120,000 feet. You see a convex horizon from that height from a rectilinear lens. And
But slightly
according
up
to
at the
Dwayne,
edges, right?
slightly down. Well, convex, like curving downward, and there's
Okay.
yeah, like there's like a good
It's
reason
very
for that as
overlying.
well. Yeah. It, the footage that they show every day, I see it get posted, and it's cherry picked, and those footages aren't from a rectilinear lens. Those footages are from a wide angle lens. You can even see it warping around a bit. And it's cherry picked because the camera doesn't pan up and the camera doesn't pan down. Now, quite often, if you find the original video to those footages, you'll see the camera in other parts of the video that weren't cherry picked. You'll see the horizon warp around like crazy, showing that it's just another wide angle lens footage that's been cherry picked. And Dwayne Kellum, he's a flat earther. He's got a YouTube channel and he does tons and tons of different balloon launches, and he puts like 3 or 4 rectilinear lenses on his weather balloons, and he'll put infrared lenses that are rectilinear, and he'll try all sorts of different things. He's got tons of video, and 100% of the time you see a convex horizon when you go up high, like to 100,000 feet. You don't see a perfectly flat horizon. And all of the footage that I've seen with a rectilinear lens, you don't see a completely flat horizon. And I'd challenge any flat earther to find me footage from that height with a rectilinear lens where we see a perfectly flat horizon and the camera like pans around, right? The camera pans up, pans down, and we just see a flat horizon. Obviously, there'd be a little bit of barrel distortion, but generally flat.
There'd have to be, right? There's always distortion. Doesn't matter if it's a rectilinear lens or not, right? There's always going to be some type
Yeah,
of
there's
distortion,
always
especially close to the
distortion.
edge of the lens.
Exactly, but if it was that sort of distortion, then the horizon would still curve convex, as if the horizon was above the center of the frame, then we would see a convex horizon a little bit with the
Yeah.
rectilinear lens, and as it went below the center of the frame, then it would do the opposite. That's
Yeah,
what
the same as
barrel
a
distortion.
same as
Yeah,
a
like the
wide
same as a wide angle, but to a lesser extent. But that's not what we
Yeah.
see. We see that the horizon stays convex from all angles that the camera turns. If the horizon's at the bottom of the frame, it'll be slightly convex. If it's at the top of the frame, it'll stay slightly convex. And a lot of the globe earthers will say that this is proof of Earth curvature. But
proof of distance, right? So it's
yeah,
like
distance,
proof of
like
how far you can see with the lens.
exactly how far the light can reach back to the camera sensor, and we can see the same distance in all directions. The horizon's not a flat line. It's not a flat straight line. It's a big circle around the observer. And then if you look into how rectilinear lenses process the images, right, that it's seeing, they have like a flat square rectangular sensor. And the way the rectilinear, like what rectilinear lenses do is they try to preserve straight lines. And because the horizon is not a straight line, it's actually a big giant circle underneath the observer.
Yeah.
When it projects that horizon onto the lens sensor, onto the camera sensor, a flat rectangular sensor, we would expect it to be convex because of the way it transfers on. I don't know it well enough to explain it in technical detail, but I do have a whole channel on that in my server. I could read it out, but yeah, that's and you can put that through any AI, and it will say the same thing. Like you would expect to see convexity just because of the way the rectilinear lens works, right? So we're kind of screwed if we use a normal wide angle lens. It's inconclusive, and if we use a rectilinear lens, we're kind of screwed as well because of the way it transfers the image onto the sensor.
Also, like
Well,
space kind of proves everything else is
that's
like
why
pretty much sphere goes into a sphere because of
sorry,
the
Sorry, dude,
gravity
we were in a
pulling mass source center.
conversation. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
hold on a
that's why
second, bro.
I've always used the argument that when people say, "Oh, I've got footage of it being flat or footage of it being curved," right? I would say, well, you've got both. So where's the argument, right? Like, so if you've got an image of it flat and then someone brings an image of it curved, like, where do we start? Where do you start, right? Like, you're saying that I've got this image that's curved, so therefore it's curved, and then you got this flat earther that says, I've got this image, it says it's flat, so it's flat. You go, okay, so you've got two images now. So how are you gonna now you need to come back down from the sky and start measuring the ground. That's all you can do.
Exactly. That's the thing we have
It's the
access
only
to.
way to do it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, dude. That butted in.
Oh, just quickly, just before that guy jumps in,
Mm.
you know, if we think about a spotlight, right, like a stage spotlight shining a nice, like, and we're looking at it from a distance, it looks like a white oval light on the ground. If we take a picture of that, I got one in front of me now. If we take a picture of that and I put it in the side chat, second, there's a better example than this one, because you can if it had a black background, you can say, oh, here's a picture of high altitude footage over Antarctica or something like that. But look, this is the same thing we see with the horizon. You know, it's just a flat 2D circle of light, but we're seeing the same thing as we're seeing in the footage.
Yeah.
Anyway, who is the guy? Is he still here?
I'm not sure. I wasn't watching the screen, but he just said space proves the Earth's globe or something.
Yeah, all the other planets around. Why is the Earth a flat pancake floating in space?
It's funny. We got a I woke up and I just left the house about half an hour ago. The moon's sitting up there. Looks like there's a disc in front of it. I see it all the time. It's like this lit up. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying this is what it looks like, right? It looks like because I know it's probably an optical illusion because the light makes the lit up section look a little bit bigger. But so that, and then the shadowed part looks smaller than the lit up part. Do you know what I'm talking about? So it looks like there's a disc that's just kind of come across it and blocks out the lit part. It's hard to explain, but
yeah, I don't know. I can't picture it.
I'll have to get a photo one time. I haven't got a good enough long distance lens to get photos like that.
Yeah, it's always disappointing when you see like a nice big sun or moon and you try to take a picture of it with your phone.
Yeah, no,
you
yeah,
look at
and
it,
it's
it's like,
smaller
what the
than what
hell
you
is
see with
this
your
shit?
eyes. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You go, I was saying to like my wife, she goes, "Oh, I've got to get a photo of this sunset," and I said, "It's not going to look the same."
Yeah, I was just thinking that
Don't
same
bother.
thing. I saw the craziest sunset I've ever seen, like last month, and I thought, no, what's even the point of taking a photo of it
Yeah,
with my phone?
just comes up like a small dot. Nah,
Yeah,
it was huge.
yeah, man.
Yeah,
That's why I
that shit
saw
always
this.
changes sizes.
Yeah, I
What
saw
was that, Neil?
the biggest sun I've ever seen on the horizon the other day. Same with my wife. We were watching it. It was freaking massive. Let's go ahead, Neil. Sorry.
Yeah, I always see it change sizes. Like this time of the year when I go to the beach in White Rock, there's like a hill you got to go up first, and then eventually you go down this massive hill, like to get to the beach. But when you're going up the first hill on the highway, the moon comes like over the hill and it's right in front of you. Like it's the biggest moon you'll ever see in your entire life. Like it literally comes up and you're like, holy crap. That sucker is like almost my whole peripheral view on the highway. So yeah, I'll take a picture actually when I go there next time. I have one on my other phone, but I'll find that.
It won't come out the same, Neil.
I know it doesn't come out the same, but it from the picture, it actually looks like a decent size. Like you're like, holy crap, this is actually like, you know.
I've always wondered what if that was true, what they say, right? Like, and it's an optical illusion. So when it's down closer to the ground, you've actually got something to compare it to. So your brain makes it larger than what it is because you know how big this other thing is. When it's up in the
Oh,
sky,
interesting.
you've got nothing to put it next to. So your brain makes it smaller because you can't compare it.
Yeah, but sometimes, right? Sometimes it's in the same place, and sometimes even with that same perspective use, sometimes it doesn't look as big, and sometimes it looks freaking massive. So I think there's something else going on as well sometimes. But yeah, there is that illusion for sure.
Yeah, and then you've also got atmospheric magnification, right? So if it's down near the ground, you've got all this moisture in the air to go through, and it magnifies what's actually there. That's why things can look closer than they are when you go to the ocean, right? Or a bay or something like that. The boat sitting on the water looks closer than it is.
Oh yeah,
I
for
was
sure. Yep.
yeah, I was trying to explain this to someone. I've done it a few times, but you know when so you get to your limit, right? You get to your eye limit, and there's a boat there out on the water, and you've got angular resolution, so it starts to the bottom of the boat starts to kind of dissipate, like not dissipate, but appear like it's disappearing bottom up, right? Because you can't see the bottom of the boat. It doesn't look like it's disappearing from the bottom up, but you can't see it. Now, if you've got a moist air, then what that does is that actually it magnifies what you can see. So you actually see the boat being bigger, and that angular resolution actually gets bigger as well. Not bigger, but appears to be bigger because it's magnified. So everything looks closer. So they go, oh, that's the boat going over the horizon. Well, it could just be magnified as well. So it makes that bottom of the boat, makes the boat look like it's closer. So everything that you see that would normally just happen with angular resolution is magnified. Do you understand what I mean? I'm not explaining things very well this morning.
Do things get magnified when we take pictures of them from satellites or from space?
Well, that would be different, right? If you're saying there's a satellite up in the sky, you're going through less atmospheric air, right? You're going through less air, so it wouldn't really happen with things straight up in the sky.
Okay.
I'm just talking about things over water. I was specifically talking about a boat over water.
Right. Right, but I think for a lot of people, they see photographs from space.
Photos?
Right, like they see these photographs from space.
Images.
Yeah, so they see those and they think, well, this is a photograph of the Earth, and then you guys will say things like, well, they're fake or something like that, but you
Who
don't.
said that? You can
Well,
get
this is what's
photos
often
from
claimed.
balloons and stuff, right? So there are things in the sky that take photos. You
Let's
can
be
get that.
specific.
Right.
They're images, even from the balloons.
Yeah, exactly, because it's a
Right.
digital image, right?
Right. And I
Yeah.
think you guys.
Well, no one's saying that. They don't always say it's fake, right?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
But if you see something that contradicts your worldview, I think people have a tendency to think that it's not
Like what?
true.
What do you see
Well,
from that?
What do you mean?
Like what are you explaining? What image are you explaining? Like curvature of the Earth or what?
Well,
We have pictures of the Earth, right? Unless you think the pictures are fake, which I assume you do.
Which ones? Point one out. Put one in the chat. You know, we can all imagine it, right? But if you've got something to show, then put it in there.
It's just commonly known that there are.
No, I know we're all creating a mental image at the moment, but if you've got something to reference, it would be a lot easier to have a look at, wouldn't it?
And then we would ask you how you've.
An example.
Well, we would like you to find an example that you're able to validate to be a real photograph of the Earth from space.
Also, I think you're missing the fact that many of these images that you might see on TV or on the internet or whatever, they will be also claimed by the people who put them out to be composite images. So you're going to have to pick one specifically.
Yeah, they may be composites, but I didn't say they weren't.
So a composite image is not something that we can rely on for accuracy now, is it?
They're lying to us about the images. The people that
I
create
didn't
these
say that.
images are
Nobody
lying
said
to
that.
you, and they want you to.
Bro, okay, so you're gonna just go on this diatribe now. This is what you've intended to do. You've
It's a
come in
little
and just said,
paranoid.
"I'm gonna accuse the flat earthers, say things like the images are fake." I'm not saying that anything is
Well, the
fake. You
idea is that
haven't
they're not
presented
real,
anything yet.
right?
I don't know which one.
I'm talking. You're asking me for a particular, but I'm talking about
Yeah.
these images in general.
Yeah, there are some that are claimed to be absolutely 100% true, and a lot of them are claimed to be composites. So which one? And can we falsify them? That would be the other thing. By the way, I ain't got no problem telling somebody, hey, this image is fake. It's because I found a way to falsify it. I ain't got no problem with that. Oh, is that all of a sudden make the earth round because flat earthers say some images are fake? Is that the line you're going to go down?
Well, I didn't say that. I just said that
Okay, well, then who gives a shit?
I don't know why you're getting upset.
Well, I mean, do you have a point to make, or is it just going to be all flat earthers say that images are fake from NASA or of the Earth or of space things? What is your point here today?
Show something.
Well, can we just agree that many flat earthers do say that the images from NASA, for example, are fake?
Yeah, some do. Who cares?
Yeah. You haven't heard anyone
Do you say
that
that?
here yet.
Or do you say
I
that
don't
the
know.
images from NASA are
Depends
true?
on which one you're talking about.
Yeah, even NASA says that, Mark.
So you're saying that some images from NASA may be true?
Yeah.
Put one in the chat.
I'm saying that if you're seeing a globe Earth, right, that has curving water, right, then our tests on the actual surface of the Earth debunk it, right? But on top of that, you just can't verify it, right? You just have faith in NASA that they're not lying to you. But if they wanted to trick you with a fake picture, they could easily just whip that picture up in one day and trick you with it, and you wouldn't know the difference.
Okay.
Right. If I showed you CGI, hold
So
one
if
second,
I can
Mark,
show
just a
you
second. Hold on a
photo
second.
of
Just
water curving, would you accept that water can curve?
no, I would ask you to validate the picture, right? And we would go over the variables. Right. So we would go over what type of lens was being used. Where is it taken from? How did you validate that it was really taken from there? How come all of our tests completely contradict it? There's tons of
Is this going to be a gotcha where it's like a water droplet or a meniscus? Water can curve. There it is. Is it fake? Let's be specific, Mark. Post something.
Right. Well, I'm trying to talk in general here. I'm not really talking about like a specific photo.
Yeah,
or
I
something.
know. You don't actually want to post anything. You just want to kind of muddy the waters and talk shit and troll in here, as usual. Thanks for doing that again, Mark. You're always reliable.
Yeah. So before
Well, I wasn't
Mark,
trolling. I didn't say
Mark,
anything
before you came in,
disingenuous.
Mark, just one sec. Before you came in, we were talking about this, right? So, there's images of a curving horizon and there's images of a flat horizon, right? So which one's real and how do you validate it? You'd have to go back down to the surface, right?
Why?
You've got two contradicting images. And it's very common, right? You can see flat or you can see curved, right? There's many images, so you can see convex, you can see concave, you can see everything, right? So from these images, so how do you validate which one's the correct one? Because if you're just going to rely on an image, we'll just show you another image of the opposite of it. So you've got to have some way to validate whether what I'm saying or what you're saying is true. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So how would you do that? You go back down to the surface and measure the surface, right? So, okay, well, these images, this one says flat, this one says curved. So let's go down, measure the surface and see if it's actually curving or not. Would you agree that's a
What are
good
you
conclusion?
using to measure it with?
Well, let's use a laser over water.
Okay, what kind of laser?
Let's see what they used. All right. While I'm doing that,
Sorry, what kind
can
of
you
laser?
post? I'm looking for it, but while I'm doing this, can you post an image of what you're referring to?
Well, how
Otherwise,
would an
this is going to be pointless, right?
Can I ask you, how would a ordinary
Talking to Mark is pointless, anyways. But Mark, if you've
That's
got
a
nothing to
fact.
post, you know,
Gone.
he ran away.
That's good. That saves us all a bunch of time. That guy's a total pain in the ass.
Yep.
Yeah, isn't it funny? We just had that conversation before he came in.
Yep. Actually, I'm going to give him a 2-day vacation. That guy's freaking annoying.
Irregular.
Yeah, he comes in. He acts like he's in good faith, and then he'll never present anything, and he'll slowly twist the conversation into a debate bro type tactic.
He's
Where
fishing.
he'll ask you yeah, where he'll try to catch you on some terminology that you're not completely aware of, and then say you're too dumb to talk to, and then leave or something like that. Just debate bro tactics, basically. He's not once ever presented any evidence, I don't think.
That's why I like to keep it simple with these people, right? I'm not too technical on these things, right? Just a builder and a plumber. That's all I am.
Yeah, for example, we'll show him an observation where we can clearly see the entirety of an object that's, say, 20 miles away, and he'll say, what's your epistemological framework
No, I hate
for
that.
this test? And if you can't answer that, he'll just keep going on about that and
To
just
be
completely
honest, you know
ignoring
what
what
I
we
think
show.
he's doing? And please take that as a well-intentioned comment. He's trying to use some of the tactics that some of us here use against us. You know, have you done it yourself? Who did it? Do you know the person who did it? Where's the source? You know, that's like what kind of laser exactly, right? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah,
It's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged
yeah.
sword.
Well, not necessarily. It's not the same thing. He didn't care about what type of laser it was. It's just his little
And
tactic. You know, if Timbo said the
I
type of
know,
laser,
but
yeah, what's
but
he gonna say
he's
about the laser?
mimicking.
what's
He's
in it?
mimicking.
Well, what's an example of us doing that?
You know, like what model of theodolite, who calibrated the theodolite? Were you there when it was being calibrated? I mean, maybe I'm going way
Calibration.
back, but I'm going to like Mig used to do that, you know, a lot. You know, I'm just saying it's a tactic, right? Both sides can use it.
Right. But I mean, what type
Is
of
it a
laser it
tactic
is?
or an extrapolation of evidence, right?
Well, but from his point of view, that guy's a glober, so he thinks he's doing this for the
Would
same
the
reasons
model
that we do it.
Yeah.
right? But the model of the laser, it wouldn't matter. Whereas the calibration of the theodolite would matter, because there is no type of laser that can, you know, it doesn't. It's not like if you have a particular model of laser that's a curve bender model or something like that. The flat earth are cheated because they're using some sort of laser that curves around.
Especially if you're using
to
a
cheat.
if you're using a theodolite that's got a bubble level on the top of it, right? You know, the 4-directional bubble level, and you've got to get it top dead center, right? Like, you need to know that that's been calibrated and is in the correct position on top of your theodolite, right? You need to know that.
I would certainly want to know the model of the theodolite and the maximum effective range of said theodolite, because I don't think, especially when surveyors try to keep their measurements as short as possible or within, you know, a reasonable margin of error, for you to go out and take something that's meant for, you know, quarter mile, half mile most of the time, and then use it for 105 mile type observation, I'm just going to go ahead and say, well, is it supposed to work for 105 miles, or are you just doing stupid shit with your tools?
Yeah. Well, the only surveyors that claim to do long distances are geodetic surveyors, right? So you'd have to go to what do they use? If you're just using a theodolite for a building site, like Jesse does,
You know, Jesse buys some old theodolite off eBay, and you know, does all of these observations over these extreme distances. I think it's fair to ask about the calibration, the theodolite. And yeah, it's fair. It's a fine question to ask about what model of laser is being used as well. But obviously, each test is different. And no matter what model it was, if the centroid of the beam is getting a direct hit into the sensor of the camera, the target, then it's the same problem for the globe side. Right? They'd have to claim that it's curving downward around a ball at some huge amount, in which they don't have any evidence.
Bro, I was only commenting on the tactics that the guy uses.
No, I'm not.
Now you're going
no, I
into
got you,
analyzing
Peter.
all the. These were just examples.
I'm
just
highly defensive.
Yeah, it's just an expansion of the conversation, Peter. It's nothing against you, dude.
Yeah, nothing against you at all.
Yeah, we're working at the psychology of the behavior of the individuals we talk about, because there is a pattern there. I will go into a server. Let's call it Black Heaven. Now I'm the only flat earther that's just arrived. Now I'll listen to the conversation. I don't interject, just listen, and then they'll say something like, "Yeah, you know, the planet, etc., 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 or the globe, blah 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 blah." You know, and I'll say, "Well, I've been listening to what you're saying, and I agree with what you've said, but the only thing I would say, I wouldn't say planet or globe, because you know we're not on that, and you know you haven't proven that to yourself." And then you get all the pushback, and then the shouting and the screaming, you know, and then the muting, right? And then I asked him, "Why did you mute me? I only made a point in that, you know, you're saying the Earth is a planet when you haven't proven that, and it's not. You're saying it's a globe, you haven't proven that to yourself. So what's going on here? You see what I mean?" Does everybody understand what I'm saying? The behavior is funny, isn't it?
Yeah, they get triggered very, very easily, Jen.
Yeah.
The normies. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. You know me, and I come in with my Flat Earth T-shirt, dare to research Flat Earth right in their face. So why don't you dare to research it? You know, Black Heaven. Not very heavenly, are you, you guys? Mute. Kick out. Bumped into another server. Kicked into another server. So I have to return. Well, why did you do that? What was the point of that? Why are you running away? That's what I asked them. Why are you running away from me? Why? I backed up everything that I've stated. I backed up, and none of you. What you've done is you've deliberately removed it. You know when you know they're deliberately removing your material is because when you scroll back in the side chat, you'll see stuff that's older than yours that you posted. That's been posted, sorry. You know, days before. That's there. My stuff today, it's gone. So why would you remove the material that I post and then claim I'm not posting anything and I'm not backing up what I say? Why would you do that? Why won't you look? What's wrong here? What is wrong? I don't understand you people, the psychology. You know, this is, and I deliberately said this. This is why sometimes black people are behind in the times because of this heavy ignorance that you're displaying. I'd like to say that to them. Yeah, there you go.
And at the moment, you're the only one that can say that. Otherwise, you'll get
that's
called
right. Yeah,
racist.
I can say that. Of course. yeah. And I wasn't saying it in a manner of being racist. It's sometimes it is a fact. Sometimes our ignorance and our willing to not open our mind and check takes us backward. I've experienced that from a childhood days. Okay, the day I learned about slavery and that, I learned about it because of my father. Okay, so now I'm trying to talk to my African brothers and sisters from the Caribbeans, and they were saying, "I'm not a black monkey, boo boo." I won't say any more than that, but that's what they was.
Yeah,
ignorant.
because you don't believe what they
So I always
believe,
try
right?
to play. Yes. Yeah. So I always explain that to them and remind them of Kunta Kinte, the African that was slaved in the Caribbean, and he was trying to rally everyone together to return to Africa. But he met with a lot of pushbacks. So he found out that the Jamaicans had given up now. They resigned themselves to being in.
We're getting into politics here, but that's what I find funny about black American conservatives. Like you listen to them and they make hell of a lot of sense. Like they're trying to get their own people to be responsible and make really good decisions and things like that, and then the other side will come on and call them an Uncle Tom, and you go, wait a minute, if you just listen to what he was saying, you should go, oh yeah, that makes sense.
That's right. Try and do it for yourself. Stand up and unite together to make a better place where you live. Come on, man. So anyway, yeah. So but going back to like the Jesse thing, okay. So he's bought some equipment, right? If he's bought it off eBay or whatever, I would have rented it myself because I can't see myself having this equipment all my life. But there you go. And then you go out and try and measure curvature or whatever, and he's bringing back findings that are just not congruent to what we're finding. Something's wrong there. There's a disparity, isn't there? Right. He must be doing something wrong.
And he's the only one getting these results, right?
Right. And then we have like one or two snippets of proofs. Well, comments that have been passed through the years. For example, that court case where the judge found in favor of Flat Earther because the glober didn't prove the globe. Okay, then you've got Neil deGrasse Tyson, for example. Just two little comments there. You won't see curvature from the Red Bull jump, which was 24 miles off the Earth's surface. You're not going to see, it's all flat. Okay, so there's two little snippets that go against his findings with his theodolites, not to mention long distance observations all over the place across the Earth. So yeah, you have to question his methodology, and we did that. DJ was there, we were all here. We questioned him. Did he have it leveled? Even AI was asking him, was it properly leveled? Show us. Let's see what you did. Yeah, it was weird guy. Jesse is only in that he's as clear as glass. He knows the Earth is flat. He's never proven globe. So why is he here? He's here really to muddy the waters. Because the standard operating on the 24/7 flat Earth server, whether it's in the politics or at the English hub or at home base, the standard is high. Okay, and it's there's no second place. We get it right every time, and that's what they don't like. The way we reveal the flaws in the model, thus revealing flat Earth, is just it's people listen to us and they can be swayed if they've just given themselves time, and that's what they're frightened of, and that's why he's here to muddy that and try to ruin the standard that we are setting here. Okay, that's what I feel. Okay, the integrity is there for itself. If it's a globe, it will be there. If it's flat, it's going to be there. So let's go check it out. Yesterday we had that guy called Dr. Professor. I would never call myself that, but there you go, Dr. Professor. Anyway, black brother comes in, and his agenda was from the outset. We went out. Was it something bias?
Yeah.
What's that?
Confirmation bias.
Thank you. I was going to say conform, but yeah, confirmation bias. That's what we're doing. And we went out looking for material that supported our position. But he forgot that we learned about the globe at school. And when you have that belief for 48 years, you're going to go out and make sure that that's there. Because the flat Earth is still something that is new to you at the time of your checking. You know what I mean? You're not going to be looking for flat Earth. You're going to go and try and measure, because the only numbers you've got are the numbers they gave us for the globe. So you want to go and confirm that. And that's when you find out that what the videos put forward and what you've experienced is true, because you couldn't measure the curvature. Yeah, go ahead.
And then when he was pressed and said, yeah, but there's laser tests that prove the Earth's a globe, then he started talking about flat earthers instead of the information.
Yes. I popped in the 28-mile laser test straight there. Someone else put in the FE core straight in there. So we were ready to discuss that. Okay. Then when we asked him for his evidence, he didn't give any.
No.
Yeah. So there's a lot to unpack. When we speak like this, we're speaking to the psychology of the topic matter and the way people behave, the cognitive dissonance, the deceit, the sneaky, stealthy way of coming in. I'm just listening. I'm just chilling, listening. And then what they're doing in the side, they're heckling. Always.
I've got an open mind, Jin. I've got an open mind. Just teach me, right?
Yeah. And then they'll end up getting they'll end up heckling us. And then what happens? DJ says, well, you're gone. There you go. He went yesterday. I think his name was Dangerous Dragon or whatever his bloody name was. Fool. Because I asked him yesterday and the day before yesterday, why was he in here? And he said both occasions he was chilling, just listening. Okay, but then you're throwing in snidey comments whilst you're listening.
Yeah. He actually left because he got muted for a moment, but he was looking for an excuse to leave at that point.
Well, there you are.
He didn't get banned. In fact,
no.
I tagged him and asked him why he ran away. But I mean, he just was refusing to present the evidence that he said existed, and like you said, he just wanted to whine about flat Earth. That's the main tactic that I seem to see from most of the globe earthers now. Not all of them, but quite often they'll just avoid the question and then they'll just.
I don't think we helped the situation there either, right? So, what we needed to do in that situation, there was maybe four people trying to get him to present the information, but I think if everyone just sat back and just let one person do it, then that conversation could have ended a lot different.
I agree with that.
Exposed it, right? Yeah, it would have exposed him even more, because it would have been one person just saying, okay, we've got this laser test, can you please present yours? And then just keep repeating it until, present. Let's stop talking about people and let's present the information. All right, you've got one that says the Earth's curved. Let's look at it. Or if you want, we can look at the one that says it's flat, and then you can present the one that looks like it's curved. But I think he used the excuse of too many people talking to him at the same time, saying, "You won't let me speak. You won't let me speak." You got to kind of eliminate that and let them speak.
Yeah.
So that
That was
goes
yesterday. Yeah,
themselves,
I think the
Yeah.
comments that were being uttered out from our side were supporting comments, because there was a period. There are moments where our side might be lost for a word or lost, and then they support the comment and then say something and then step back. I mean, I'm in for that, because sometimes an
Yeah.
important point may be lost.
Yeah, but they do use it as an excuse. And I think
Yeah.
we're all on the same page. Like, when someone makes a claim, you got to jump on that claim, right?
Yeah.
You got to go, okay, well, now you've made a claim. Let's stop talking about the meta and get into the facts of it.
Yeah.
And not let them move from that position, right?
Yeah.
You got, okay, you just made a claim. Like, let's talk about the claim you just made. Otherwise, it just goes, and then they'll say something else, and someone will jump on what they've just said, and then the claim's just gone.
Yeah, but Dr. Professor yesterday did ask us what was the something point, the point that got us to the flat Earth. Basically, I've forgotten what the term he used. Okay, which meant he was asking the whole room. So four or five of us actually gave our experience, the determining factor. That was it. What was the determining factor that got you to the flat Earth? Okay, so obviously 4 or 5 of us gave our determining factors, how we actually got there. I had two bites of the cherry because I didn't want to go the full story, but as I could see it was going on, and he still wasn't quite satisfied. He was still asking that question, kind of. So because he said we didn't answer his question properly, that's what he kind of like put across. So I added a little bit more to that. You see?
Yeah.
So
When people
he
say you're
started
not
off.
answering when people say you're not answering the question properly, they're what they're saying is I'm not getting the answers that I want.
Correct.
You know?
Correct. Because he's on an agenda. Yeah.
Yeah,
He kept
it's
saying
weird.
that. Yeah, he kept saying that we had confirmation bias because we went out looking for material to prove the flat Earth, but that's not how we got there. That's not how any of us got there, because flat Earth was the hideous thing that came to us. And when you realize you're wrong, you still want to confirm the globe, because that's what you learned at school. That globe has got to be debunked. Then you can finally realize it's flat. That's the psychology of it. That's what happens to 99.9% of all the flat earthers. You know what I mean? That's what happens. You go out and try and prove that globe because that's what you were taught. Yeah. And I carried it for 48 years. So no one can say that I didn't know the model. I believed in that model. 48 years. It's a long time. No checking. I took why? Because I trusted the information that I was given at school, and that information that was given at school was reinforced through cartoons, films, news, corporate images, science programs. For example, Tomorrow's World Today when I was growing up, yeah, and National Geographic, for example, right, and various other science programs I used to watch through the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Right. So that's why you end up
you've
believing.
just got confirmation bias, Jin, though. So
Yeah, exactly. Total slandering of our position. That was complete and utter. So he had an agenda, you see. And again, the reason they act like that is because they can't prove the globe, you see, ladies and gentlemen. They're unable. And we are so sure, precise, and resolute in what we say. The language proves that by the language we use. And the one thing that you can never say is that we always offer you to have a look at our material. Come and have a look at our material, and then you go out and replicate it for yourself, because that's when you're going to be able to say you know. You can't just say you know from sitting in the armchair and watching a few videos. They might represent what you live, where you live, and yes, you relate to it, you've experienced it, okay, but you'd have to just double check. Then you can say you know the earth is flat. That's the thing. You've got to do that. Got to go. When you're double checking, you're seeing the flat earth. And when you've seen it, no one can ever move you from that position ever again. Yeah. That's why you've got to go and see it to know it. Yeah. And we always invite you to do that. You don't hear that from the Globers. You never hear them tell you how to go and measure the curvature of the earth. They don't tell you how to do that. whatever discussion or debate we've had with the opposition, I've never heard them say, ladies and gentlemen, go to this location, take these instruments, go out and measure. They never tell you to do that. Only the flat earthers are doing that. And that's something you'd have to remember. Okay, I think I've said enough for now, ladies and gentlemen, but please enjoy your cups of teas and that, and I shall relinquish the mic. Thank you. This psychological evaluation of flat earthers. Are you working? What's your education? And things like that. That line, you know. I mean, why would somebody come in? This is Amanda, I think his name was yesterday. Amanda, I think his name was. That line of questioning, whilst he's calling himself a flat earther, mind you, right? And then when asked, what are the main points, for your position of being a flat earther, and he was talking about not believing in NASA, for example, and some other nonsense, but it wasn't anything to do with flat Earth as such. So that was a bad representation there. And then his line of questioning as to our education, our work, our employment, you know, as if that's got anything to do with the topic matter. Now, I did mention the reason why I would be complaining is that because the education I received would have been a waste of my parents' tax money, a gross misuse. If indeed we're living on a flat earth, which we are, but we're taught the globe, that's not right, is it? So reason to complain. That's why it's important, basically, for me. You know, I don't want. Okay, right? Because he said he didn't give an F. He didn't give an F for that. He doesn't care. So I said, well, maybe that's why the world's in a big problem, because there are a lot of people like you out there who don't give a damn, you give an F, and yeah, now we're in a mess. So yeah, that was the other point I just remembered. You know, that the line of questioning. What is your education? Right, as if to say you don't have the right to learn any topic matter that you deem fit, ladies and gentlemen, and learn it to the highest standard to challenge these so-called experts. You could even pass an exam if you wish. Okay, you don't have to be qualified in the topic matter to be an expert. Okay, you can be an unqualified expert, nonetheless, but you just don't have the certification, for example. Okay, does that make you any less than anybody else? Not when we're discussing. Maybe if I want to earn money, I don't have a certificate, I won't get the job. Do you see what I mean? Right, there's a difference there. So you have the right to check anything. So it doesn't matter your education level, and whether or not you're working is another thing. Because AI put it quite well as well. That you could be an unemployed actor, for example, right? An actor, you're arrested. That's so what? Yeah. So these are the kind of tactics they use. Why would you go and tell everybody? Making out that we're ramming it down people's throats when we're not doing that. No. We introduce the topic matter when the time is right, when we're on the streets. Obviously, here on the Discord, this is what we're about. People come in, so we discuss that. I'll stop there. Go ahead.
Can you be an expert that's not expert in that thing?
Well, that's what do you, I think you can answer that one for yourself. You know, when I say somebody is an expert, that means they've studied a particular topic matter to be able to discuss it with those who are qualified. Okay? So you can be an expert but not have a certificate in any topic matter, but be an expert in any field. Hence, I call myself the professional expert specialist, which generally triggers all the Globers when I say that. Yeah. And they do find me very, very knowledgeable in all topic matters that we discuss again with them. Yeah. Remember, they're the ones deceiving. So in order to refute what they're saying, you'd have to be an expert in the field that you're discussing. And they are shocked and in horror when I bring the truth to them, backed up from experts. And I always say, I'm quoting the experts here, and I give them the names. So as a professional expert specialist myself, I understand what they're saying. I agree to what they've put down, and I'm presenting what they've put down. Here it is. There you go. They're the experts that I agree with. Yeah, I've had that for a long time, been doing that. Because what really used to annoy me is that, like, when I still go there, the Gem Panda server or the Earth Awakening servers, for example, there's always an expert. There's always a pilot, yeah, or someone in weaponry expert or this, that, and the other, right? Well, if they're the expert, then you're lying to the public. If you're a pilot and you're saying you fly, your license would be revoked. So you're not a pilot. No pilot says they fly a curved trajectory. They don't. It's leveled flight, they say. So you cannot be a pilot. And then when you ask them to describe the takeoff and everything else, they murder it. They murder the principle of flight. So that's annoying, you know. So that's why I say it's good that I understand the principle of flight. And I studied it at elementary school, self-taught. Okay? So me and the book, no teacher as such, me, the library and the book. Right? And it started off with the Ladybird series. So that's for elementary school kids. That's when I first learned about the combustion engine and how planes fly, ships, balloons, all this stuff. Okay. Very interested. I was about to go to Nigeria at the time. So that was my project at school, how the engine worked and aeroplanes. Yeah. 2 projects I did. Loved them. So when I hear people talk about flights now, I know they're not pilots because they're lying. They're just lying.
Well, just because they're not pilot and they're lying.
Yeah, because they're murdering the principle of flight and how aeroplanes fly. And we know that aeroplanes, well, I know aeroplanes don't fly in a curved trajectory. I've jumped out of planes. I've flown in planes many, many, many times. They do not take a curved trajectory on this earth when they're in operation. The only time they would be doing that is if they're like the military, the Air Force, are practicing barrel rolling and things like that because they don't want their assailant to hit them. Okay? So they're doing their training and that. Okay? But the flights that we fly on, that go from A to B, one country to the next on your holiday, they fly horizontally. They don't take a curved trajectory at all. I've never experienced it.
You don't know that?
I do know that.
What, are you like a jet
Sorry?
fighter or something? Are you like a jet fighter or something?
You don't have to be a jet fighter, right, to experience curved trajectory. Okay, you don't have to be, because you could be in a plane that does stunts that can give you this curved trajectory flight. Okay, and do a loop the loop, for example. But like I've said, you're not listening to me at all. When you get on your domestic airlines to go within your country, or you want to go from America to Africa, for example, so you get on those jet passenger airlines, Boeing 757, Boeing 767, whatever you like, Boeing 747. These planes fly horizontally across the earth.
Hey, Jen, was that his argument? That airplanes fly in a curved trajectory, therefore the Earth is curved. Is that what he said?
Well, that's what some of the Globers say, don't they? Yeah, yeah. And that's what annoys me because they claim to be pilots, expert pilots, right?
Oh, okay,
Right.
okay.
Talking
I
about
thought
curved trajectory, you see. Yeah.
oh, okay, I thought you were saying that Leaf said that. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. No. He was
Okay,
putting that
sure.
forward. He was questioning my rationale, I think, or my logic. I think is what he was attempting to do that, I think.
What do you think, Leaf?
I'm not attempting to do anything. I'm just trying to get to understand his logic. That's all it is.
That's what I said.
I'm just
Because
curious what you think. I'm trying to understand your
most of
logic.
most of the time when I listen to like flat earthers,
Yeah.
they tend to be like very biased and
Biased.
yeah.
How can a measurement be biased?
No, that's just something that I observe, and they just like they would
How was a
they would just
measurement biased?
they would push on their agenda and refuse any sort of evidence that go against them.
Yeah, how is a measurement biased?
Oh, of course it can be biased, right?
Well, if I measure you to be 6 foot, for example, how is my bias of you being 4 foot gonna change you being 6 foot? Does it change objective reality? Can I have a bias on a measurement?
No, I mean like yeah. There's like I mean you can measure my height,
Yeah.
with a meal or whatever you got there.
Right.
Um,
So how is that biased?
but here's the thing though, like we. I mean, the object is so huge that you can't use like something that's so minor compared against it.
Wait, well, it's
As
a good
like
thing they tell us the exact size of the Earth then, isn't it?
yeah, but you'll never be able to measure it like how you
They even
measure it.
give us the approximation of exactly how much it's dropping with the size of the Earth that they give us. Good thing. But anyway, I just wanted to chime in. I thought you were going to be talking about the airplanes taking curved trajectories, therefore the ground's curved. But if you're not saying that, then it's okay.
Yeah, it was welcome. The interjection was definitely welcome because we found out that this gentleman thinks that we've got a bias, but that's not true because we tried to prove the globe. How is that bias? When we try to prove the globe, ladies and gentlemen, we
All
find
right,
the
all
flat
right.
earth.
Whenever I post a picture of um the picture of Earth was taken during space expedition, you always
Yeah.
for it being like CGI, photoshopped.
Well, it doesn't matter how
Like
they fake it. It is fake.
yeah, well, see, that's why
Yeah.
you're biased against like
No, I'm not
other
biased.
evidence.
I'll tell you why. It's because it's based off of a measurement. We checked the contents of the photo, and if there's no curvature measured, then the photo is obviously false.
And the photo doesn't have to be obviously false. The cosmology that you believe in is a second law of thermodynamics violation. Nobody in here has ever experienced gas not expanding into an available volume. So we don't believe it.
Yeah, but like you're not using gas to measure the
After that, you know that, right?
shape of Earth, though, right?
After something like that, I never understand it. What do you mean, yeah, but? If I tell you there's an ocean between you and me, and you want to see me in 5 minutes, yeah, but is gonna do jack shit. What is wrong? Like, you feel what I'm not trying to be super hot right now, But did you not hear what I just told you? If you're not going to respond to that, don't do it with yeah, but. Don't do it with yeah, but. That don't make no sense.
Yeah, that's a mouthful from the flat earther.
All right, let me give you an example, dude. Okay, I have a Polaroid. I took a picture of you next to a table. Okay, I have a table similar to the one in the picture at my house. It measures up to be 3 feet. Oh, give me 1 sec. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah. So if I calculate your height up to be 6 feet, doesn't mean that you actually are 6 feet because I haven't measured you yet. Yeah. If I go in real life and measure you and you're not 6 feet, then what's
Yeah,
real?
you can measure me 6
Reality?
feet,
Yeah.
but
So
like
what's
what?
real? Reality or the picture?
Here's the thing though, if you move like fast enough, I'll literally become shorter, and you still remain the same height.
Brother, I'm just talking about a picture from a Polaroid.
But like time is relative, bro. You know, so
We're not talking about time. I'm talking about a picture on a Polaroid.
well that's all. The picture was
Right.
taken by a camera, which use light to
Okay,
record
awesome.
pictures. You know,
So based on
so
the
if you actually travel faster than the speed of light, you can't even take the picture, right? Like you can't even take the picture. So yeah, I just don't see the reason why you people would just like ignore the fact
You
that put
people
on the
don't.
table. Yeah, but
What
I
do you mean,
just
no? What do
I
you mean, no?
literally just gave out the example on how your speed
What did
can
you?
affect on the perception of reality. You know, so like
wait, brother, do you get my example though? That if in
Y'all hear?
reality I check
Y'all
your
hear me?
height. Oh yeah, I hear you, bro.
You were cutting out for a second, Elijah. Go ahead.
No. I just because I'm talking and I don't want to like because now I'm talking on purpose, thinking no one can hear me. But I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying. I was asking you if you understood my example, Leash, because if we have a calculated height from the Polaroid, and I calculate your height up to be 10 feet, I can check in reality to see if you're actually 10 feet or not. And if in reality you don't measure 10 feet, then what's true? Reality or the picture?
yeah, the reality is how you perceive is supposed to be. So your
Okay,
speed
perfect.
can
So if in
dictate
a
like how you
picture,
perceive the image, right?
awesome. So if in a picture we see the water to be curved, but then in reality we don't measure curvature of water, what's real? The pictures and videos or reality?
Well, I mean, like you can use a ruler and like get your conclusion out of it, but like
No, we're not using rulers. You know that we don't use rulers.
your lasers,
Nobody
whatever.
goes to a ruler test.
Your
We've been
lasers,
so
right?
many
Like you guys
times.
use
Ruler.
laser.
He thinks
Yes.
lasers are rulers now.
Oh
All right,
my.
man. You don't need to be so pedantic about my choice of words, okay? Like,
Yes, we do, because there's big difference in meaning. That's why you guys are so lost.
brother, you need to calm down, bro. It's very
Just
hard to
give
hit.
me facts, dude.
All right, thanks for all these information, but in
Yes, you're
this
welcome.
debate,
Now that you know that
I would just like to focus on how you guys are absolutely biased on what
it's
kind of
not
measurement
biased,
you
like
would
I
take
said, I
into
explained
your
to you already.
consideration.
I explained it to you
All
already.
right.
There is no bias.
Just to summarize Leaf's argument. Okay, so he said that we're biased when we do these long distance observations. Then we asked how, and he said that the Earth's so big that over these short distances, it wouldn't be good to test the curvature. And then we explained that we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be based off the globe mathematics. And in response to that, he started talking about pictures from space and then strawmanning us on how we respond to those. So yeah, good job, Leaf. Great tactic, great arguments. Not. So
Yeah,
Leaf,
brother.
if
Oh,
the
sorry. Go ahead.
if the Earth was a globe, and then you had a 20-mile body of water, how much curvature approximately would there be over that 20-mile body of water anywhere on the globe? Right. So you just got a 20-mile lake or a
It
20-mile
doesn't
section of
matter
the
on
ocean.
it doesn't matter on the measurement you're using when you're
No,
on
I'm just
Earth.
asking you about the math. I'm just asking you about the basic math, right? So the answer is 266 foot approximately.
Yeah, but there
So
are
anywhere.
unconfined variables. You haven't add on to that. You do
No.
understand that, right?
Okay, all right. So if I'm just talking about the raw geometry of how much curvature there would have to be, what variables am I not taking into account? We're talking about basic math here.
Yeah, but your maths that you're using haven't used like all the unconfined variables yet to be found. Okay, so like yeah, there
Like
will
what?
be margin of
Like what?
errors when you're trying to find out. That's what is called unconfined variables because you haven't found
Like
them
what?
yet. Well,
So so do you
pressure,
agree? Do you
temperature.
agree? Right, but that's not going to change the raw curvature, the
Yeah,
geometric curvature over
and
that
I just
distance,
want to
is
let
it?
you know that that's not going to change what the image has been taken um
Right.
by these
You need
space
to.
shuttles to travel to the moon
No.
and literally take a
We're not.
picture of
Okay, right?
sunrise
But
right on the moon, and yet
you
you can
can't.
still be in denial of that, which is
No.
crazy.
I don't need to be in denial of it. I don't need to be in denial of it because you
Yes,
can't
you guys
validate
are.
any
How
of
many
that.
times you guys will say,
No,
"Oh,
this
moon
is what I would
landing was
say.
fake"?
Yeah, this is what I would say. Right? You just have faith, and you can't validate any of that. That's all I need to say. And you
You
have to.
speaking like you don't have faith on your belief
We
system.
have to go to the moon to
No.
do
It's
things.
pathetic,
Damn.
man.
Yeah, so we
Like,
can test. We can test, Leaf. We can go and test what we're talking about over and 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 over again. Right? You can never ever confirm what you're talking about. It's completely just faith based. Whereas
it's
anybody
not
can
there's
go and
evidence.
test.
There's evidence. I can show you the picture.
Okay, the pitch. Okay, could they trick you with the picture?
They could. I'm not saying that they
Yeah,
can't,
right.
but
But you trust them. You
I don't
trust
think
them.
I don't think it's very much likely, considering there's
Right, because you trust them, right?
thousands of people that work in that faculty that can confirm how that's
Thousands of people work
how
where?
well working in space station in it.
No, it's not 1,000 people. It's like 10.
I don't know what you're smoking, but
Right. So how
you
Leaf
better
Leaf?
stop
How
it.
can okay? So pictures from space, right, from the moon or something like that. Only 28 people throughout all of history. Most of them being dead now. Right? How are all of these thousands of people going to validate the image that you're talking about? How could any of them validate the image?
Well, and also the scientists that's been working in the
All
faculty.
right.
Do you
Name
think they
one.
were
Okay. So
fabricating
how?
data of like how they build a spaceship?
Not how would they validate the image that you're talking about?
Well, not indirectly speaking, right?
How?
Well, if they build such an enormous,
How is so building something enormous is validating the image?
well, they build something that's so enormous and sophisticated that it allows them to travel beyond.
But they didn't travel anywhere. The
Well,
people you're talking about, these thousands of people that you're
why are
talking
you so
about, didn't
certain about that?
travel
Why are you so
because
certain
they didn't.
about that?
because they're not claiming to have gone up to space. Only these 28 NASA astronauts have gone up to the moon, right? Not the people that you're talking about that can validate it, right? They can't validate it. You
Are you
can't
sure about
validate
that?
any of the images. Well, yeah. That am I sure about what? This is
That
what
they
I'm sure
can't
about.
validate?
This is what I'm sure about. All right, I'm sure that I could show you CGI images and NASA images, and you wouldn't be able to tell me the difference between them. All right, let's test it. Look in the side chat.
Well, that's because CGI is so good now. You can't tell the difference between that and real life anymore.
So, are these pictures from NASA or are these pictures just fake AI or something?
Some of them are fake, some of them are from NASA.
Okay, which one? Which ones are from NASA?
The top right one, top
Yeah?
right corner, is from NASA.
Okay, well, they're all just made in free software called TerraGen. None of them are real.
All right. So what's the point in trying to prove?
You just
Well,
said one was NASA, and you proved that you were faked, and NASA lies to
Oh.
you. There you go. You proved it to yourself. See how
No,
easy that was for you?
No, NASA didn't lie to me because you obviously know the.
No, they say right on their website that they're just images. They actually don't lie to you.
So you just proved that you
These
can't tell
photos
the
were not found
difference.
on NASA website though. These
No, they
photos
weren't.
were found on
These
like.
are no, these are all fake. These are generated in software called TerraGen, which is free. It's not even paid software. So, and you thought it was from NASA, and you just proved that you can't tell the difference between CGI and NASA pictures. Now look at the next one. Which one is from NASA? One of these, I'll give you a hint. One of these is from NASA, and all of the rest are made using ChatGPT. Which one's from NASA?
I think it's the one that's. Top right corner.
Okay, incorrect. It's actually the bottom.
Second is the top right corner.
No, that's incorrect. It's actually the bottom one, second from the left. That's the one from NASA. And here is the image that from Artemis that it was taken from. And you can do a reverse image search on that, and it will show you that that's from the Artemis mission. All right. So once again, you can't tell the difference. Now, one last test. All right. Now, is this from a 1960s science fiction movie called Escape to the Moon? Or is this from NASA? Right, this footage.
It's from the movie.
I haven't even posted it yet.
You posted. It's in the
No,
side
no,
chat,
I haven't posted it yet. Just hold on a second. I'll post it. Just a second. All right, here we go. I got it. Where are we? Politics. All right. Have a look inside chat. All right. Have a close look at it. Is this from Escape
just
to the
like
Moon?
a black and white image.
So this is 1962 technology, right? Escape to the Moon. It was made in 1962. Or is this from NASA? Is this real NASA footage from space? What's your guess?
This picture is literally black and white.
Right, but what do you think it's from the movie? I mean, all the movies back then were black and white, right? So do you think it's from the movie, or do you think this is real NASA footage? Cue game show sound effect.
Wait, no, I'm just trying to make sure if like. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure if it's not the image that's not loading properly or what you were posting is just literally a black and white picture.
It's not a picture, it's a video. You can see the video I posted.
Oh, it's video.
Yeah.
No, I can't see anything.
Maybe you
I
need to
can't
scroll
see
down
anything.
the chat a little.
I see it just fine. It's a GIF.
Someone tagged you. Lat's tagged you. You can
I
see
think
it.
he
It's
just
just
doesn't
above.
want to answer.
Me too. Because he's been wrong
No.
twice. If he's wrong 3 times in a row.
You posted it now. Can you see what
No,
you
I just
posted?
can't see it. Yeah,
Oh.
but like even when I post it, I can see nothing.
All right. Drop out
Yeah, I can see
and
that.
read. Okay, you can see it. All right. So is this from Escape to the Moon, 1962? Walter Hamburg film, or
I can't
is this
see it. This is literally what I see. You see side chat? You see side chat?
Yeah, but okay, in the side chat I can see the video. You posted it, and it looks like the same video I posted. But if it's not working on your end, maybe disconnect the call and rejoin. Hit disconnect and then join again. Maybe it'll be there. Maybe it's a glitch.
Glitch in his brain. Harsh, maybe.
Dylan, you didn't give a measurement of Earth curve. You gave a measurement where they just guessed the atmospheric conditions. Can't do that when you're making such specific claims like that.
Set the machine, Leaf.
All right.
Unplug it, plug it back in. Always works. I believe that guy's still around. Go away and he's still around.
Yeah, you know that video you posted, DJ, with the module, supposedly floating above the moon, right? And the way it moves, you can see it's fake. That kind of precision doesn't happen. You can't be there anyway, right? But the thing that for us, they had that much control is ridiculous. It's just a joke, isn't it? That you could move in increments like that. One little touch, knock, and then up, and then back, and
Well, there goes that surprise. I guess we don't have to take that test now. We can pull that one off the board.
I don't know. Leaf's not in here though, is he?
Yeah, I'm looking for him. I don't see him. Oh, no, he's
I
here.
see him.
He's still here. He's okay.
Well, he's finally managed to disconnect. I don't think Leaf would have even clicked on to what Jin just said anyway.
Yeah. I posted some material backing up what we were talking about. The professor stated that NASA tells us anyway. So I backed that up in there. 2 videos from Robert Simmons and his team that makes up that blue marble, for example. That was posted in there. Then he was talking about space, and okay, here's a video explaining how rockets cannot work in space. There you go. So there's a lot of material there for him to look at in the side chat that will help him along. I do feel though that Leaf is rather blasé. Right? He's accused us of being biased. I accuse him of being blasé in that he doesn't even know the model he's trying to defend. And I tell you what, Eli made a statement of fact that we all experience gas always filling in the void, right? Seeking equilibrium, right? And basically what he's saying is that the globe ball couldn't exist in the vacuum, right? But what did he come up with? Yeah, but that's why Eli got upset, because that's not a yeah but moment. There's no yeah buts on that. It's what we all experience. And when you realize that, then the pictures coming from NASA have to be fake, because we can't be there to do that. See?
Yeah.
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 Could you like re-say your point? Sorry, I wasn't.
You also got to realize that they only have like a 7-second brain time span. So you can't give them, you can't speak for 5 minutes in a row and expect them to retain anything. You can only either quickly call them a name to get their attention, and then you got to say stuff because they got short attention spans, right, Globers?
And then you got to say slurs because,
It's
like, if you don't say slurs, then they don't get it.
Yeah, we can't get your attention, can we?
Yeah, no,
Right.
TikTok though, it's ruined us, hasn't
Bro,
it?
TikTok's rough. Because the thing is, when you see like Strawbranina and Bananina cracking it on,
See, there you go. They've already lost their minds.
That's what
You
I'm
see
saying.
how quickly it happened?
This guy's lost the plot.
All right, can you please explain?
All kids want to do nowadays is take over Arby's and not actually discuss the shape of the planet.
Do what now? Aw, he left. Aw, he left too. Aw, he left too.
So basically, if anyone has a bias between the flat earthers and the globers, it will be the globers, because they can't prove they're globe, yet they're biased and they believe they live on a globe. Leaf doesn't know the model that he's trying to defend. He knows nothing of his model. So, but yet he will swear blind that we're wrong, right? And he's living on a globe and he hasn't checked it. Now, isn't that not a bias, clear bias right there? You haven't checked, you don't know the model. Flat earthers are wrong, I'm right. I know I'm on a globe, but I haven't done any measurements and I don't know the model at all. Who's biased, ladies and gentlemen? Who's biased? Come on, Leaf. I'm calling you out. Let's see if he's still here. Okay, he's gone. I'm calling you out. Okay, to all globers, I'm calling you out. Where are you? You're orange. Oh, sorry, no, you're yellow. That's it. You're yellow.
So Dylan, the reason you can't just guess standard refraction is because there's nothing standard about it, and there's countless amounts of studies that have been done proving that there's nothing standard about it. Especially if you're doing an observation over a hot surface, right? You would not expect the light would be bending downward. There would be no reason for that because the ground is obviously going to be heated up by the sun. So here's a paper, a citation in the side chat. So this is the Journal of Geophysical Research, volume 115. The failure of standard atmospheric refraction. The failure of standard refraction. The study explicitly concludes that the frequently used Gaussian refraction coefficient of plus 0.13 is unsuitable for describing refraction effects in the lower atmosphere, while plus 0.13 may describe effects well above the ground in the intermediate atmosphere, 20 to 100 meters. Under dry, adiabatic conditions, it's not representative of the layers where most geodetic measurements occur. The sources reveal that near ground refraction can differ from this quote unquote standard by 2 orders of magnitude, with values ranging from -4 to plus 16 on sunny days. Upward refraction, right? Upward refraction, which causes things to sink lower, right? So appear lower than what they are. So upward refraction as a normal condition, the study confirms that upward refraction, -K, is standard occurrence during the daytime hours rather than an anomaly. Normal lapse rate, when the ground is warm, it heats up the air immediately above it, creating a concave path of light that bends away from the Earth's curvature. And there's the link to the full study there as well. There's tons of these studies that are out there as well. So for your guy to claim that he measured Earth curvatures, it's just an incorrect claim, because you can't just guess. If you want to make like super specific claims like this, you can't just guess the main thing, right? Which is the weather conditions. It's all good if you can't respond. I know you're at work or something.
What's with the silence? What's going on? Is it just me?
Hello, Jemsy. I was thinking about you yesterday. Hadn't seen you just for a few days. Haven't been in. Hope you're well. Hope your family's well. And great to hear your voice. There you go. You broke the silence.
Likewise, Jin CBR. Thank you very much. Hope everything is well with you as well.
Oh yeah, certainly is. Certainly is, man. Yeah. And I'm still using that material known as American Moon. Okay. Still using it. All right. Yep.
That's cool. That's cool. That's kind of like showing a bunch of the how do you say, glitches and how do I say this?
We say anomalies. Yeah, the anomalies with the
Anomalies.
Apollo.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It completed my set perfectly. Okay. You know, I had everything else but that one, and that one was it's really good. Yeah. So yeah, thanks. And I'm using it all the time. So there you go. And I'm also using DJ's Flat Earth Handbook. Really nice, 38 minutes, 12 seconds, right size, right number. A great introduction to the topic matter, and I'm lashing them with that as well. Jem Panda had to vomit. You know. Yeah, he didn't like the idea of me popping that into their server. I said, I'm backing up my stuff. This is the latest. We got 2 new books, another brand new video, brand new. Can you smell the newness? Yeah, there you go. That new smell. There you go. Have a good look. Don't say I don't give you presents. There you go.
Providing the data, providing the information, you guys decide what you're gonna do with it.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't been in their server for about maybe 6 weeks. That's a long time, yeah. So I came bearing gifts. One of them was
Yeah.
the DJ video. Yeah.
Oh, the DJ video, the debate with the other guy.
No, this is the Flat Earth Handbook that DJ has created recently. You know,
Oh, the
really
flat
nice. Yeah.
handbook. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, recommend it. You know, as an introduction. Yeah. So yeah, I gave him that. You know,
What's the link
perfect
of
gift
that
for
one
him.
again? I'm in DJ's YouTube, right? Is it in his
Yeah, it's
YouTube?
called the Flat Earth Handbook. It's
You gotta put
38
some
minutes.
updates for his YouTube because I didn't get the update.
Yeah, it's 38 minutes, 12 seconds long. Really nice. If you like, I'll pop it in the side chat. Hang on a second. Yeah, it's a very good introductory video for anyone looking into the flat Earth for the first time. It's ideal, and it also touches on the refraction because that's what they claim is going on when we make these long distance observations. Good introduction into that as well. It's a really good video, very well done, I'll have to say.
Yeah, the
You know.
refraction topic. A lot of the people that just get a hand wave, they just say refraction, and that's it. But if you can cover it like DJ does, yeah, that's a good way to do it. Just cover, because it's not gonna be an excuse anymore. Because their excuse is a word. Oh, refraction. They can hand wave. It doesn't work like that.
No, doesn't work like that at all. No, yeah. Which refraction? What kind of refraction are you talking about? And then that's when they start umming and ahhing because they don't understand what they just said.
Now, with the information being presented in a video format, there's less excuses they can make.
Yeah. It's definitely embarrassing for them every time they make that claim.
Last night, the last hour I was here, there was Brenda and this guy called Knowledge just pushing the 24-hour sun debunks the flatter model. I'm like, can you guys just be serious about this? They were saying it debunks the AE map because that's you guys' flatter model. I mean, that's not the Earth itself. It's just a projection, certain region. So You know, how can that? I mean, Matrix told them, I never claimed that, right? Some people do use it for whatever intended purposes, but it's
Right.
not the Earth itself. So
No, no, and I'm always saying that 100% that this is not 100% accurate. Okay, so don't take it as it is, right? But it includes certain flight paths showing you how they do not work on the globe, but how they work on the flat Earth, especially the emergency stop-off points. I like it for that, and I like the way I like its configuration. I'm hoping that it is like that, to be quite honest, because it's such a nice setup. But alas, I can't prove that. That's the problem at the moment.
the issue is that, as you can see on the AE model, it's obviously, I mean, reality doesn't skip in a big circle like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not at the edges. What is at the edges of that projection? You know?
Yeah, we don't know that exactly. Yeah, and we need to go there to try and investigate that. But I did post that DJ's videos there. It's a small one, 38 minutes, 12 seconds in the side chat if you want it, James. It's a good one.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's good to keep as a an introductory. Here's a little handbook. Perfect. You know.
Yeah, for the new people, whenever they're asking for some videos. Yesterday there was someone asking for like a video or something. This is probably a good introduction.
It's really good.
Just
Yeah,
watch it.
yeah. It's not too long because 38 minutes is enough to gather a lot of information, and then of course you're gonna have questions. Then you're going to be looking for some more material after that. And then DJ did say he was going to. It's the first in a small mini series that he's thinking of doing. So it takes a long time to do one video though.
Yeah, there'll be episode 2 coming out soon, and there'll probably be tons of episodes because there's just so many topics to cover.
Yeah.
Well, the first the first topic is the misconception. I think that's a good way to start. Like, okay, a lot of people start with a misconception and address that. It's a good way to start it, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely, because that's what it is. There's a misconception, many. So yeah, that's why I say it's good.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make it in a way that sort of goes along with how the globe is like, because they all ask the same questions in roughly the same order. So I'm just going to sort of frame the series in the same process as like if we talk to a glober, what questions do they usually ask first, and then what do they ask second, and then third, and then get into more technical topics down the track. But
yeah, exactly.
But next one's going to be all about taking space away from them, and why would they lie?
Yeah, that's right.
That'll be episode 2, because usually, a lot of people save why would they lie to the end, but I think that's a super important one to cover, because usually once they learn right what flat earth isn't, we don't think it's a disk in space, and then I show some observations, and then I go over a bit of the brief history of the globe and how ridiculous the history of the globe is. And then they ask, oh, what about the other planets? Why would they lie? And so that's what the second one will be about.
And then they go on to like, how do the seasons work, time zones, that kind of thing. That always comes up as well.
Exactly. Yep. And then there's gravity and boats over the horizon.
That's
blah,
it.
Blah blah.
That's it. Yeah, that's the one.
Wow, DJ. When DJ in the video bringing up what we actually mean is that there is no curvature across the surface. He immediately came to the long distance photograph from Italy to France, and he's showing the shore. That's that's like the long that he zoomed in into the image, and you can see the shore from left to right. I remember myself doing this, like zooming in and looking all across the shore of this landscape and the water. I'm like, wow, I was looking at this. I'm like, damn, there's no curvature. Obviously, this is so obvious.
Yeah.
Such a good image. It's one of my favorites. That one. I found
that's one of my favorites.
Yoda had the giant 100 megabyte image, so I downloaded that and then zoomed right in on it and just did a whole pan all the way across it. Yeah,
I
that's.
remember
I want to
zooming
make a whole
into it.
video on
Yeah.
that.
So you know how to tell people about their water level, the vestibular system, the first brick in their house. That is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the
Yeah.
house next to the next house, the house to the everything is level. Even though there's like this house is higher on the hills, the other one is near the water level or down in the valley. Like all of it is parallel to each other, and this image kind of like puts it into perspective. Like you see houses that are higher, houses that are structures that are lower to the water. It's kind of like this is what I'm actually trying to people have picture in this context.
Yeah. You see, my first memory of horizon was when I was on a ship on the way back from Nigeria to England. 2-week journey from Lagos to Southampton. Okay, and we're taking in Canary Islands and various other stop-off points along the way. Yeah, west coast of Africa. And the one thing you notice is that the horizon is dead level. Now those images are seared into my head. Can never forget. Okay, I was 8 at the time, 9. I'm 64. I remember those images like it was yesterday. You know, because you're looking for land, right? As a kid, you're looking for land. You know, you're in 2 weeks, right? So you're looking for land, and there's nothing but ocean. And then when you get to land, you see the land, right? You think, and then it's taking a long time to arrive at the port.
I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to be a flat earther, but I don't know where to start. How do I like become one?
Well, try and debunk the globe. Sorry, not debunk the globe. Try and prove the globe.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
try and prove the curvature of the Earth. That's what I would say, first and foremost. Yeah. So
is proving the globe gonna be like necessary when you could just prove the Earth is flat?
No, because really you're told really what you're trying to do is prove that you live on a globe, and when you try to do that, the flat Earth reveals itself. That's the beauty of doing.
It's just gonna be an axiom, so I don't know.
Well, that's the standard, really. That's the you were told the Earth is a globe. Try and prove that. You take the numbers and try to validate those numbers. You're going to
end up. How do we
up.
unlearn that though? Because we've been knowing like the Earth is a globe since we were a kid, man. Like, how do we like unlearn all that?
Well, that's right. So finally,
he said that the globe is an axiom. Like, how do you get to that the globe is an axiom?
Oh, it's just gonna be the case.
He's asked, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I don't understand. This is why Eli said earlier on he doesn't understand it, because you've asked a question.
I don't know who Elijah is, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, don't worry. Just pay attention. Right? One of my colleagues earlier on made a statement of fact, right? And then the response was kind of like backward. You've asked a question. I've responded to you by saying, try to prove that you live on a globe and flat Earth will reveal itself to you. Okay? That's all I said. Why can't you do that?
Well, actually,
Jin, where's the edge, though?
Can we both live on like a flat Earth and a globe at the same time?
Yeah, I don't think it's mutually exclusive.
Can you shit and talk at the same time, sir?
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can. Yes.
Well, okay, thank you very much. We've all learned something.
Like I said, can you shit and talk at the same time? Is it
Jin, where's the edge?
Yo, wait, I got a question. Does a bear shit in the woods, bro?
It's a contradiction.
That's right. This is what they do,
boys, obviously this is the same group. I mean, some different guys, but Yo was here with his followers last night. Yo, you're back
what is
with other
talking about, man?
Yeah, these guys are a real comedy troupe, aren't they? They're so freaking hilarious.
I literally just asked where the edge is, bro.
Yeah, Joe, you came in at this yesterday with friends. Now you brought more friends. Now one of you talk, like one of you.
We don't even know this nigga.
We don't know this guy.
Just one of you. One of you. Listen, all of you started asking questions at the same time. Just one of you.
I
joined,
bro.
You see, now you're replying at the same time. So just
That's a fallacy. You're straw manning, bro. Like, you're just straw manning.
All right, so the guy that asked the first question, are you gonna reply to Jin? His reply. address that?
Yeah, the advice was try to prove the curvature of the Earth, and the flat Earth will reveal itself to you. It's that
I'm not gonna
simple.
lie, bro. Could you please like clear your throat when you talk? Like, kind of hard to understand. Like,
So that's the advice. Try and prove the curvature of the Earth, and the
Well, I'm
flat
back.
Earth
What's your
will reveal
advice?
itself to you. That's it. Okay, you heard me. I know you heard me. Good luck. Good luck on your endeavor.
It just came back. What's your advice?
Oh, okay, the advice was take the numbers that you were given at school, the circumference and the radius of the Earth, and try to confirm and validate that, and the flat Earth will reveal itself to you.
Sorry, I just came back. What's your advice?
I'm not going to repeat it. You can go back to the YouTube live stream and rewind and check that way. There you go.
Or any of the new people have any more questions? Since you're intrigued about the topic, obviously.
Where's the edge of the Earth?
That will be an unknown.
Yeah, there's no way to tell for certain.
Yeah, I mean, the edge of something that you imagine, I don't know what that is, right? Only in your mind, most likely.
What if I just keep going in one direction? Will I find the edge?
Well, eventually you might die, because if you just keep going and you don't stop, eat something, you know, maybe if you just
what if
keep
I didn't
going,
have to do that?
you'll die. If you just keep going, you're gonna get tired, you know,
You know,
and
like
you're just
you
gonna
know, like
die.
how you know how in Minecraft they have flying machines that just go on forever and ever. What if we just build one of those and it just keeps going?
You're gonna build a Minecraft machine.
Well, yeah, it's just like the foundation. It's the
You're gonna
axiom.
craft it in your mind and build it in the physical and natural world.
Yeah, that's exactly how.
Well, I think you can
people do
craft
things.
like
Okay.
things in your
Once
mind
you
and build
craft
them
the
physically.
machine, show
To be
it.
fair.
Now, once you craft it, just show it. We'll see. Show how it works.
Okay, I have to
Show
get
it,
your
and
approval
then
first
we'll
before I can set
consider
it
that
off.
after you build it. After you build it.
Okay.
Wait, but it's a brute fact though, if you think about it.
So are you saying that we
Yeah,
can't
if you
like?
think about it, yes, correct. If we think
Okay.
about it first, you think about it, then build it, then use it, and we'll see how it goes after that. So you come back
But
after
what
you've done that.
materials would you use though to build it?
Redstone
He's the
blocks.
one. He's the one
sticky
that's gonna build it.
pistons, slime blocks. I think that's it.
Brain rot.
What does that mean?
I actually got a genuine question. The person, all right, son, calm down. I think he said he's sorry. I think he just wants to love you. Pretty sure.
He's sorry. I'm Perry.
Is that
Hi,
like
Perry.
mutually exclusive? Can it be both at the same time?
So tough.
Anyways, any other questions about the topic?
Got you, bro. Sorry is just a concept in your mind.
So, any other questions about the topic?
Well, I think that was a
Where's
question.
the edge of the Earth?
Depends on what you imagine. That Earth that you imagine, that there might be an edge on it, but that's not what we're talking about.
Oh wait, so wait, what
but
are we
imagination,
talking about?
like think about it, like virtual like imagination is like different than actually like.
Think about it. What we're talking about is about the
existing.
surface, right? We're talking about the surface. The surface of the Earth has no curvature.
Well, how do you know there's a surface?
You can test it. You can test it. You can demonstrate it, repeat it, and then you come to the conclusion that there is no curvature.
Demonstrate the flatness of the Earth.
I'm just curious, how do you demonstrate the flatness?
You can use laser transits.
How we do that?
You put a laser to a certain elevation, maybe let's say 6 feet across a body of water, let's say a frozen lake, or even a lake, 10 miles lake, if the Earth was curving with a radius of 3,159 miles, at 10 miles there will be a drop of 66 feet. But when you shoot the laser, that has been done already, again and again and again, across multiple surfaces, when you shoot the laser at 10 miles, the laser hits the target at 6 feet. So 6 feet from one side, 6 feet at the other side, and the laser hits the target. No curvature between the laser and the target. So
Wait,
no
that
drop over the distance, no
yeah.
curvature between the 2 points. No
Can I just say
curvature, no
something though?
ball.
Wait. To be fair, like
So
that would be kind of like begging the question.
the ball
To be fair
requires
with
the
it.
curvature. The ball requires the drop over the distance. Wouldn't you agree? There will be drop because it's curving.
That's presupposing that there's a curvature, though. You have to prove that.
That's what we're falsifying, because that's the claim on the table, and that's being falsified by the test.
Wait, how can you falsify a presupposition, though? To be fair with it.
Well, the presupposition is what's being claimed, and now you test for it, and you see that the claim on the table is not valid when you go to the physical and natural world. That's the whole point. If it was valid, it will be shown in the test, but the test is showing that it's not there. So if it's not there, cannot be what is claimed to be a sphere, right?
So I mean,
Cannot
by
be
that logic, if there's like just let's say like an object, like a giant piece of stone that's 10 miles long, should there be a drop at the end of that 10-mile long
That's why you
slab
do it.
of
That's why
stone?
you can do it on that location, then you do it in another location. That's why
No, but
this
I'm
has been
asking
done
you.
dozens, hundreds of times in different
Okay,
locations all across the
why did you
world,
just not
and the
answer my
same
question at all?
conclusion, comes to be that there is no curvature anywhere to be found anywhere across the world.
Okay, well,
Wait,
why
so
did you just completely ignore what I
drop a
said?
ball, yeah, but when I throw a ball, isn't there like a curvature though? To be fair with you, like when I throw a ball to like my cat,
Yeah,
for
we do
example,
have balls in reality. Yeah, we do have balls in reality. Balls, you can use them, throw them up, they go down, sideways. Yeah, yeah.
Can you
Balls,
juggle
yeah,
them?
they work in reality. Yes.
Oh. Okay. Have you ever
Yeah, we
like
do
worked
have
at a
balls.
circus, like with juggling balls?
Yes, and circuses they use balls. Yes, I've seen that. So what's the issue?
Because as far as I know, like juggling balls is just proof that there is not like such a thing as flat Earth. I'm just wondering, like,
No,
out of curiosity.
balls in a circus doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball. No, it doesn't prove that. If you grab a ball in your hand, that is not evidence that you live in a ball. That's not how it works, buddy.
So it's not a ball, or is it a ball? I'm confused.
It's not, because it's not curving. The ball will require curvature.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Like, the thing that I'm holding
There you
in
go.
my hand
You got
right
it
now.
straight. There's no straights. There's no straight lines on a ball. There you go. You got it.
Wait, I'm just
You got
employing
it.
some allegorical
You got
like
it.
speech, some better. But like,
Thank you.
the main point is like, if I have a ball in my hand, like, why would it not be spherical though? Like when I'm throwing it.
Oh, the ball that you have in your hand, yeah, it can be spherical. Yes, it could be. Yes, yes, correct. It can be.
There's a potential, or is it though in actuality? Like besides like virtual reality.
I mean, because a sphere might be equal points, equal distance from the center point, right? That will be a sphere. But many balls that we call balls are not equally distanced from the center, and they're still balls. You know that, right?
Like, well, it depends on what center of curvature you're talking about, like in relation to like the two balls.
So yeah, that the claim of the Earth, like you're saying, a ball. That's the claim. It's a ball, but the claim has been falsified. It's pretty simple though. You do get it, right?
Maybe, I don't know. I still haven't got it.
All right. I mean, go do some studies, right? Check the evidence, check the data, and then come to a conclusion. If you don't get it, I mean, that's like a you problem.
Okay. I might need to rethink, my life decisions just a little bit, and then I'll come back like whenever I'm like a flat Earth. Okay.
All right. Good luck in your ventures.
Remember, seek the curvature, you will find the flat Earth.
What?
That was kind of wise.
Wrong time ago, bro.
Speaking words of
Thank you. Those who seek the globe will find the flat Earth. Seek the globe, young men.
Do you
seek the
also
globe.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you also believe in like the laser thing?
Yeah, well, I don't do beliefs at all. So I believe nothing. I accept what I see. If it's true and it's real, then it's true. It's real. It's the truth. There's no need to believe it. So I've seen
So you
a
seen
whole
outer
bunch
space to
of.
see the
Hang
Earth
on,
is
I'm
flat,
trying to
nigga?
speak
What?
now. Don't miss what I just said. I said if it is true, then I accept it. You see. So don't run before you can walk.
So you
Your
only
whole,
believe
your whole
absolute
point is you
truth?
can't be 100% sure the Earth is flat. By the way,
Oh, that's not true. Actually,
it is.
that's not true at all. No, that's not true. We can be 100% sure that the Earth is flat.
No, you can't.
That's definitely a possibility. No doubt about that. Yeah. What we are sure of is that the Earth is the globe that we've been told it is. That's what we're definitely 100% sure on that.
Wait, why are you so sure of that?
Like we've been saying to you, seek the measurements and that curvature, you will find the flat Earth. So why don't you just go and do that? Because that's what you're going to have to. It doesn't matter how many times we tell you and how many videos we show you and explain to you the methodology. For you to understand it for real, you've got to go through that methodology and the process. And
He's
then you're
not going
going
to
to learn.
understand it until
Okay,
you
real
actually
quick,
give him the
new
method.
guys.
Yeah.
Oh, Josh, my bad. Go ahead, Josh. I
Yeah,
interrupted
go
you,
ahead.
Josh.
You haven't told him the method yet. He won't figure it out by himself. Just tell him how to do it.
I
Yeah,
did
like
tell
I
him
said,
the
you've got
method.
to,
I did
we
tell
just
him
did.
about the laser tests.
Yeah, yeah. It's
So
not that difficult to understand.
Okay.
Jemsy just spent a few minutes explaining the laser beam test over a body of ice cold water 10 miles. Okay,
Does he
so it's there.
understand
We're
it?
telling.
I'm not
Come
gonna
on,
use the
man.
word belief.
What I was gonna do, since
You trust
Joe,
the
you
laser
were here
test.
last night, Joe, and
Oh,
you were asking the same
of course,
questions.
we trust that technology. Why would we not trust a precision instrument? Why not? What would be us not trusting it? Why would we not trust it? Tell me. You're trusting the information you were given at school, and you haven't validated a single word from what you learned at school regarding the shape of the Earth. You're trusting the
by
education
that
in black
logic,
and white.
by
Hang
that
on.
You know,
logic,
Jin, you could
can't-
also say you don't need to trust it. You just report what the instrument does.
That exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
okay,
It's
I understand.
observation, isn't it?
But
Thank
in
you,
this
Joe.
working model with the laser, you do use information given to you by the government. I mean, as it relates to the radius of the Earth, but still.
That's for the reason of
because we're
testing
trying
it.
to prove that, aren't we? We're trying to validate that. So we use a precision instrument, laser beam. No.
I mean, you can't.
Let's go and check for the curvature now. Simple as that. What's the problem?
If your model is based off like units that you don't even trust, like how can you?
Well, it would be the
confirm or
model
deny
would
it?
be hang on. The model would be the globe, and we're trying to validate the globe. So we're going to take all the information we've been given from the globe and try to measure that. That's it.
But
So
you
you're
were
coming
saying
convoluted.
okay, but you told me that I can't trust things like as they are in black and white, as you put it.
I said to you, try to validate the globe. You will find the flat Earth. What is wrong with that language?
So I mean, what if I? Okay, never mind.
Thank you. That's it.
Hey, Joe, for all the questions that you've been asking for the last 24 hours, I posted a video for you, and you should go check that one out. It's about 30-something minutes. Just look at that one, and then if you have more questions about it, just come back.
I'm not gonna watch it because the cover was made with AI.
No, it's actually one of the guys in here, DJ. He's in here, and he's the one that made the video. You're gonna listen to his voice, and eventually you can ask him questions about the video itself.
Yeah, a perfect introductory into the topic matter itself. Perfect for you. 38 minutes, 12 seconds long. It's lovely. Go for it.
I'll go.
So your first excuse, Joe, your first excuse that you. Oh, there you go.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, all right. Sounds good, Joe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well done. Thank you. Well done,
That's
Jamesy.
also for the other new guys. You're welcome to watch DJ's video. If you have more questions about the video, he will be here to reply to you if he has a chance.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, do watch it. Yeah. So try and prove that the Earth is a globe now. The flat Earth reveals itself. That's the beautiful way to do it. That's it. That way your integrity is intact. You're trying to confirm what you learned at school. Okay. And then by magic, there it is. beautiful. You know, it's a wonderful moment. That realization. Yeah, and then you do it a few times. Once is not enough.
Still, Jin Sensei, I'm gonna, I told them about the laser, but obviously, if they ask you about how they're gonna check the globe, I mean, if you wanna add the laser test and those things in your
I
assignments
do.
for them, that will be good. Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, no problem. Because at the end of the day, we've got several laser beam tests that they can go and do for themselves. But it's so self-explanatory, isn't it? A laser beam of light. You're at point A, and then your target is point B. Check, and then whatever that distance is, obviously there has to be X amount of curvature there, right? 10 miles, 66 feet, as you said. If you want to do a 20-mile laser beam test, okay, there would be 266 feet curvature, so that should be dropping away from the beam. Right, should be a drop as you fire that laser beam across the earth. There'll be a noticeable a drop away from the horizontality of the beam. It's a beautiful thing, yeah. But it's not, is it? You're hitting targets right on, so there is no drop off. Yeah. So, and if we say to you, don't trust the information, you've still got to check it to know not to trust it. Don't just take our word for it. No, go and check, and then you see. The whole point is we know. We want you to be in the same position we're in, knowing this thing, not just hearing it and then agreeing it. Okay, you agree. Okay, fine. But agreeing again is not knowing, is it? You've still got to know. Such a powerful position to be in when you know it. When you know it, as Jemsy would say, that's the real is position. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, the real is position, ladies and gentlemen, not the might be or the maybe position. The real is. Yeah.
I got that from some of the guys in 24/7. They said the real is level.
Yeah, that's right. I remember you were saying it all the time after that.
The Israel level.
Yeah, it is. You see, back in the 80s, like mid 80s, I used to call myself Mr. Is because I was always trying to keep it real. You see, so I used to say I'm not a Mr. Maybe or Mr. Might Be. I'm a Mr. Is. Why? Because I always do what I say I'm going to do. That's why I'm a Mr. Is, not a Mr. Maybe or Might Be. Why? Because I can and I do. So when you were saying the real is level, it reminded me of what I used to say back in the day, you see. Because I used to say that myself growing up. I'd be in my 20s then. Mid-20s.
Let me double check on the new people. They came with a lot of energy. Any of you guys still here? You're welcome to ask more questions to Gene Sensei or to Joder as well. If you want to ask about satellites or what else? That's refraction
Or even
topics.
yourself,
DJ is
Jemsy, you're
here.
quite capable. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Please
Let me
don't
see.
hesitate. Any queries, go ahead. Anything.
Navigation systems. Yoder is really good about all of those topics. I mean, when they ask certain questions, I'm always waiting. I hope this guy was here. I hope Yoder was here to reply. I hope DJ was here to reply to these questions because some people are just so good at what specific topics that it's just they make it clear as day.
Yeah, yeah. If anyone's in doubt about
Thank you,
laser
guys. I
beams, for
appreciate that
example.
feedback.
Oh yeah,
It makes
yeah.
me feel
You're
good.
the
Thanks,
man.
Jemsy. Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, definitely. When we're talking about laser beams now, and the military application, military by that I mean like the Navy and the Marines or whatever, it's an instrument that they rely on. Now, if it's going to if it's going to be refracting here, there, how could you use it? How could you rely on it? Not that I like war, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get me wrong here. I am 1000% anti-war. Okay, but they have these instruments that they do use in the theater of war. Okay, unfortunately, so they're going to rely on its precision and its reliability. If it's refracting, they're not going to use it. It's not going to be of any use. Okay,
Oh,
and
you're
then they
saying
have
that because the young fella was saying, "How can you trust the lasers?" He was saying something like that. How can you trust it? Okay,
yeah.
okay, yeah, that's why you're saying that. I get it.
Yes, exactly that. And then in Australia, they have a radar system that can see 2,000 miles horizontally. Okay, radar system. We're clearly on a flat Earth there, ladies and gentlemen. Clearly on a flat Earth.
So if his
Instrument.
argument is that you guys cannot trust the tools, you cannot trust the lasers, he's rendering the military is obsolete or something, Jen?
Well,
He's trying.
that's what would be going on. Yeah, they'd be saying that the military. Well, why would they use it? I mean, come on. You know, you can't trust your eyes now. Do you have hands? We've had people denying that they had hands at the end of their arms. What's going on here, ladies and gentlemen? You see, that's what happens. You can't trust.
So that's why the military is actually design a lot of these tools, because you cannot trust your senses on certain situations. Obviously, like you cannot like actually be 100% dependent on just your senses. So that's why, you know, lasers. What's the other thing? The pilots. Peter gave a good example of that the other day. You know, the pilot uses this tool. The what is the gyroscope? No, not the gyroscope. Is it?
You got the gyroscope. You got the artificial horizon. You got the altitude meter. Yeah, the in-flight telemetry data, in-flight recorder. All these are instruments that tell you what's going on real time right now, right as you're flying. Yeah,
Even when your
absolutely.
senses are not telling you what's actually happening at that moment. So that's why
exactly.
you have the tools that help you figure that out to make the correct decision. So yeah, he's trying to say that you guys cannot trust the lasers, you cannot trust the tools for. I don't know for why will he say that? Obviously, you're gonna. Yeah, I get it.
For example, when there's been an unfortunate accident with an aircraft and people have lost their lives now and people have got injured, now, you know, the plaintiffs have their legal representatives, and the legal representatives will want to know exactly what happened to the plane. So they're going to be looking into that black box, which is actually an orange box. So they want to know exactly what happened, when, what, and how, and why. So they're going to be using that instrument. That's going to be scrutinized in the court of law, and all data and information will be laid to bear to be looked at. So, you know, obviously they're going to be trusting it then, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the
Court
kid was
hearings,
being just
insurance
silly
payout.
saying that. He was being silly saying that. Don't trust the instruments.
Silly, you know, insurance and compensation. You know, these things are very important to those people who have suffered such injuries in accidents. So no, you know, the instruments are definitely there to aid us, as Gemzi said. You know, where the humans' capabilities are being exceeded by this instrument, that's why you rely on it. Human ability is limited, of course. That's where the technology kicks in. Precision technology.
I mean, it's all layers, right? You need your senses and your human capabilities to build the instrument in the first place. And then the instrument is gonna go beyond that. That's why you're doing it in the first place.
Yeah.
Because there's a need, a purpose, and then you design it to achieve that need and that purpose. Like a bigger optics that can see further than your eyes, infrared lens that can see, kind of cut through the foggy view that your eyes cannot see through.
Through the glare of the sun. Yeah, it's such a beautiful instrument. The IR infrared, beautiful instrument there. You know, they call the photographers call that glare noise. So the filter, that infrared filter, cuts through all that noise to reveal the image you want to see. Beautifully laid out. especially if you're looking at mountains 1,000 miles away from your position. Yeah, 1,000 miles away. And when you're looking through a normal lens through the glare, you can't see that far because the glare is blocking. It's too much noise going on. You can't see it. It's too bright, too much glare. You clip on the infrared filter lens, or clip on a proper lens that's been configured for that, and then you look through, and suddenly it penetrates straight through because the glare's been removed. It's been silenced. And now you see that image you're looking at, the Appalachians Mountains at 1,000 miles away. You think, wow. Amazing, isn't it, the technology?
Now that you talk about the mountains, yesterday there was this guy. He says he's from Alaska, and he's been sharing this photographs that he's taken across the landscape in Alaska, and he shows this mountain range from his location, and he says that he did all the calculation. He also added like whatever refraction percentages, but he says it's so cold there, right? There's barely any refraction. So he says it's very clear. He can see like hundreds of miles.
Right.
In his locations. African, go ahead. What was that? African? African, we can hear you. You have a question to Gene Sensei. Gene Sensei is also from
I'm an
African
African
heritage.
brother.
Yeah.
Yes. African British, if you're British African, whatever way you want to say it.
I
African
say
British.
African heritage.
Yeah, I'm definitely an African who was born in England, but carry on. My African brother, do you have any questions, any queries?
I guess that's a no.
Not yet, maybe not yet, because sometimes when we speak like this and we carry on talking, then somehow something we will say will trigger them, and then they wanna take us on. We have to lure them in. Lure them in, man. Slowly
So yeah,
but
this
surely.
guy from Alaska, he says he works in observation stations for this private company that has contracts with the .gov.
Yeah.
So he's going to different stations across the shore of Alaska just for defenses, for the checking on these defense systems. Because the Alaska has the water border with Russia, and there's a lot of defense activity in that area.
Right.
So he does observations that are hundreds of miles away, like landscapes that are really far away, he says. And he has some really interesting photographs. Hopefully he comes back. So he's DOS man. You see him again or hear him. Interesting what he was saying and the observations that he claimed that he did. I mean he was talking about it yesterday, around this time.
Right. Hopefully he will return.
Yeah, I DM'd him. Hopefully he DMs me some more of his photographs. So in that area, the air is so cold, right? So there's less hot air, the air is more clear. He said that I don't know if I'm gonna go about those numbers, but he was talking about 500 plus miles, because the radius of that area that it's observed, he says is the air is so clear that you can see really far away.
Yeah, I remember some Brazilians that in that documentary, they went to Lake Titicaca. They went at night because the temperatures would be low. They tried to reduce the refraction. Okay, and they made some really good hit some targets. I think it was 24 miles they hit, which was pretty good.
But I'm saying he's seen landscapes that are like he's seen mountain ranges that are like very far.
Yeah, yeah.
Like we're not
Don't
talking
forget-
10 miles, 20 miles. We're
No,
talking
hundreds of
plus
miles.
miles.
Yeah. You see, the observation made by what's his name, Jay told the Media One with his infrared camera, there should have been, that was 1,000 miles observation. There should have been roughly 128 miles of curvature blocking line of sight. 128 miles. But yet the image, the shot was made, you know?
I think I wish I could have downloaded the photograph he posted because I thought I did, and when I looked in my history, I couldn't find the photograph that he
Yeah.
posted.
That's
But
annoying.
hopefully, there's a recording of him talking yesterday. It was probably like around 24 hours ago, and I would like to hear his specifics about it. But eventually, I'll get him to maybe present something, maybe if he can, because he's definitely not a globe believer because of his own observations.
Yeah, he's personal. Yeah, I was going to say, with the 2,000-mile radar system that can see across the ocean, there should be 500 plus miles of curvature, 542 miles of curvature there blocking that radar. Of course, the radar is going straight across 2,000 miles, right across the Earth, looking
See,
at targets.
now that you mentioned that, I remember trying to look into radar. I didn't do too deep of a research, but normally the AIs, what they say is like not really long distances. But I remember you mentioning that there is these systems that are like you just mentioned, like 1,000 miles. You said.
Yeah, 2,000 miles. Australia has one that can do 2,000 miles across the
Across the
ocean.
water.
Yeah. When you look it up, it's called like over the horizon. That's the terminology they use.
Oh
But
yeah,
of
over
course,
the
they're
horizon.
trying to give us that curve by using over. But really, if they're going to use the word, they should use the word like beyond the horizon, because it's going across the Earth. It's not going in a curved trajectory. You know.
Jin, is it so hard to believe that it's perfectly and coincidentally curving around just like the Earth is, the light?
Yeah, no, yeah,
That's so hard to believe.
impossible
That's
to
so
believe,
far
isn't it?
fetched. For 2,000 miles, that's hugging the Earth.
Yeah, the Earth's surface, you know, curving. It's a joke, isn't it? But that's what they're trying to put forward. Yeah.
Are they though? I mean, I've heard some really silly globers say stuff like that, including that gravity makes lasers bend, even though in their own model, gravity's impact on the laser on the scale of the Earth is like super tiny, like negligible pretty much. But do they claim that it follows the curve, or is their
Well,
argument a little bit more sophisticated?
how else would you see that far then?
Well, they
The light
claim
has
it's
to
part.
burn.
They claim two things, right? One is refraction, obviously, and the other one is the divergence of the ray over distance, right?
I don't think divergence would explain it alone, and
Yeah,
refraction is
no.
curving
Right.
like alongside the Earth. So
I'm trying to steelman like an advanced glober point that would be that one, it's curving down usually in usual atmospheric conditions, and two, that by the time it reaches you, it's like a much bigger cone than what left the laser, right? So you might be seeing like the bottom of the cone, so to speak. I think
that's
their
fair.
argument.
There's no issue with that.
But
There's
if you
going to
get
be a
a
slight
typical,
divergence.
college debate bro popping in here, he's not gonna say any of that because he doesn't even know. He's just googling on the fly, so he'll make up.
No. You're right about the cone thing, but it's the effect of that over 2,000 miles is going to be absolutely. First off, like there's over 2,000 miles.
First
you
of
expect
all,
that
I've never
cone to
heard
diverge
about
to
someone
nothing.
claiming that a laser would go 2,000 miles through the atmosphere, kind of horizontally. I think it would get absorbed by the matter between over 2,000 miles. It's a huge distance.
Yeah, we're saying
infrared.
a
It's
radar system. A radar system is what
Well,
I did
it's the
say.
same thing. It's electromagnetic waves. But like when you shoot a laser or radio waves upwards, you can totally do it because the atmosphere is so thin going up that you can go 230,000 miles to the moon and back. But that's different than shooting a laser sideways, right?
That distance, by the way. We don't know that the moon is.
Well, I know, but we don't have to agree on that. Just trying to make the point that shooting a laser sideways you're going through thick atmosphere all the way, right? If you shoot it up, the density lowers so rapidly, right? After 10 miles, it's what, like some fraction of the ground level density, and then it gets thinner and thinner, ridiculously thin.
Yeah, I agree to
Will there
that.
be a difference? Will there be a
But
difference if the laser is in a really high peak mountain and going, across that higher layer?
I think there would be a difference. There should be a difference.
yeah,
But it's
yeah.
still going to be, 2,000 miles. Let's just imagine this: 2,000 miles through the density of the atmosphere of Mount Everest, which is still pretty decent because you can breathe there, not for too long, but the fact that a human being can breathe there means that it's pretty dense, relatively speaking. So if you shoot it over 2,000 miles, that's still a lot of density. If you shoot it up, you're contending with like, I'm totally guessing here, guys, so don't grill me, but like 10 miles, 20 miles, and then it's pretty much, approaching zero. But it's so thin after the first 10, 20, 30, 50 miles, then you get the rest of the 2,000 miles for free, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Like there's little obstruction there.
Yeah, you got an easy passage, yeah. But this is a
He's
radar
absolutely right.
system that they say is seeing over this, because it's there, the Australian one. It's seeing over, they put it over the horizon. That's what its
Right, but it's a
terminology
flying
is.
one, right? It's an AWACS probably. That's why we have AWACS. Is you put a radar on an airplane, so it looks from the top, and then it can look down diagonally and horizontally and whatever, right? That's the advantage.
Okay,
That's
but
why
this is on the coast, though. They have it on the coast of Australia. On the
that
coast.
maybe they mean it's an anti like nuke radar that's looking up mostly.
Okay.
Because I've never heard of a radar like a seaborne radar, let's say, that would be able to have such a long distance. That's why, civilized nations like the U.S. Navy, we have E-2 Hawkeye, right? That's the carrier-borne AWACS plane. That's why it's such a powerful thing, because you can pop that sucker, have it fly at whatever 40,000 feet, and you get a lot of range from your radar. The poor ship down at the sea level, it cannot see what the plane can see. Even though the radar that the ship has is way more powerful because it has access to way more power than the poor relatively small plane. But the fact that it's at the sea level versus 40,000 whatever feet up, that makes all the difference.
Well, yeah. I mean, as you said, the Atmo is thinner up there, so they got definitely can operate those systems a lot easier. There's more material to penetrate at sea level. Definitely, yeah. But I'm going to look into. Sure, it's saying that it's across the horizon. They call it over the horizon, right? Which means they must be trying to aim this thing in a curved trajectory. This is the idea I get from that. So either it goes up and then comes back down somehow.
Sorry, what did you just say, Jin? Where is it received?
I'm saying that what I've read that puts forward is that it goes over the horizon, yeah, which implies a curved trajectory. Somehow it's going up. They say maybe bouncing off the ionosphere is what I've heard, and then coming back down. But I don't see how that could work. And then you're hitting a target. You're seeing a target 2,000 miles away by going up first, taking a curved trajectory, and then you see the target. I find that hard. So I'm going to look into it even
Same
more
old,
now.
same old. It's just like that old Marconi claim.
Yeah, exactly. Same old, exactly that. bouncing signals off of the moon. Again, I've never accepted that because it's hard. I would have to be on the moon and let me see if I can receive a signal, please. Can't go there, so it's hard to validate that they're sending signals to the moon and bouncing it off. I don't accept that for 1 second. Right? And especially if they've lied to us about the distance to the moon. Know that distance. They're saying it's 238,000 miles from the Earth's surface, right? And then the sun is 93 million miles away. But when you look at both objects in the sky, they look similar size, first and foremost. And then Jay Tolman Media gave us an estimate of 5,000 miles from the Earth's surface using his optical instruments, right? Rowbotham mentioned 3,000 miles. So, through triangulation of the sun and the moon. So, those numbers are a lot closer than 238,000 miles away or 93 million miles away. So whatever claim they're making, you can't accept because we don't know the exact distances to these, to the sun or the moon.
The question is, Jin, what angle is the receiving dish facing? Is it angled up to get it from the ionosphere, or is it angled just horizontally to get it from, this flat Earth, flat propagating light?
Yeah, that's right. I want to see. This is what I'm trying to look for now. This system in operation. That's what I'm looking for. I'm going to find anything as such, but I shall keep looking. That's what I want to. I want to see the system in operation. Yeah, because you hear of. I'm not sure. I think observatories that can send photons to the moon, and then they bounce back, and they get a few back. One or two come back from like thousands that they send out. But again, are they really sending out these photons? Because you can't see them. That's what I mean. There's a lot going on out there that we can't validate properly.
Yeah, but it's not like impossible that people are sending signals to the sky and shooting lasers, whatever photons, like you're saying. It's not hard to, put a device on the floor and try doing that. Now, if they're bouncing something off the sky, then someone is claiming that they're bouncing it off the moon, right? Position.
Yeah.
That's not too hard for me to say. Okay, they're aiming device towards the moon and they shooting whatever light or lasers or whatever it is, protons, and bouncing it off that area of the sky. I'm not gonna say no completely, but still, when they start adding like, okay, the moon is this rock in the vacuum of space at 300 million, whatever, 300,000 miles, and all of those other things that are added, that is the different story. There is the
5,000. Remember, they're saying that a signal is traveling 238,000 miles to the moon. Okay. Now, can we send a signal that distance? It's easy on Earth. We can send it on Earth. We're on Earth. We haven't got 238,000.
No, but imagine, skip that. But we look at the moon. We have devices on the ground. We have lasers. We have whatever radio frequencies. And what happens when they actually aim that stuff, the real stuff in the realist level, when they aim that stuff to the moon and throw signals at it, do we get a signal back?
That's the question I'm asking. Can we do that?
I'm saying that I don't see, unless the sky is this absorbing entity that is absorbing everything you shoot at it, right? Like it's absorbing light, absorbing everything, absorbing radio frequencies, and nothing is bouncing off it, then you don't get anything. But if it's being reflected off whatever is up there, why not? Why not get a signal back? Bouncing signal, whatever.
Yeah,
I don't
bouncing it straight back at us. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that might be something there.
Well, yeah.
But then, when the globe believer says, "Oh, we get a signal back," that means the Earth is a globe. That's where the problem is, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And you remember they kept saying that they've left in order to boost their abilities. They say they left reflectors on the moon. Hit those reflectors. They're lying. That's what I'm saying. They're just lying. That's why I can't accept it. I never will. They make the claim, but I can't accept the claim as a
Yeah,
truth.
they said that they rewrote the tapes because there was a tape shortage in the 80s and 90s. How ridiculous is that? They lost the tape on the moon landing, and then they claim that they rewrote it because there was a tape shortage. Laughable.
Yes. Yeah, it's
The
ridiculous.
most expensive ever project by humankind, the biggest achievement ever. We just gonna, just re-record something on top of the tape. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like it's nothing.
yeah.
Yeah. And
It's
not only
so
that, break the
ridiculous.
machine that plays it back. So the playback machine is also smashed up now.
Yeah. Yeah. So back in the 80s and the 90s, even before that, you couldn't take a camera or film through the airport because it would mess up. But they somehow took it to the moon and it was totally fine, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. See, that's a great point. They reckon you would have to have a freezer minus 190 odd degrees Fahrenheit freeze box to put the film in. And guess what the experts say? Well, when you do that to film, the film becomes brittle and shatters when you freeze it to that level. So you couldn't even protect it to take it through the radiation, as you just mentioned, right?
Or the
Because
trip was back, but it was forward and back. Like they went there, the
yeah,
film could be damaged and then come back. If it even survived the entry of the Earth, the entry.
yeah, exactly. There's too much going on. The protection, if you want to protect from the radiation, they said, you've got to put it in a freezer box that's minus 190 odd degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. But when you do that to the film, it becomes brittle. So you couldn't use this film. It will be ruined. So there you are. How did they take such perfect pictures, supposedly on the lunar surface? It's not possible, is it? And then you didn't have the shielding for the radiation because, like I've been saying, Bill Woods, the NASA rocket propulsion engineer, in that documentary, What Happened on the Moon, Part 1, What Happened on the Moon, Parts 2 and 3, he stated that NASA could not fabricate such a shielding because it would have been too heavy for the F1 engines to lift the Saturn V rocket up. Liftoff couldn't have been made. Too heavy a payload for this shielding to be had on the capsule. So they didn't have it.
They asked Buzz Aldrin in an interview. They go, "What's the craziest part about the moon landing?" And he goes, "The craziest part is that it didn't happen."
Yeah, that's
and
right.
people are saying that we shouldn't take him at his word, even though he was the proclaimed astronaut.
Right. And that little girl was asking him, how comes we haven't gone back to the moon in the last 50 years? And he says, that's not a question for an 8-year-old to ask. That's a question for the adults. Right?
Yeah.
You know what I
I
mean?
saw
He said,
that.
and you know why?
I saw
Because
that.
we didn't go. And if we didn't go, we have to ask and find out why we didn't go, he said. There you go. Quote unquote, mate.
Yeah.
Let's check on Alex. Alex, are you new to the channel? I'm not looking at your user profile.
I do know this channel.
Welcome,
Alex. Welcome back. You've been here before then.
Yes.
Have you gathered any information about the topics? Have you come to any conclusions about the information you've?
I've come to the conclusion the Earth's a donut.
Donut?
He
So
hasn't
why
concluded
aren't you
properly.
eating it?
There you go. I love it. What a response. So there you go. Yeah, go ahead.
Alex, are you
Yes.
like is
Come on,
the
Alex. Seriously,
is the
Alex.
troll
Come on now.
is the troll like it's gonna be a long troll? Or that was just a short joke that we can move on from.
No, it is a donut. I mean, prove me wrong.
Come on.
Prove you wrong that the Earth is a donut.
Yeah.
Okay, Alex, go outside, chew into the soil with your don't use your hands. Just like you do with donuts, right? You see it on the box. You don't even need your hands. You go straight with the mouth and bite it. Do that with the Earth, and tell me if it tastes like a
Yeah.
donut.
Why? How do you know what a donut tastes like?
Oh, you don't know what a donut is. You don't know how they taste like, but you're gonna claim that the Earth is a donut, even though you know what a donut is.
Well, no, because the Earth is a donut.
So you don't know what a donut is, and you're gonna
It's the
claim the
Earth.
Earth is a donut.
It is the Earth.
Is this like an argument to absurdity? Wait, take over. I got a call. Back.
He's ran off.
I mean, donut Earther. I have to run before my sugar levels go up.
Yeah, he's not running away. If he gets a phone call, he's got to answer it. Come on, man. Life
No,
goes on.
he's conceded.
Why is he running away?
Not conceded. He's not conceded at all.
Yeah.
His question still stands. So you don't know the taste or the shape of a donut, but you're going to claim the Earth is a donut. I mean, are we serious here? Ladies and gentlemen, can you see the psychology of all those that can't prove the globe? This is the behavior they exhibit.
So he's
Buffoonery,
running away.
retardery, ladies and gentlemen. That's all it is.
Well, he's the
Backwards.
one who ran away, though.
He didn't run away. Let's not home
That
in on
sounds
that.
like he just
He
ran
received
away.
a phone call. Ladies and gentlemen, you're having a discussion, your phone
That's
rings.
convenient.
Are you going to answer
You're
your
probably the one
telephone?
who called
You're
it.
going to answer your phone, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're going to answer
You're
your
probably
phone,
the
aren't
one
you?
who called him.
Someone's knocked the door. Someone's knocked the door on your door. You're going to go and answer the door, aren't you? Right, exactly.
No, you're the one who knocked on the door.
No,
You
don't
called
worry
him.
about that. The point is this. Are you
called
being
him for the
serious
out.
with your donut claim, Sonny? Thanks. See what I mean,
I mean, you
ladies and
haven't
gentlemen?
proved
They
anything wrong other
refuse
than
this
say
intellectual
insult.
Your
conversation.
argument is that he hasn't tasted a donut, therefore he's.
That's not my argument at all. My argument is let him prove the donut. Please prove it. How did he come to that conclusion? Walk us through it, please. That's all. Thanks. That's all, ladies and gentlemen. He claims a donut. Can he tell us how he got there? Simple. I don't have to prove it. It's not my claim at this point. He's informing me.
It's a donut because it's not anything else.
I mean, can you explain how you, because this is live, lots of people are going to be interested in this one. How did you get to this conclusion that Earth is a donut? What did you do? Take us through the methodology, please. Over to you.
Well, it's not flat because there's bumps on it, like mountains, and it's not round, so it's got to be a donut. What else can it be?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, when we claim that the Earth is flat, what we mean by is this. We don't mean flat like a sheet of paper. And if you were to examine that sheet of paper under a microscope, you're going to see that's not flat as well, really. Okay, but what we're saying is that the Earth itself, the land that we look at, that we survey, isn't curving at the rate it should be to form the radius of 3,959 miles, which will then go on to make the circumference of 24,901 miles circumference globe ball. We are acknowledging that there's topography, and that would be mountains, valleys, hills, lakes.
So you just said it's
ponds,
not flat.
rivers. You're interrupting me here. Rivers, oceans, streams. Okay, that's there. But like I said, you still haven't homed in on what I said. All that mass isn't curving to form the radius, to go on to form a circumference. That's
What if
why
it's
we
just
say flat Earth.
infinitely curved?
Sorry?
What if it just goes on forever? You just said it's not flat.
Curvature. You see, we are not measuring curvature. Hence, we say flat Earth. You've said donut. Can you tell us how you got there? We still don't understand. I don't understand.
You just said that it wasn't
methodology.
flat.
Sorry?
You just said it isn't flat.
We don't mean flat like a sheet of paper, I said. So we
Yeah, so I
acknowledge
won the
there's
argument.
mountains. No, the argument's not over. We say
Yeah.
flat
Oh my
Earth,
gosh,
meaning there's no
Jin.
curvature. Yeah, go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
the Earth indeed is flat. Flat in its mechanical definition is a surface that rests between two parallel planes. The highest and the lowest altitude or elevation that we can measure on the surfaces of the Earth is somewhere about 8 miles above and 8 miles below. The Earth's surface rests between those two parallel planes. It is flat. I don't even know what
But
you're
you
describing.
haven't
Why
gone
don't you go
past the
ahead and
ice
give us the
wall.
definition? What ice wall?
You haven't gone past the ice wall, so how do you know that
What ice wall are you talking about?
it doesn't curve past there?
What is the ice wall that you're talking about?
The one near Antarctica.
Oh, okay. I don't know anything about that. What is it?
It's a big wall of ice that the CIA stopped you from
Okay.
crossing, apparently.
Really? I think a lot of people
Yeah.
go to Antarctica, so I don't. I mean,
That's what the
what
flat
are you
earthers
talking about?
claim. There's a big ice wall.
Well, you could call me a flat earth if you wanted to. I don't believe in an ice wall that prevents me from going anywhere. So what are you talking about?
Well, but you just said it wasn't flat, so you're not a flat earther.
No, I did say it was flat.
No, you just said it wasn't flat.
Ah, you're annoying. Done with Alex. Certainly there's someone else to talk to instead of these dumbass trolls. It's a shame too. Like I can tell some of you trolls come in here and you're fairly grown. Like you sound like you might be in your 20s, and to do this in your 20s, like bro, it's time to grow up. I mean, I kind of pulled this crap when I was a teenager, but you got to reevaluate your life. This is pretty sad. What did your folks do to you? Just curious. Go ahead and tell me what happened in the side chat.
Yeah, that's exactly my sentiment, says who. Exactly my sentiment. It's pitiful. It's a shame now because the youth of today, this is what they're getting up to. Missing very important.
This doesn't sound like a youth. This sounds like a guy that should know better, like a grown up. But there's also people in the society that never truly grow up. They were damaged or emotionally abused or abandoned, maybe no folks at all. So they just kind of stay in this very immature state. Then they go on Discord and, I don't know, try to upset people for whatever reason. It's pretty pathetic.
Yeah, shallow, no life, not good. And what's the point? And then how long are they going to be doing that for? Before they
Who knows?
realize. Yeah.
Some people never grow up.
That was a powerful relay noise there from your car. At least I thought it was.
Hey, what's going on, brethren? How are yous?
Hey, Esoteric, how are you?
I'm on top of this world. I'm very what was the word? I'm exciting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 So, is it just a lot at work right now, or what?
Oh, I'm moving house. A lot of
Oh,
work.
really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna be something, you know.
Are you
Mm.
moving very far away, or is it somewhat close?
No, it's close. It's just it's brand new. It's a brand new. So they built these brand new houses in a town near me, and they're weirdly set out, but I really liked it. Right? It's like a top and bottom floor, but it's like the equivalent like size of like the top floor is like the like two houses size. It's weird, you know. Like it's a big, massive split house, you know, like bottom floor and top floor. So I'm going up the top floor and it's really nice. It's not like studio layout, but it's kind of weird. Like it's like a kitchen, living room, but it's like only divided by a breakfast bar. You know what I mean? And it's weird,
Ah,
but I like it. And it's
open
got two
concept.
bedrooms in it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really popular here in the States. That's been really
Yeah.
popular for a while, that whole open concept. But now
Yeah,
people are
it's
sick of it and
not
they're
pop.
going back to it.
Yeah, I know.
True.
It's not common in the UK. I mean, at least not what I've seen. In houses, you know. Usually
Mhm.
it's like a separate room for your kitchen, right, and a separate room for your living room, and like a
Yeah.
hallway that connects all them together. But you know,
Yep.
no,
Oh,
no. I mean,
cool.
it's going to be cool. Yeah, it's going to be nice.
Yeah.
I want to get like flooring stuff down, carpets, all of that. You know,
So
got to
it's
sort all that
brand
out.
new.
Yeah, I get my keys next week. Well,
Okay.
this week actually. No, next week. Next week. I'm forgetting what day it is. It's Friday. Yeah, next week.
So I have to
It says,
ask because this is what I always. Does it have a dishwasher?
but I have to buy that, right? But I will buy one.
Okay, it's got a place
I
for
was
one.
thinking instead of getting a washing machine and a tumble dryer, I'll just get a washer dryer in one, and then I'll have space for a dishwasher, right?
Yeah, although the washer dryer in one kind of sucks. You're probably better off
Yeah.
just getting a washer and hanging to dry.
I have
Although
heard
it's
that. I
pretty
have heard
humid
people
there.
saying that. Mm.
Yeah, they don't tend to do either task very well, unfortunately. But some
Mm.
are better than others.
Yeah,
But if it's just
I'll look into
you,
it.
washing dishes is not very. Is it just you, or they're going to be? I don't
No,
know.
no, just me, yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
So, yeah, so you could probably get by without a dishwasher, but yeah, so it's brand new construction, huh?
Yeah, they're building a lot of houses where I am right now, like around about
Okay.
my area. There's
Okay,
a lot
cool.
of like there's like a big house and boom up here, you know. Like the
Uh-huh.
houses they cost so much as well. Like they're making so much money off it.
Is it just north of Edinburgh?
Yeah, no, it's near around Edinburgh.
Oh, okay. Ah, well, very good.
Yeah.
Will you be closer or further from work?
Uh, roughly the same, to be honest with you. I mean,
Okay, nice.
it's maybe a little bit closer. You know, like we're talking like a 10 mile, like 5-10 mile distance from where I live right now. But my work's
Okay.
kind of in between me and where I'm going. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, perfect.
Yeah, so it'll just be like driving the opposite direction, like roughly the same distance, maybe a little bit less. You know?
So, well, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. That's
Yeah.
yeah. It's all gonna work out though. You know, it's all gonna
Yeah,
work out, and yeah,
it's gonna work out exactly how you want it to.
no,
Yep.
yeah, exactly. It's gonna be
Mhm.
great. So
Oh, good. Had any conversations with anyone lately about this topic?
no, I've been able sorting everything out for recently, you know. But yeah, um, not had any. I mean, I spoke to Timbo recently. Maybe not recently, but you know, the last time I was on. Um, yeah, and Yoda and stuff. But I can't even really remember what we talked about.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah,
Well, it's good to see you.
yeah. Thanks.
I don't know if we have anyone in here who'd be willing to argue with you or not. Doesn't look like it. It's pretty
It's okay.
quiet.
I'm not great at the arguments yet. You know,
I know.
I'm still working on it.
Yeah. Well, keep
I'm
us
still working
updated.
on it. I'll get better with time.
Yep. I know you will.
We got tornadoes on the fucking ground, all in Illinois. We got fucking 3 F5 tornadoes, Strader, Illinois, Dwight, Illinois, Morris, Illinois. We got them in Wisconsin. They're in Peoria, Illinois. They're in Havana, Illinois.
That's crazy, man. I hope you're okay, and I hope your family's okay. Yeah.
I'm sure he's gonna be okay.
We got tornadoes all on the ground. We need to make sure that get to shelter if you're not in shelter already. There's tornadoes on the ground. Got 16 different tornadoes on the fucking ground.
Don't think of this as the hottest summer of your life. Think of it as the coolest summer of the rest of your life.
What?
That's very
Is this
insightful, Tristan.
global
Insightful.
propaganda hour?
AI, you're not sounding too great, bro. Your mic.
Are tornadoes common? I thought tornadoes were more of like a tornado belt.
Hey, why are we entertaining these trolls while Scott Mackey is on server mute? What's going on? Wouldn't you rather talk to Scott Mackey than to a random like Mr. Troll?
You asking me?
What would be the benefit of that, Peter?
I mean, he's a high quality Glober.
Says who?
Says me.
Okay, well, maybe you're wrong.
I don't think I am. The bar is pretty low, by the way, on this server. So
I don't know, brother. Scott Mackey is essentially a wear bottom sun glober.
yeah, but he also knows about cell nav and stuff.
Any round earthers in here? Globers?
You mean spherical, or do you mean round?
Globers. Are there any?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's a few in here.
Okay,
There's
so
you.
why is this chat so quiet?
Oh, I don't know.
One
It
of them
comes and
server mute.
goes. Comes and goes.
I just wanted to listen to a debate. Was just wondering.
Why
Well, there's
don't you
really no
tell us
debate.
what? Sorry.
Go
Why don't you
ahead.
tell us what shape you think the world is? Why don't you tell us that? Then
I
we
think
can.
it's a globe. I'm too tired to debate it. I've like talked here before, but today I just want to listen.
What makes you think it's a? What makes you think it's a globe? Have you measured it to be that?
No,
No, you haven't measured it to be that. No.
I haven't.
So how can you tell me that you think with certainty that the world's a
I
globe?
think it's a globe. I'm not gonna put. I'm like not in the mood to put effort today. I'm really tired. I just want to listen.
That seems like a cop out to me, buddy. I'm not gonna lie, but
I
you
don't
keep coping. That's okay. I don't mind. You keep coping,
Hey,
buddy.
don't be too tough on the guy. Many of us come here just to listen.
Yeah.
You ever heard Effie Batman debate somebody? He just chills and listens.
But Effie Batman contributes as well. So I mean, we're not. It's not equivalent.
You guys are in bed mode today for some reason.
Oh man. Who do I get to ban today?
Well, how about we make it an amnesty day today? Yeah.
Oh.
That's new. See, take it for a spin, see how it feels to unban a few people.
You're always seeming to advocate for the wrong people, Peter. It's kind of weird.
Well, I'm a contrarian.
Just saying. Yeah, just
You should
saying.
know what that feels like.
You're what?
I'm a contrarian, and you should know what that
I
feels
don't know what
like.
it's like to be Peter, honestly. So I wouldn't say I'm a contrarian.
That's funny.
We heard you. Hello back at you.
So why do you guys think it's a flat Earth?
Why do you think it's not a flat Earth? Have you measured it to be otherwise?
You ever look out your window?
Yeah, every morning.
Yeah. Does that look flat to you?
I mean, if you're referring to the hills and the things like that, then no, it's not perfectly flat, but it certainly isn't a globe, right?
I don't know, man. I've seen a curvature.
I can tell you what is flat though: the ocean.
Not really. Have you heard of a horizon?
I've heard of a horizon. Do you want to talk about like how we've measured it to be flat before we go on to other things, or do you want to just bring up other things that don't really make as much of a difference as the actual measurements that have been done, right? That prove the ocean is flat.
Well, I've been on a boat before. Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then after a certain point, the mast of the next ship was a bit lower than the mast it was when it was closer.
I'm confused, brother. I thought you said you saw curvature. Now you're just telling me you can't see a mast. Do you know the difference between can't see a mast and curvature? Like, those are two different things, brother.
Have you ever been in an airplane?
Yeah.
You never saw a curvature on an airplane?
Never, dude. Never.
Wait,
And I've flown all the way to Kuwait. I've flown all the way from Savannah to Kuwait, brother. Didn't see any
Oh, you're
curvature.
in the military. They don't give you windows.
What? Are you kidding, dude?
The military flights don't have
They
windows.
don't, dude. Yeah, dude. You don't know what you're talking about, dude.
I've seen those big AC-130s.
Right? Who said that's what I flew in, dude? I just said I went from Savannah all the way to Kuwait. What if I was on a private plane?
Were you? Don't lie to me now.
Yeah.
Were you?
It
What kind of
was
plane?
private.
Did you get a window seat?
It was the one of the biggest Lufthansa planes that they have.
Hey, bro doesn't know. Hey, Glucose, do you know that most of the military transportation of troops is done using charter planes? Like actual 747s?
Yeah.
You do realize we don't have enough, like, Galaxy, whatever, C5s or C17s to actually haul people in them, so we actually rent. Atlas Air does it, many other companies do it.
Okay. So
Mhm.
did you know that you can fly direct from Sydney to Santiago, Chile?
And how is that a mystery? What, they're on two different planets in your model?
No, but
That was pretty funny.
if it was if it's
I mean, I think we all agree that the atmosphere extends from Sydney to Santiago, right?
No, you don't understand, because in your
planes need
model,
atmosphere to fly.
Sydney to Santiago would be the furthest away. But in the real world model, the globe Earth model, you just fly over the South Pole.
What model are you
In
talking
my
about?
model, you mean rigid flat Earth? That's my model.
Yeah. Your model.
Can you send a picture of this model, please, Glucose? The model that you're
Yeah,
talking
make sure
about.
you send the scale for the map along with it.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
we
just
need the-
Google it. It's pretty easy. Everyone's seen it before. Don't pretend you haven't seen it.
Yeah, let me guess, that scale has a linear mile in it.
They call it nautical miles.
Well, you're full of them today, Peter. Keep going.
It's an inside joke for yeah.
That is a good one.
No, I don't think you guys know what you're talking about.
Dude, my map had the sun on it, but then it lit on fire.
I mean, the sun is on fire. It's a fusion reaction.
Hey, if I could show you a map with a straight line from point A to point B, does that mean that that map is correct?
I mean, that depends. Have you tried to drive it with Google Maps? If it
I have
works,
a map like
Oh,
that
you
from
know,
Lord of
dude.
the Rings. Lord of the Rings.
Dude, how am I gonna drive? How am I gonna drive from Savannah to Kuwait, dude?
Are you
What am I
sure,
gonna
man?
drive through the ocean?
Did you actually drive there, or did you actually go to Kuwait, or were you on MK Ultra?
Oh my goodness, dude. No, dude. We left Savannah Hunter Army Airfield. We went up to Maine, through Nova Scotia, through that little area there to Ireland, then to Germany, then to Kuwait, and that's a straight line, brother. So I guess that means that whatever map I can put that on that represents it as a straight line, then that map is the reality I live in. Well, that would
Wait
be
a
a
minute.
reification fallacy.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that you want me to believe in flat Earth, and you also want me to believe that Nova Scotia exists? Like, what's next? Neverland? Come on.
Holy, dude! Wow, dude. Dude doesn't know Nova Scotia. Holy crap, dude.
I don't know, man. Peter was funnier.
I have my doubts about Nova Scotia because if you've been to the old Scotia, you'd never name a new place after it.
Yeah, where's
Come up with something else.
where's the original
I've been to
Scotia?
Old Scotia and I've been to Old Scotia and I wasn't very impressed. So if I landed on the new continent, I'd be like Nova anything but Scotia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why not Nova Bank of Nova Scotia? Ever heard of that?
I've actually been to them on a business trip once. I talked to them directly.
Oh well. So yeah, I don't really believe in the flat Earth model. Doesn't make any sense.
You don't even believe in land masses that exist. So I mean, how can we possibly help you?
I mean, you don't believe hills exist.
What?
That means if hills existed, then the flat Earth model is disproven. It's not.
Oh, that's
flat.
like that's as stupid
He's
as
going
saying
best hard. He's going best hard on us.
Hey, hills
I mean,
exist, therefore the Earth isn't a sphere. Wow,
yeah,
dude. What are you,
you
like
guys,
stuck
like
in kindergarten?
you flat Earth guys just believe we live in a 2D world, and the 3D world is
False.
just an illusion.
Hey, brother. I think you're qualified. I got a job opening. It pays 6 figures, or triple your current salary, whichever is higher.
How could that possibly?
So here's the job. Here's the job, brother. Here's the job.
Okay, let's hear
I
it.
want you to work at my factory. We manufacture machine parts with flat surfaces. I want you to be in the quality control department. Every part that isn't flat, I want you to reject.
Oh, okay. Well, so I don't
It has to
understand
be
what this
2D.
non sequitur is about. Hey, just give me a sec.
No, it's just demonstrating how stupid you are, dude. No offense to your mom.
He's not offended.
Dude, what is it with people that, if the earth is flat, it's only got 2 dimensions? Holy crap.
I mean, you know that Bev has a very popular and successful YouTube channel, so they probably learned it over there.
Dude, you know what, bro? I just was checking out a new flat earther stream that just appeared on my feed. And then like after 3 days, I was just scrolling through and I saw an episode, and as soon as I clicked on it, I opened it up, and the guy who was the host, the first words out of his mouth are, "Elderbear, are you just here to troll?" I'm like, what the heck, dude? Can't go anywhere.
Crazy idea. Could we unban Elderbear and Bev, maybe? It's been a long time.
I don't know, dude. Elderbear is pretty annoying.
I know I'm going to
Yes,
regret it, but I still want to do it.
Hey, what about that laser test? They found a big field as a sea level, and then they shot a laser straight flush with the ground, and then they measured how high that was, and further away it was actually higher than it's supposed to be, thus proving the curvature.
What test is that, dude?
A laser field test around Earth, globe Earth.
What? That's the name of it? So if I type that into Google, it's going to appear immediately?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Well, none of you
probably.
guys did it. Laser,
Oh my
field,
goodness, dude.
globe Earth.
Yeah, go find it for me, bro, and hook us up.
Okay. 23
Dude, I got a
mile.
whole server backup with hundreds of laser tests that show the Earth isn't curved. So I'm interested to see yours.
Okay. Wow. Okay, here it is. Newsweek 2019. Okay, here it is.
Newsweek.
Yeah, it's a newspaper, or a magazine rather. So a documentary from 2018. These guys shot a laser on a field, and
Holy
they
crap!
found the curvature.
Documentary from 2018. What the heck?
Yeah. I mean, that's how slow you guys are.
You posting it, bro? You posted it sometime or what?
I'm gonna find it here.
Looking for it. Okay.
Here it is.
This better not be Jaren, dude.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, behind the curve. Holy crap, dude. Oh my
Yes.
goodness, dude.
Can you debunk that TV
Hey,
show?
hey,
Did that
bro.
TV show not exist?
What TV show? Hey, let me ask this question. What laser was used in that documentary?
A red laser.
You sure about that?
Yes, I am.
So your claim is that in this documentary there's going to be filmography of somebody executing a red laser being filmed and broadcast on this documentary, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't know what it is you guys hope to achieve. Have you seen the ice wall before? I mean, if you've seen the ice wall before and filmed it on camera, then I would believe you.
Dude, how come you can't even make it through one example that you put forward before diverting to something else?
Oh, I thought you said it was interesting, so I thought you conceded. Sorry.
Well, no, I just know that. I mean, look, I didn't actually watch the entire thing, so it may be the case that there's a red laser somewhere in the footage. But I mean, unless you got a timestamp to the footage, I mean, how could I know that? But usually, what's put forward is Jaren, who was going to use a laser, but his collimator burnt the laser because he left it on too long. Or sorry, the laser burnt the collimator because he left it on too long. And then he had to use a flashlight to actually do the test. They did the test at night for obvious reasons, and they did it with a flashlight, and they did it with cardboard holes, which there's no evidence anywhere in the documentary of the layout of the test. So it's basically a TV show, not a test.
Oh, so you don't believe in that test?
Dude, look, if you look at the graphic that they have, Jaren would have to be like 17 feet tall to even make it even matter. And not only that,
Right.
since you don't know where the guys actually are, where they have their cardboard, you can't line anything up. So no, it's not a test. It's a joke.
He doesn't have a ladder. 17 feet's not that tall if you have a ladder.
Dude, they didn't. Oh my god. Hey, let me ask you this question: did you even watch it? Because keep in mind, this is your evidence you're putting forward.
No, but it was like 8 years ago.
Oh, okay. So you have no idea what's actually in this thing whatsoever. You
I
just
just
Googled
remember.
something and then
I just
just
remember his
grabbed the
face.
first reference you could find.
I just remember his face. He just looked so surprised. Oh wait, my test proved that I is a globe Earth. I wasted my life. Oh no.
Wrong. That's not what happened.
Yeah, I saw that though.
If I remember correctly, his face that where it says that's interesting isn't even from that same night.
Okay, let me ask you a separate
It's
question.
spliced in.
Let me ask you a separate question. We're in an impasse here, so I'm going to move on to the next question. Do you not believe in globe Earth because you don't believe that Neil deGrasse Tyson's a real scientist because he's black?
My goodness, dude. Are you like touched in the head, brother?
We all are. We're all touched by the Holy Spirit after Jesus died, I guess. Just touched us all. You know what I used to say? I used to say that God is the internet, God the Father is the undersea cable, God the Son is the router, and God the
Yeah.
Holy Spirit is the Wi-Fi.
Hey, listen, brother. No offense, but you know, there's a certain like IQ level required to speak here, and I don't think you meet it. but I could be wrong.
The
'cause I'm
IQ
not
has
an
to be
expert.
larger than your shoe size.
What's the maximum IQ that I need to be here? That I have to be under to be here?
You have to understand that. You have to understand
European shoe sizes
that.
are like 44, 45.
So the maximum IQ
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can
yeah,
have to be in
exactly.
this room is under 44.
No, that's the
So I have to be.
minimum.
No.
That's the
Oh,
minimum.
that's a minimum.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I see the minimum. My mistake. Sorry, I apologize. I thought we all assumed it would be the maximum.
Right, dude. Dude, you haven't said anything intelligent since you've been here, dude. What are you talking about? Trying to insinuate that the flat earthers are the dumb one in the room. Dude, you're the dumbest one in this room right now.
You know, yeah, but I'm the kindest one. I wouldn't have said that to you.
What, dude? It's called tough love.
So you love me?
Nobody's rebuked you for how nonsensical you are. No one's
Wait,
rebuked you for claims like flat earthers think the earth is two-dimensional, dude. Your friend should
wait a
have told you, bro, you're stupid.
Wait a minute. Did you say that you love me?
Why are we talking
I
to
love
this
you as
guy and
much.
not talking to Scott Mackey?
My response to that is gay.
Right, brother. Peter's got a point, though. If we're not going to talk to Scott Mackey, we're certainly not going to talk to you. Mute! Holy crap, that kid was dumb as a brick.
He wasn't that dumb. He was just playing dumb because he thinks he's toying with us.
Well, but my theory is that they come in here and play dumb because they know if they play serious and they get wrecked, then they're going to have to really settle the issue instead of just playing games with the issue.
I agree with you with one important caveat. It's only the ones that got cooked once before know that. The fresh ones, they always come in here thinking that they can just dunk all over us just because we're flat earthers. But once you cook them once or twice, then they do that thing you described.
Peter, you're the furthest thing from a flat earther, so quit your grift.
And how would you know?
Like 1,000 hours of recorded audio.
You have 1,000 hours of recorded audio of me?
At least, yeah.
I don't think I've been on Discord for 1,000 hours. And if I were, I should rethink my life.
Well, your LARP's not working. You're not fooling anybody, so.
Are you serious?
I'm fooled.
Thank you, Neil. I needed that.
Well, let's put it this way. Sincerity and competence aren't necessarily reciprocal.
Good point.
Heck, we got Neil going over onto TikTok and people throwing him out for being a fake flat earther because he says, dude, where's your proof that the ice wall is a 360-degree perimeter all the way around the earth? And they say, you're not a real flat earther. Get out of here.
I was going to say just this, that a lot of us get flack for not being genuine flat earthers because our arguments are too sophisticated for what people think flat earth should be.
No, because
You
we
don't
have you
claim an
recorded.
edge, you don't claim an ice wall, you don't claim dandelions cure cancer, you don't claim reptilians live in, underground tunnels and feed on Christian babies. Like, if you don't say those things, you don't sound legit.
No, you don't sound legit because we have you recorded being McToon's little bum buddy for hours and hours and hours and hours, Peter. You're not fooling anybody.
Oh, so you're saying people cannot change their position, like Jeranism changed his position? You're going to say to Jeranism he's not a real glober because you have thousands of hours of him dunking on the globe?
I think you should use a better example than him.
Yeah, why not? It's analogous. It's analogous. He was a staunch flat earther. Now he claims to be a glober. I was a staunch glober. I admit that. I never deny that. And now I'm a flat earther. So what? So I'm a glober and he's a flat earther. We're just hiding.
You're right, Peter. You're right, but still, that's like the worst example. Like, if you picked literally anybody else as
I
an
picked it
example,
on purpose, Charles. You just don't get it, okay? I picked it on purpose. It's controversial, right?
yeah,
I'm not
why
saying
though?
that I
Why
have
is
the
it
same
a bad
visibility
example?
as
That doesn't make
Jeranism,
sense.
because I'm a nobody, like only you guys know me, but like it's controversial, that's why it's analogous.
That doesn't make sense.
I like you, man, but like some things just will never make sense to you. Let's just leave it at that, okay?
I never really thought of him as a flat earther. I just thought of him as a guy with a show and an audience. Nothing more.
Well, Jaron did say he's a glober now, but if somebody provides him evidence again for flat Earth, he'll go back to flat Earth. And then if somebody provides him evidence for globe Earth after that, he'll go back to globe Earth.
Yeah, but the evidence has to have a paperclip with some $100 bills attached to it.
That could
be true.
That's exactly my position, minus the $200, because I'm not that cheap. But someone showed me globe proof, like all of you guys. I would change my position. We've done it once. We can do it 2 times. Charles, let me ask you this. If somebody showed you globe proof, would you change your position?
You've already asked me that, and I've already answered it. But I'll tell you again.
I have a short attention.
If someone were to demonstrate, well, you can't falsify, you can't unfalsify something that's already been falsified. I think that's worth saying. So since the radius has already been falsified, what I'm about to say is redundant, but I'll say it anyway.
No, it's not.
Well, yeah, it is. It is redundant.
Someone could falsify the
what it means.
falsification.
Well, if something's already been proven wrong, there's no like.
But if but use your own logic. If the radius was falsified, someone could falsify the falsification.
But then it would mean that it wasn't falsified in the first place.
That's right. The same way that the radius was proven and then it was unproven, right?
Except
it was established. It was established, and then we debunked it. So that process it's just, I'm trying to exercise logic with you. Like that process can happen again because someone could show us something we never took into consideration, some other aspect of things. I mean, isn't the argument we make to Globers that like they were told the story, some of them thought about it, it's kind of consistent to them, but they didn't consider these other things that we know, and that's the argument we make. So the same as, it's layered. You could layer another layer of this on top of what we know today.
Well,
because you're danger close to saying that you're not interested in seeing any evidence, any net new evidence.
Again, I already told you it. You can't remember, but I'll remind you. Let's say 10 miles, an arc segment measurement of the surface of the Earth with a straight edge next to it, also spanning that full 10 miles. So we can have a arc segment to compare to a straight edge and be able to walk along both of them and, drag your fingers across both of them and watch them. Or do it with a bicycle while holding one hand on the bicycle handle and keep your other hand on the rail.
I don't know.
Whatever.
My new standard is that the only people allowed to judge these tests have to be blind.
I believe that's known as a blind test.
The real crux of the argument in most of the debates comes down to the visual spatial world, right? Like, how do you interpret the visual world in regards to three-dimensional spatial locations? And so to get rid of that, you have to get rid of the optical part of it altogether and make it pure geometry, pure physicality. And so you have to just get rid of looking at it altogether and just do a mechanical method of measurement that requires zero looking.
That's not a bad idea, right? Because if you could somehow talk about these things without invoking optics, we always disagree on optics. Not even saying glowers versus flat earthers, but even within the two groups, people disagree.
Reference frames. Reference frames is a big one too.
But how can you do, because optics, when you think about it, that's just study of electromagnetic waves and how they propagate, right? We call it optics, but it's not just about visible light. It's quantum electrodynamics, really. So how can you
No, not
do
really. Not really,
measurements without?
because an optical observation is one that requires a certain type of device as the receiver. I think that's the key difference.
Right. But what I'm saying is using X-rays or radio waves, it's still, I know this is not intuitive, but it's still optics. It's still the propagation of electromagnetic waves. Radio waves refract. So all those things we always argue about refraction. Is it geometrical? Is it apparent? They apply to radio waves.
Yeah,
When
but
you
you got to
bounce,
keep in mind there were tests that were done in the past with this type of energy, and rather than accept the results, they literally changed the size of the rulers they were using to measure it with. So it's like you can just make excuses out your ass till you're blue in the face.
No, I get it. I'm thinking meta based on what you said. Like, could there be some way of discussing measurements that does not invoke, how we see? And now I'm going a step further. It'd be tempting to say, oh, we can use X-ray or radio waves, but that's also how we see, just a little bit more advanced.
Sort of.
It is, man, because when you get a radar signal back from a plane, that's an apparent position. It's not a geometric position. Those waves got refracted through the atmosphere.
Yeah,
Whichever way.
so get rid of visual, get rid of well, let's agree to this, that the path or whatever you want to call it that radio waves or any electromagnetic energy takes is irrelevant in a sense that it's not the physical structure itself. And so you just have to remove everything that's that methodology and just focus on the mechanical structure itself to the most raw way you possibly can.
Yes. And I had an experiment like this, and I threw it at glowers, and they didn't bite. But exactly along the lines of what you're saying, purely mechanical, right? I think I described it before. You put a stick in a water canal, you put a perpendicular plank to it, and you extend that plank for a mile or half a mile, I don't know, but something meaningful. And then you would expect, as long as you do a good job making sure it remains horizontal and doesn't sag, you would expect to see that 8 inches per mile squared drop, right, from the plank. And there's no optics involved here. The only issue here would be ensuring the rigidity of the plank. Because you cannot have additional pillars, because then the whole argument or bridges adjusting for the curve or not would come up. So you gotta have one pillar, one perpendicular, and stretch it out in a straight line far enough that there's a measurable deviation, at least on the paper, and then you can compare: is it there, is it not? And globers don't have any out to say, oh well, yeah.
We could just use lasers, right, Peter?
No, because it's optics. It brings us back to the whole thing with that's what we're
Yeah,
discussing with
we
AI.
never had the chance to finish that conversation from the other day.
I know, because I rage quit on you because you really upset me because I have high hopes for you.
Well, you understand
You
that if we change the
disappointed me, young
properties.
Padawan. You disappointed me, young Padawan, I have to say.
No, brother, listen, dude, because we changed the
I
property
don't
of the
want to talk
light.
about we're having a good convo with AI. What can we do beyond optics? Engage on this. Don't bring us back to optics.
Well, no, I understand, but you realize that we changed the properties of that light. You know this already. Where every
Lads,
particle, the light exiting the laser is going to be
dude, have some
uniform,
social
the
awareness.
same way.
I rage quit on you last night, and now you're bringing me back to this topic. It's sensitive. I don't want to
Yes,
talk about
bro. No, listen, I understand, bro. But it's because the reason I want to talk about this is because we can have the same thing, the same particles, right? Like of water, for example. We can freeze it, right? Make it cold. It's gonna be made of the same stuff, but now it has different properties, right? We can put the weight of a bowling ball on the ice now. The ice is gonna act like an insulator instead of a conductor. It's still made of
Yeah,
the
but
same
lads,
stuff.
you don't understand the basics, okay? That's why I'm upset at you. And I'm upset
It's
at you
just a
because I would hold you to a higher standard because you're one of the more advanced from our community. So I'm not gonna
Peter,
yell at Charles about this.
Peter, do me a favor. Stop the
Yeah.
condescension and just stop using this our, we, us bullshit. Everybody
Well,
knows
don't
that
tell
you're
me
on a
what to say. Who
long-term
are you? Who
troll.
are you, Sanser?
No worries. I'll take care of it.
Takes
So
you a
pretty
long
much
time,
it.
Pops.
Oh no, dude. We were talking about lasers the other day. You were saying that they refract in the air downwards because lasers act like any other light. I agree with you that yes, lasers are light, but we changed the property of that light where every particle is exactly the same exiting that laser or exiting the tube of the light where it's bouncing between the mirrors. So we changed the property like we changed the property of water to where now water can now hold a bowling ball, for example, or hold a tank on top of a frozen lake. If you change the property of something, it will act different. Well, if you want to claim that a laser is going to act the same as the light exiting from a flashlight.
Lads, I can explain it to you if you will listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So when you use a laser, you artificially generate photons that have the same property.
Yes.
Right? They have the same wavelength and their even direction roughly the same. It's not perfect, but roughly the same. And I think they can be polarized as well in the same way. Now, if you take natural light, exactly the same photons will exist in that light. They're just going to be mixed with other photons. So what I'm trying to explain to you, laser is like a photon filtering device. So you can't be arguing that the photons that came out of the laser are not subject to the same optical phenomena, while identical photons that came out of your oven, let's say, from the heat radiation in the oven or whatever, red hot oven, those photons do undergo those optical phenomena. Because you would have to show a difference in the property of those photons that would allow the atmosphere, that's the fun, I'm joking now, to decide which ones to refract and which ones not to refract. And there is no such difference. By the way, if you start memeing that like, oh, you know, photons haven't been proven, the same argument you can apply to electromagnetic waves, right? The electromagnetic waves coming out of a laser is dimedosin found in natural light, just mixed with other frequencies. That's it.
Yes,
That's
I
the part you're
understand.
missing, man.
No, listen, I understand that it's the same type of radiation. It's all the same, electromagnetic. I understand that. But you didn't hear the part where I said that we had changed the property where all the particles are uniform. They're exactly the same. Right?
Yeah, the
If we
ones
change
coming
the
out of the
properties of
emitter,
something,
yes.
maybe they act differently. So if
But
you
you're
want to
not
say that they
changing the
act the
property,
same,
lads.
then you have to show that, right?
Without, do you let me explain this to you. I can take natural light and using a mixture of prisms and polarization filters, only filter out the photons that I would like to see, like from a laser, of a certain wavelength of a certain polarity. I can accomplish this without the laser. A laser is just a clever device that can do it from the source. Now you would have to argue, if I filter out the photons that didn't originate from a laser, and what is left is just homogeneous photons, then they're not going to be refracting. This is not true. Because they don't refract just because they're in good company with other photons. They refract because of how electromagnetic waves propagate through media of
Well,
different
sure,
density.
that's the claim. That's your claim. We would need evidence
It's
of
not
this
my
actually
claim.
occurring in the real
That's
world.
called optics, classical optics, and
Yes,
then
I
quantum
understand, but we don't have
electrodynamics.
evidence of lasers bending downwards.
All right, hold on a second. He's diverting from evidence for the effect or whatever that he's claiming. It's just called optics. No worries. Tell us how it works, Peter, and tell us what tests were done to verify this, please.
Fuck you.
There you go. See, at the end of the day, Peter here, Peter the Globe Defender, will have the same reaction that we ask anybody else about refraction or any effects, the effects that he's talking about being refraction of the light, to be consistent with what we're observing and then blame it on curvature or whatever else. So, fuck you is what I get when I ask for evidence of the things that he's claiming. That's fantastic, Peter. You've done fantastic here today.
All I
Yeah,
was
keep it
asking
up and
for,
you lose your green card.
I'm just asking for evidence because we have evidence that when we change the properties of different particles, like water, for example, and slow its movement, we get ice. And it acts very differently than water at room temperature. So maybe photons moving in unison, all the exact same length, speed, everything, exiting the laser, maybe they act differently in the atmo. If you want to claim that they act
Holy
the
crap!
same as
Holy
any other
crap! You
light,
committed the party. You committed a party foul.
oh, what was it?
Oh, you said Atmo, dude. You said Atmo, dude. That's banned. Banned.
Oh, shit. Atmosphere, sorry.
Let me tell you my rationale, though.
Go ahead.
People only say Atmo because they don't want to say atmosphere, because they're afraid of this critique that atmosphere begs the question that the air is a sphere and gases have no inherent shape. However, if you don't know the shape of the container you're claiming, how could you know that they're not in the shape of a sphere? So you'd have a logical exclusion that you haven't proved yet. Not only that, but Atmo just means air. So just say air. Unless you could tell me the composition of an Atmo. So for example, if I have a cup of water and it's pure water, it's H2O molecules. There you go. So what is Atmo made out of?
Yeah.
The only rational thing you could tell me is it's air. So just use the term air and stop playing pedantic games. Problem solved.
Yeah, it's my bad. I use them interchangeably all the time. It's my fault.
No, it's no worries, bro. It's just annoying me.
Well, yeah, I get that. I understand. Yeah, anyway, that's all I was trying to get for today. Because I had this argument with Peter the other day. We never got to take it to its conclusion.
I want to talk about
But
this.
I think the conclusion is you're at an impasse where you're asking for experimentally validated results for the reason why you would assume these rules about optics apply to the laser rather than just circular reasoning back to the rule already existing. And so, for example, you might talk about the history of refraction. You might talk about the guy who found the law of refraction. You might go all the way back to then and talk about all that stuff and then talk about tests they did to prove it, stuff like that. That might help Lats understand. And so that's the appropriate way to go rather than just assume it's a foregone conclusion, especially when someone's asking you saying, hey, I don't know how this happens. I'd like you to tell me. That the other person might say, well, you know what? I don't want to tell you. Or they might say, hey, you know what? I don't actually know. Maybe I should look it up.
I want to talk about this structure that everyone talks about, right? Like, you make something 90 degrees, right? Perfectly plumb. I don't know how you do that, and then you build a structure off it, perfectly straight. Now, if laser, like Peter brought that up, and then he was talking about lasers curving, right? So how, from a practical point of view, how do you build this structure? Because you need to leave a laser at the angle from where it goes vertically down to perpendicular to go level with the surface of the Earth, right? So you can only have one fixed point to measure off. Now, if you're using a laser and it bends, as he said, then his structure is not going to work anyway. Now, if you use other tools like practical bubble levels and things like that, right, then all the globe is going to say is, oh, well, the bubble level changes due to your position on the Earth. It becomes level as radial, right? It's radial. So there's no
Well, that's
possible
why
way to
you
build
have
this
to do it
structure
mechanically.
without,
That's
how
why
would you do that?
you got to. So Brian Mullen actually tried figuring that out in his channel, because one way of looking at it is the structure is actually complete. From one end to the other, it's a solid physical unit that's built as one piece in the end. It may be assembled in pieces, but at the end, it's one piece. And then another way to do it is you build one, and then you have this device which forces the next one to be plumb level square to the original one. And then you just duplicate that process over again. And that's the way that Brian Mullen was saying to do it, rather than it being one piece. Because building it as one piece has got its own problems. But no matter what, you end up with problems. So for example, if you're gonna make a pole that's perfectly plumb and perfectly straight, within an atomic tolerance, and then connect a piece of metal to it that's square to it, right? And then the next piece of metal is square to that piece of metal, and so on and so forth. Even with an atomic tolerance, you're going to have some variableness, and that variableness may be within.
error.
Yeah, but
Right,
that
but AI
variableness may
over the
be
distance.
orders of magnitude less
Right,
than what you're expecting.
on the scales that we need for this experiment, it's not such a big deal because you can incrementally measure the squareness, right, as you extend the plank. The atomic level doesn't matter because their prediction is 8 inches per mile squared. That's quite visible.
But you measure the
fractions of it.
squareness. You measure the squareness from where, Peter?
In relation to the last segment, right? So it's very simple. I'm not saying it's easy to do mechanically, but the concept is
How long
simple.
are these segments?
Well, I don't know, 3 feet.
Okay, and do they have a support under? Do they have a support underneath it, or it's just
Well,
coming off
that's the
that
problem.
perpendicular post?
I would prefer not to have support because that's going to introduce this whole, bridge argument, Pontchartrain bridge, whatever. That's all. Oh, it just follows the curve.
But you're going to have stress on the fixed point always.
Yeah, but you gotta assume that if this is an objective experiment, it has to assume the Earth could be curving, and that means that the supports cannot be perpendicular at those points to the surface, because that's
tell you
the
this,
whole
brothers.
that's the whole argument.
Yeah, let me tell you this. The tensility, or whatever they call it, there's some other fancy words of steel and other materials as well, for spans and how
tensile
much it
strength.
weighs.
Yeah.
So you can actually predict how much something will sag, right? And then you could predict its sag in relevance to a curved radial down and a straight down, and then you would know whether or not it's following one or the other. So, for
Right, but then
example,
we're
Brian
gonna be
Mullen.
arguing with them forever about this.
Well, dude, unless you can make a metamaterial that has no sag under its own weight, I mean, good luck with that, dude.
Yeah, I don't know of
What
any.
I'm thinking, AI, we're going to trade arguments about optics for arguments about tensility, or whatever the word is, of different materials.
Yeah, but
And we're going to
those are
spend a decade on.
already established. Those are already established, and so what you're going to end up with is a bunch of gloaters denying the physics of the materials.
Yeah, optics is also established. So I'm trying to meta think about this, how to corner them.
All right, we have a couple. We'll do one more time.
Look, I think it'd be worth watching Brian Mullen's videos just as a hangout. He has two. One that I described was his called Force the Line, and that is creating a physical structure that's plumb and true off the previous one. And then his other one was called Torque the Line, where his idea was to have this really long steel cable that you pull between two boats. They both have their own problems, but it'd be worth revisiting them. I think that'd be a fun event. What do you think? All right, silence is acquiescence. Everyone agrees that's what we're going to do in the near future.
Wait, what are we agreeing on?
I'm latching onto what you proposed AI like half an hour ago, which was, can we find something that, you said a blind person, so no looking, no optics. Can we find something that could be mechanical in nature and simple? Minimum, like basically my thinking is, this is strategy, minimize the surface area of kind of tangential arguments that can be introduced.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you said an 8-mile long pole hanging out horizontally. Like, good luck creating one of those, dude.
Oh, it could be half a mile. It could be a fraction of it because it's still measurable, like within tolerance, if we can make it flat. I told them 1 mile because I wanted them to run away screaming, right? But it doesn't have to be a mile.
5,000, 14-foot lake.
I was actually thinking to do it in the Bradford Canal or whatever it's called. Calm water, no waves, right?
What material are you thinking about using?
Well, something the one that is as rigid as can be, so it doesn't sag.
Let's make it out of graphene. So something half a mile long out of graphene. Let's see, we need about $1 trillion. So let's get
Hold on. You made me think. By the way, this structure doesn't have to be load bearing because nobody needs to walk on this. The only thing that it needs to be is provably straight, and then you can get on a boat and sail up to it and do the measurements. How far from the plank to the surface of the water, right? So
Bro, you
it
know how
could
heavy
be
this thing is
very
gonna
likely.
be? This thing is gonna be heavy as hell, dude.
But you're imagining a bridge or something that can
No, not even a bridge.
person
Like I
can
used to
walk
do
on.
welding.
It can be very narrow and very thin.
Yeah, we had
It
like an
cannot
8-inch,
be affected by wind, but we could pick a day where there's little wind.
like an
The,
8-inch
the,
piece of
the problem
steel. Like,
is, right, as soon as you
oh
get
god,
high tensile steel, it's prone to cracking because it's so dense, right? And it's designed not to bend, right? Well, as much as it can.
That's true.
So when it's like that, it's gonna crack no matter what.
well, it's definitely gonna bend at that distance. It's an
It
piece of metal.
seems
Yeah,
like
it's gonna
every
bend
way
more.
I've thought about it since I saw Mullen's video years ago, I could not come up with an idea of what could be done to. The only way you can do it to keep it straight that I came up with, the closest to it, was a laser on the top of the steel to make.
Hey,
And
you
then
guys, I'll help you out. Democ already solved this problem, in case you guys didn't know.
I was thinking the same thing, going through the water, right?
So Democ's answer to the problem is
floating tubes.
you do it out of no. Yes, that's one, but his other answer was essentially floating points. So if you want to make a rectangle, let's say in a software program, it's actually made with a bunch of triangles, right? So you have a true triangle with another true triangle on it, and those measurements of 3 points are true to the previous one. And if you lay them out onto each, you end up with a straight line, right? So all you need is drones that basically are tied together with floating point precision, right? So I'm going to create a triangle between these 3 drones, then I'm going to create a triangle between these 3 drones. You could even connect them with a string of a physical length as a redundancy. I mean, now we could open that for critique in the same way that we're doing with the steel, like, well, what minor discrepancies could accumulate, but that would solve part of the problem.
We have quite a lot of people here in this community that do construction and know about stuff like this. So, like where's APOC, for example?
Oh no, dude. No, no.
What? What?
Dude, we
Did
need
we?
to compare notes on your list of competent others, and then just take
Dude,
your list, compare it to
APOC used
mine,
to be.
and then after we compare lists, you just take whatever list you have, put up and throw it in the trash.
So APOC is, he has departed? It's an honest question. I haven't talked to him in like, over a year, I guess.
Let's just say he oversells his actual.
Is what?
Okay, so being in a construction crew isn't the same as being technically involved in these measurements, right?
Like he built tunnels at LAX. He built a tunnel going through the
Well,
under
can we agree
LAX.
that? Yeah, but can we agree that saying you're building a tunnel isn't the same as saying, "Hey, I was a crew pouring cement."
What I'm saying is that we could leverage the expertise that many people have and figure out a
Or pick up the
mechanical
toys.
kind
They're
of
about to be dark.
solution to this problem.
Are you picnicking with someone's family right now?
No, I'm doing a lake observation test. I've been coming out on 80-degree days towards the evening when the 80 degrees has passed to get opposite shore observations.
Well, tell one of those chicks near the microphone to go to the other side and wave to you.
Dude, I got her number for us. She'll be waiting for you on the other side.
Yeah, like she's like, I'm trying to.
Sorry, I had a phone call. Have we come up with a solution yet?
No.
So as I was saying, the only way you could do it would be to sit the laser on top of steel. Make sure, sit the laser on the perpendicular, right? Build off from that, but you'd need supports.
I get.
You need support.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well,
the laser bends, right? So we'd have to come up with some idea that the laser not bending, right?
Right, but check this out. Why? First of all, I would love not to use any optics because that's the whole point of this. How about this? You put a pole in the say canal. You put a plank. You make sure it's squared to the pole. Then incrementally, you keep extending the plank. And if it starts sagging, you can detect this. I don't know how you would detect sagging.
No. Well, the only way you detect sagging is line the laser up with the bottom of the sag, and then measure the difference between where it starts and where the actual plank
Yeah,
started.
but then
and
we're
how
gonna
far
get
down
refraction and all that back in the game.
I know.
Because essentially you're detecting curvature of the plank, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be old.
Yeah, I know. And then mechanical leveling devices aren't going to work because the Globers say that
They use the surface, yeah.
Yeah, like the bubble's going to go directly down to the earth, right? So you've only got verticals. Right, so that's out. So
that's the dilemma. That's the problem.
Yeah.
There has to be something that we could, because that would be game changing. They're not ready for this sort of thing. They don't have a script for that.
Yeah.
They're so pissed about it that one of them actually snapped and went on a campaign against Brian Mullen to get him fired
Hey
from his
guys.
job and excommunicated from his license board.
Yeah. As an engineer, yeah. Right, it's pretty bad. Someone said hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Very meaningful conversation.
Yeah. Hey, can we steal the music bot from you?
No.
Man.
What, you mean you wanted to play in a different channel? Sure.
Okay.
I've got a few Glovers to it. There's a test that could be done that was being an actual raw data from a plane's attitude, whether it rotates as it's traveling across the surface or not. And so if it doesn't rotate traveling 1,000 miles, then they'd have to concede that it's just flying level and horizontal and flat, just like just like flying over flat Earth rather than flying in a Basically, we've agreed that there's no definitive Earth curvature at all. Argue about reflection anyway. If they tell you what the model quote unquote is, and then you prove an example that is contrary to their model, they'll just say, well, there's an extreme anomaly. Right? So they need to give the accurate model, right? So that people can know what's going on, and then you can.
Hey guys, I just had an idea. Maybe we cannot create that plank. Maybe it's mechanically difficult, but one thing we could do is buy AI Overlord a new cell phone plan. So he does not break up all the time when he talks to us from the field.
Dude, I actually got a really good plan. Right now, Peter, I'm actually in direct line of sight to the tower. So I have maximum bars. And I'm pretty sure you know, like, if you're close to the tower and you have maximum bars, there's some kind of flooding effect where it's even worse than being frozen.
And either that or it's the curvature that's in your way.
Well, clearly I can see the tower with my own two eyes, right? And it's clearly on the
But it's
top
the
of the mountain.
refraction making you see it.
So clearly the horizon's between me and it, obviously.
Yeah.
I would say linearly it's about a mile from me, a little more. But because it's a mountain, you have to go up winding roads, so it takes like 3 miles to get there.
Welcome, Sheepdog. Do you have any globe proof?